新春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖一直叫蓝梦，他会万事。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. Huh? Ah, we have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again? Chat! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
咱们是混乱一股烟，两个人影都看不到边，为什么守株待兔？让你也 不出2手指间，一个丢下，一个
Ooh, look.
过人命无电，一个是左右摇摆轻松。
Give it up, miss! Take a breather, would you? You're not paid enough for this! Just call it a day!
我这位亲低头看，哎，那个大活人上了哪去
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya!
新春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫蓝梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. We have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again? Catch! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
蓝梦是混乱一如烟，两个人影都看不到边，为何守株待兔，让你也逃不出
Ooh, look.
我人性无电，一个是左右摇摆青丝。
Give it up, miss! Take a breather, would you? You're not paid enough for this! Just call it a day!
可这个为情敌不怕。哎，那个大活人上了哪处？
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya!
欢迎来到 Nbpl。你现在正在收看的是2025永劫无间职业联赛春季赛。大家好，我是诺，很开心又和所有热爱永劫无间的杰宝们见面了。今年全新的征程，让我们一起见证。过去的2024年，我们一起经历了许多难忘的瞬间。无论是在西子湖畔的黄龙体育馆见证冠军的诞生，还是在长沙捷杯一起为捷杯冠军呐喊，这一切都将成为过去的记忆。全新的战场，全新的队伍，在我身后准备就绪，向今年的冠军发起冲击。在此之前，首先让我们请出的是2024年捷杯3排冠军成都狼队。
有大了，
渣男在有大招，
几百分，一个升龙，哎呦，这
赢，所以这波男友直接上去。但这边的话，罗一新直接这2把，队友补上一个蓄力，直接带走。
赤无名效果应该是有的，能晕2个，大佛可能开不出，晕3个。
这波这3个人站一起，一点办法没有啊！那这样的话成功带走，而欧金又双抓了。欧游金的就是路人王，双抓直接给上水房再见。还有
说这里真的能抓到人，那他就是财神，
他就是大佛的本身。队友给了脚趾，时间4分又上去，谁都不躲他，他瞬间被堵倒。这个时候扎克的一在跑，稍微也一丝血了。那么我们可能要恭喜成都狼队，着陆3强，名扬四海，恭喜狼队获得2024永劫无间世界冠军赛总冠军。
我就听你一次。
有请2024年永劫无间世界冠军赛3排总冠军奈何桥小恶魔扎克。同样欢迎替补选手凯豹。捷杯冠军战袍脱下那一刻，也预示着新赛季即将开启。希望你们在2025年依然可以为我们带来激动人心的画面。接下来，让我们欢迎联赛新军 SROA 战队。SR 战队 Rico、俊贤、小豪。OA 战队图图、皮皮、萌。接下来请出 SS1、ASE。SS1 小炫、小钻石、阿水。 ASE、小温、小韩、米斯特。接下来请出深圳 WBG TE。深圳微博 Gaming 繁星 Leo 叶然。TE 战队匹克小南子龙。接下来让我们欢迎 WZ Fun Plus 朱雀。WC 战队小玉、饼干、落叶。Fun Plus 朱雀、科科、朱哥、方圆。接下来欢迎暴打战队 OUG。暴打范进、小恶魔周涛。OUG 战队苏苏、小玉宝、小雨以及凯豹。接下来让我们欢迎越南外卡战队 VN521 BBE。VN521 战队，英、一冰、潘皮、牛奶哥。BBE， 罗伊西、国善、高丁雄、德文。接下来请出成都七级 ALL。积极战队330陈香生、李新淼。A 队有马、虚幻、南有七。接下来让我们欢迎 GL、YCG。GL 战队小小洛、晚风、酷酷。YCG 谭雪洁、陈玄之、钱滚滚。最后，让我们欢迎2024永劫无间世界冠军赛亚军冠军战队深圳 DRG 成都狼队。深圳 DRG 卡卡西、冬青、吴昕98。成都狼队扎克、刘江欣、奈何桥。 18支3排战队集结完毕，接下来有请单排选手登场。首先，让我们有请 BBE 笑龙 VN521 北极星 ASE 轩辕 ALL 阿赵。 接下来，让我们请出暴打楚征 SS1 CD1 成都积极阿莎 OA Edward 深圳 DRG 风。接下来有请成都狼队佩斯特 TE 吴峰 FunPlus 朱雀 Star GL AS。接下来，让我们有请 SR Spider YCG T225 深圳微博 Gaming vs WC 阿然。最后，让我们有请 OUG Mike。
悬浮机是给了，但是有一把正刀，一个处决直接拿下，他能否控住？
这个假包没有效果，
秦王绕住了。
是这一下没有吃到血幕，这很关键，还在做翻滚，
绝了！
大家状态刚接近破甲，这一波一个闪阵接跳 A， 最后一丝血，时间13秒，Spider 这边可能要拖一个双秒，但这个圣龙没拿到，被击压到了，有光晕，
还在这
6秒
，6秒钟
，4，最后
压到，
但 Spider
又抓到了，
进攻性很强。
有没有一套？
给风球，给
再一个
难道说
再去
哇？
对方周正，
这是什么？这是什么？
把空中断下来，顶飞再接风，但对面风之精灵也抓
抓到了！
风之精灵应该马上要抓到了，还有一轮贴脸虚拟给压力，对方这血线风之精灵交不出来的，
好紧张！
有没有这个时候3个，一个升龙，
像乌鸦持续上了一个抓到，其实也压一波血量，再一波起来，
难道说
结束了？
结束了？
恭喜麦克，所有人见证他的卫冕，恭喜欧游金麦克。
此去纵有千山雪， 归来仍是少年谋。让我们欢迎欧游记 Mike。无间尽无限，2025 Nbpl 永劫无间职业联赛春季赛即刻开战。
League spring season. I'm got Moxie. I'm joined for the first time ever. C8 like ships in the night. You and I have continued to pass each other on that casting schedule, but finally you and I are going to be able to sit down, and we have the absolute pleasure of getting to bring you the first day of the spring split solos action. And I mean, what a treat we're in for, because already off the rip we have to talk about it. We're playing live patch. C8, we're playing live patch.
Yeah, it's super exciting right now. I mean, a lot of changes I felt like it's been so long since I've been here, but since Worlds, we've had a couple changes to a lot of characters. And like you mentioned, we are on the live patch, so it's gonna be very, very interesting for me personally. I know for everybody at home as well, and for you probably as well, how everything's gonna pan out right now. We have so many different things, people with different orgs now, people name changing, characters being changed. I mean, it's gonna be a great night. I already know. I'm super excited to see how all this goes out, but I know you guys at home are super excited to get these Twitch drops. As always, here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, we do have our daily drops. You guys are gonna have to wait for the bi-weekly finals to get the bottom row, but for today we do have the Tay, the Spectral Silk, and the 10 times XP bonus for the 60 minute watch time of completion for our spring Twitch drops here for today. Moxie, like you mentioned, we have been crossing each other's paths, or we haven't crossed each other's paths until today. what are you most excited about right now? I mean, I know you were at Worlds, so now that we're back here with the spring split, what are you most excited to watch here for tonight?
Honestly, I'm really excited for meta because, like you said, we're playing new patch. A lot of changes have gone through, and we're going to be seeing it, but both in solos and in trios, right? Hardy got gutted. The fact that you can't use items when you're zipping around up in that sky means that a lot of everything, like the value that he had in things like Realm of Yang and the endgame control, all of that is entirely removed. Sheol is coming back as well. Some of the top picks that we're probably going to be seeing is Liam. Obviously, he's still like the best hero currently for picking, so I'm expecting when we go into the pick bans, whoever is in the first selection is going to be double picking the Liam, but whoever's in that second group is likely going to be grabbing on up the Sheol picks, and the third is going to be going over to the Valda. But then obviously that leaves up in the air some of those personality picks to come through. But something else that we have to talk about is one of the removals, or rather the changes that has been made, not to a hero in specifics, but to those glyphs, because Wave Roll, as we know it, has rolled off on its merry way. And that means I was talking to Raven, and actually Raven, he was talking to Tryhard as well, before coming in to get his thoughts and feelings as we head into the new season. Having that immediate get out of jail free card, not having to worry about your stamina, being able to escape a lot of those covers is really, really strong. But now that that has been removed, we're probably headed back into a punishment meta. So being able to go for covering those wake-ups as well, we're going to be seeing these players really shine in the 1v1s.
Yeah, also as well, the boom dodge was removed. I know more in the Pro League, they use more of that wave roll like you just mentioned. So I don't really think the boom dodge nerf is going to be a big part here for tonight. I mean, these players quickly adjust, and they have been playing on this patch now for a couple of weeks now, so, or a couple of days I should say, so they are accustomed to it. But we are going to show our March schedule. We do have bi-weekly one the remainder of this week. We do have solos today, and as you guys know, it's always been trios for the next day, and then so on and so forth, solos and trios for Saturday and Sunday. But now for April, we also have the remainder of our schedule. Bi-weekly 2 starts on the 17th into bi-weekly 3. Oh, I'm sorry, bi-weekly 2 starts on the 10th into our bi-weekly 3 on the 24th. So there's a lot of NARAKA to be showcased for our next weeks, and it's gonna be super exciting to be back. I feel like it's been forever, Moxie, but we're back, and I'm super excited to see once again how everything is gonna pan out with all these changes. For me personally, I haven't even casted even with the Justina nerfs, or buffs I should say, that were changed back in December. So for me personally, that's gonna be new with her being changed up with how she works now. Yeah, but you pretty much cover it all. The Hottie being changed, not being able to heal in the air, that one I'm still thinking if he's gonna be picked as well in the meta, because he's still such a very strong character regardless if he's not able to heal in the air. Yes, that was their go-to for a lot of players, was, you know, pop that get away, get a battalion or a powder if you're able to, but still, needless to say, he still has that damage of that ult, and I mean the app being one of the best apps in this game as well. So it's gonna be very, very exciting to see these players out. We do have our list of players who are going to be playing today. Little note, Pace did rename to PXT. We do have Lipo now, previously known as Polaris, or what was the what was the proper pronunciation that you said?
Polaris, and then we also have, and this is the one that definitely is throwing a lot of people for a loop. Edward is actually Wang Liang.
Yeah.
So that's probably one of the major name changes, because like Pace, you can still kind of see where Pace is coming from. Same for Choose, who used to be Xu Sheng. But starting off the day, what a fire lobby. We've got Arano, who literally engineered the meta to be what it is currently. Like, if you want to see the origination of the Liam V2, look no further than this player when he was playing for EWG last year. In fact, he came incredibly close to being able to win Nbpl and J-Cup as a whole. So really excited to see what he's going to be doing now that Liam is still like the best hero in the lobby. Mike, obviously the only player who's been able to take back-to-back title championships on J-Cup, as well as having dominated Nbpl. Spider is always one of those really strong players. He came super duper close to being able to pick up that title yet again and give himself a little bit of a redemption arc. So hopefully he's going to be continuing to just build his strengths. As we got to see a lot of the camaraderie come through from those players at the top when everyone on their war kits was just doing the 2-2-5 hand motion on out, so that they basically go to show that, yeah, it's together, they're super strong, they're really looking forward to the new season, because at the end of the day, they may be competing at the top level, but they're all friends.
Yeah. And I mean, these players have been playing against each other for a very long time as well. So I mean, just every year that passes by, their friendship gets stronger and stronger. But
away from looking at that thing and make sure that they're continuing to shore up those points, putting them in the best possible position to not find themselves in that bottom rung.
the man himself, SR Spider now.
Yeah.
Moved on into SR. You gotta get that stuck in my brain right now. SR Spider on our screen, seeing for the first time off the J Cup now, here for the opening night of the 2025 Spring Split for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. And I mean, who else? The man, the myth, the legend, the two-time champion, OUG's Mike, getting ready to lock in for the first game of the night. It's gonna be very interesting to see how strong he comes out off the rip. And what character he's gonna pan out. I remember last year, his Ping was his comfort pick for our Padoria map. And you know, Zaping also now getting a little bit of change. They did get rid of some of her skills, but the most important ones did not. But she did get a little buff on her ultimate. Now she does get a free dodge as well, like she does with her F. So you know, that's just another great quality of life change there for Zaping. So I would not be very surprised if I would see that hero be played out here for Mike for the first game.
Yeah, I mean, the absence of the V very much not felt. We've never seen any team try to utilize a V free zipping before a rework. Like you said, did minimize those ability listings from 3 down to 2. And I mean, it's interesting, like you said, because Mike does like to play the zip on that game 1. Spider has also started picking up the zip. And they were able to, at Jacob, actually utilize that to mind games players into believing that they would pick Zip in game number 1, forcing a lot of people when they saw a Zip in that lobby to think, oh, this must be either Mike or Spider, because if you remember, actually on the grand finals, they themselves, they stayed away from the zipping on that game number 1 coming on through. They're not the only ones who have the comfort picks, obviously. Knowing things like the Liam V2, that used to be the Arano comfort pick, it is now branched out to become a standard fare for every single one of these players. And as we talked about, Liam is immensely strong at the moment, right? Both Liam and Sheol being in the meta means that when it comes to things like option selection, there's another option that you have to sort of go through in terms of that mental checklist of what you think your opponent is going to do. And that's what makes them immensely strong. Sheol being able to shore up that counterattack so that you don't know when it's going to be able to come out means that you're always, whenever you stagger her, going to have to think, do I have to anticipate and look to dodge?
Yeah.
And if you misread that situation, you are getting locked into a combo, and you better hope that it's not a Realm of Yang and that player doesn't have a longsword in the back pocket, because you're getting wall carousel comboed.
Oh yeah, the wall carousel combo. But yes, Shayo, like you perfectly explained it. I mean, it just, from just reading it in the patch notes, I can just see that really will slow down the fight against who is against her. Like you mentioned, just having that extra option of being able to cast the shield whenever you want, it's just a great change there for that hero. So it's another mind game. You can't really waver as much anymore. So you know, the game has changed a lot, and the game will continue to change. Not to mention, we do have rework for Tarka soon as well, so I'm very excited for that. Yeah, so I
know someone who's a little bit more excited in the form of Dunkin' Donuts, who I'm guessing is gonna be watching that one like an absolute hawk when Tarka could potentially become meta again. Because like every single time we've seen a rework go through, it has pushed that character to the forefront.
Yes.
So hopefully the days of Tarka being a pick, and not just because of diminished hero points, will return in full, as he did used to be actually a staple of Nbpl solos meta, and then Zipping released.
Then Zipping released. I believe it was 2023 was when he was played up in Jacob heavily. He had a little buff, and he had that staff tech. I don't know, everybody at home remembers. He would, you know, just aerial R&B in the air with the staff, and it was super strong, being able to grab punches as well on the ground. That changed. He was no longer being able to get a people's elbow punch while they're on the ground. And then from there, you know, it's just rough. But it makes sense. Like a character like Tarka, just one change can just drastically make him very strong. Or it could just, you know, take him back to little back steps to the midsection for Tarka. But I'm very excited to see that character get his change, and hopefully I would love to see being played out of Pro League, because I think his character design is amazing.
Yeah, I really hope that we get to see Tarka come back into the mix, because I mean, when you hit a Tarka Infinite, oh, there's no greater feeling for a lot of these players to come on through. And we're also probably going to be seeing a lot of those combos come out. Something to note as well is that a lot of these players have moved away from grapple kick, apparently Raven was saying, because the terrain can be just so unpredictable when you go for a grapple kick, right? Much more commonly, we're going to be seeing the sheath combo, also known as the 2-1-1, coming on out from these players. So keep an eye for those uppercut animation cancels, because that is what you're going to be using to extend your combos, as opposed to the previously touted grapple kick.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it's just a safer route. And you know, I think it's just something to better have in your muscle memory. Just get the 2-1-1 down for every uppercut, just in case the situation comes where, you know, the terrain is not in your favor. So I think, you know, now we're just gonna at this time of the pro league, it's a standard now for these pro players to be at that level, obviously, right, with how great and amazing players the players are. So yeah, Sheath 2-1-1. It's gonna be the staple now. The grapple has been, you know, the pillar of the no more damage for a lot of these players, but it looks like we are locking in for our first round of hero picks here for our opening night of the 2025 spring split here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. Our game one, we do have our groups with our players now locked in, but I'm very interested to see how these players do with, you know, the two-time. And I just keep looking at Mike. I mean, he's in the middle of my screen, so I'm just looking at him. You know, everybody has to go against him. So coming off of a second world championship win, how these players are going to be bouncing back. You know, who has been in the lab, who came off a J Cup and just went straight back to the game, who didn't take no breaks. You know, obviously at the end of the season, a lot of players like to use that as a break, but Moxie, as we are not surprised to see, look at our first selection of picks. It is going to be Liam.
That's a surprise, though. Arano is going to be picking up the Justina. Mike's going to be showcasing. We're getting it. Lani is boarding her carpet and heading to the Nbpl stage. I mean, I'm kind of not surprised. I thought Mike or Spider would have been the one experimenting with the Lani coming on through, given the fact that Spider was experimenting with Wuchan when we saw him last over on the side of Jacob to see if he could use his ultimate to outlast the Syra duration. Star is going to be picking up the Sheol since that pick was left open. Frostifus also likely going to be picking up that. No, Frostifus is going to be opting for the Syra. So Sheol can potentially still be grabbed up by Edward and Lipo, who are immediately going to be locking that one on through. And I'm really excited to see this Lani pick, and especially the loadout that Mike is going to go for, because Midoriya has a lot of verticality. So I would imagine it's going to be the V1 over the V2.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to use the combo extension one. I'm pretty sure they're going to use the carpet ride. When I think I was watching Mike play, I was watching him stream, and he was playing the carpet ride. He was hitting some insane ult balls from like 30 meters away. I don't know how he does it, but I was watching him, especially closer to when she released, because I was very curious to see how she played. But I mean, Mike just makes everything look easy in his hands. But yeah, that's crazy. Lani picks, and the Shayos were closer to the end for these players for the picks. I mean, obviously the Liams are always going to be possibly the first round picks for a lot of players, which is how strong of a character Liam is. But game number one, locked and loaded here for our first game of the night. We're back. And I'm here with Moxie. My name is Creatives. We're locked in for our first game of the night. Wow. It's crazy. It's crazy just to see the screen. You know, the screen, you know it's game time once you see the players, the player cams. But here it is. There you go, what you were asking for. Mike is going to go with the F1 V1 here for the Lani.
Yeah, Spider's actually going to be going for the F2 V1, so that is the dash variant of the Justina ultimate, rather than the V2 sword freeze. Arana's also going to be opting for the dashes to have more mobility. Mike with the F1 for that Lani, no surprises with Fungus also going to be slotting that one in, given the fact that it's the combo break variant that you can use when under attack. And that's also going to be the reason that Edward and Star for their Sheol picks are prioritizing the F1 over the F2 V1 variant of the Sheol ultimate, so that turtle lock rather than the teleport bash behind is going to be coming on out from those players, as we can have a look and see where the drops are going to be located. No surprises, Fedora always sees an absolute hive of action towards the northern aspect of that map, given Arcadia is the home of the Thunder Coins that you can collect 7 of and then unlock the Vulpine Essence, which is an absolute game changer headed into that first realm of Yang.
I mean, the Vulpine Essence just being that super Jade everybody likes fighting for. I didn't even notice AS was on Temmie. I love Temmie. Temmie's my favorite character. So I love seeing a first round pick there for AS. But our first game, locked and loaded. We're back here with the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League 2025 Spring Split. We do have SR Spider going at it against BBE Frostivus. Frostivus on the Syra, Spider on the Justina. Sends the 1-2-3, big damage there from Spider. Now the catch there for Frostivus only gets a 1-2. And the follow-up LMB focus there from Spider to pick up the first elimination of the night.
Yeah, I mean, Frostivus actually burning the F1 from that Syra very early at the opening engagement against Spider, rather than holding on to it for the longer aspect of that map. 2-5, just feeling out whether or not he wants to try and take a fight against Lipo, but Lipo having that blue armor, though 2-5 picks up purple armor, so that's definitely going to give him bold confidence to potentially try and enter into that 1-versus-1 that Mike and Polaris are currently going out. As Verse reluctant to take a fight with that Gray. Move us up to the top of the birdcage before coming on through with those dual halberds. Looks for the counter, doesn't manage to find the parry. Drops down, charges up the scale rush, cancels it out as PXT was also looking for the counter if that one was committed onto. As it looks like Mike and Lipo have committed into this fight. Mike finding that parry, taking the Syra down low. There's the combo break coming out early. That's going to give a little bit of health back, but Mike still has enough damage with the blue nunchucks to find the chase down. Does he have enough, though, left to be able to take up the fight against T225, who's already invested that Liam F1?
Wow, Mike going straight for that blue armor there. Gets that armor swap quickly. T225 still with a health advantage there with the armor, but the LMB catcher from Mike into the 2-1-1. There goes the big damage off the R&B focus there from the nunchucks. Now the pop comes in off the nunchucks. T225 now is going to be forced to pop that Liam ultimate. Sends the LMB focus, cancels it with the grapple. Still get caught up at the 1-2 into the V2 ball. What's going to be the mix up here for T225? There goes the follow-up, but no, Mike's going to have the ultimate there to counter it. And there it is, the carpet ride here from Mike. Look at the Schmooman there off of that as well. Doing a perfect good job, still applying pressure there to T225, but T225 being able to cut line of sight, but gets clipped off that first. He is going to eat up a little bit of damage there. Still just waiting out for this ultimate to be out. He does call that V2 at a perfect time. Sends it, gets the damage there. Now Mike, with no armor, eats the damage off the LMB focus. F called in there for OUG's Mike. And T225, hungry for this elimination. Knows he could try to pick up a quick elimination onto Mike, but Mike not letting go of that gas pedal since the 1-2 off the staff. Mike still continuing to kite as much as he can. It does not look from the minimap that any other players are around right now. Gets caught up once again. We do have another player picking up elimination. It's going to be Verse there, picking up a kill in the kill feed. And Mike, it's going to be very hard to try to catch him. Has one of the best movements, if not the best movement in the game. OUG's Mike on the blue chucks. Looks like the reset might come in, but Edward's starting to move on in here for the situation as well.
Oh, he saw the purple armor. He saw the purple armor on the ground. He's healed it all the way back up to full. 2-5 will be able to find the elimination, but now here comes Edward. 2-5 was able to grab the Soul Bloom, so he has been able to recover some of that health, but he's incredibly low, and without that purple armor, he's missing a lot of sustain that's available to his opponent. The F1 bash comes on out from the Child. 2-5 already going to be activating one of those staggers. Doesn't get locked into the headlock as he just tries to utilize those nunchucks just the way that Mike was, kiting away from the fight until the Child ultimate is going to be removed. Potentially, as Edward comes in with the 1-2 on those halberds, catching onto 2-5. This Liam not going to have that ultimate up just yet, doesn't have the opportunity to scoop and send Edward into one of those combo chains. Now gets hit by the headlock into the follow-up. And that's one of the things that you have to worry about with Cheryl now. You don't know when she's going to send that headlock out.
And I love that from Edward, getting inside the mix there and popping that ultimate, not waiting for him to be low, just to secure that elimination. And we saw they're getting the elimination onto T225, but FPSGQ Star against TE Wufong right now. The combos here with the fist blades here from Wufong. Now the Xiaoyu ultimate is going to be popped here from Star. What's going to be mixed up? He's going to wait this out, does not be able to get it. He does catch him off of that. Wufong's going to eat up the damage there from the ult. Now the second weave there from Star, being able to still applying the pressure onto Wufong. He does have the armor advantage right now. Star with no armor right now. He is going to be able to cut the noise now. Looks like Wufong is going to get a quick reset in, as well as Star. The ties have been set just for now, but we do see Wufong going right back into the mix, but Arano and Lipo are still going at it.
Arano looks for the Dragon Slayers, doesn't manage to find it. Potentially gets caught up into that Syra F1 stun, won't be hit out. Now Lipo comes on through with that ultimate. Arano is going to kite out, waiting for the ultimate to be done. for committing back on in with his, but through the window, Lipo comes, gets the stun. The F2 from the Justina is going to save them for 3 seconds, but that is not going to outlast this Syra, and Lipo can still commit this chase down. In the meantime, he has been able to get a little bit of his health back, doesn't have the armor healed off though, and he has to kite out of the fight now, understanding that the advantage has gone to Arano's side, given the fact that this Justina is still holding on to that V1 if he wants to commit it into this fight. Wants to try and utilize that purple spear. Charges up the Dragon Slayers, doesn't manage to land it. Finds the Scale Rush though, just before the Syra can just push away from that fight. He knows that Lipo does not have this ultimate. He knows that the Syra is desperately trying to open every single trove possible and find an armor swap, but unfortunately RNG is not on Lipo's side. There's that V1 coming on through to catch Lipo as he crests the top of that roof into the vertical slam down, and Lipo is then packing to that soul altar.
Wow, that was a beautiful dash there from Arano. One thing I saw there was Edward calling in a Moonbane, buying up those Moonbanes here for early on. We do have Star eating up a lot of damage though in between 2 players with Wufong and Edward. And Edward's gonna pick up the elimination here onto Star. Wufong nearly being eliminated as well. He's 1 HP. We can barely see the white hell. They are still gonna be fighting for this Roma Yang. Our first Roma Yang gates already down, 23 seconds and counting before these players start going in. We do have Verse giving up this Roma Yang. Edward is going to be one of our first players to enter this, as well as OUG's Mike readying up here on the Lonnie to take the first round. We do have 2 eliminations here on OA Edwards on the Shayo. OUG's Mike with 1, WBG's Verse with 1, WC's Arana with 1, as well as Jello AS, T225, and Wufong and Spider. A lot of players with 1 elimination so far. So the kills are spread out currently here for our first game. The Temi here on Jello's AS, not looking very stacked on the Jade so far, but he does have the purple nunchucks in hand for him, for his weapon of choice currently. OG's Mike on the blue fan, waiting this out still. He's gonna wait out till the last second to take the realm, as well as Edward on the blue halberds. Not looking too crazy.
Every single time we're seeing production just check the inventories of these players, I'm looking to see if any one of these players has that red ball points essence. Spider on the outside of that no ult zone is forced to take a fight against Paste on this Valda. Does have that V1, cannot dash into that no ult zone though, or he'll lose it just like he lost that fan to the counter coming on through. The ultimate has to come on out. The knockback is going to secure Spider the opportunity of just dashing into these buildings and getting one of those Vitalias off. The Pace is hot on his trail. Another dash now utilized. Spider's only got the 1 left. He's going to have to keep himself mobile as we head into that first round of Yang fight. It's going to be going up against Mike and Frostivus. So Syra versus Lanny. Who is going to come out on top? So far, no ultimates have been popped. Mike already losing that armor. Gets hit into the 2-1-1 coming off of those nunchucks. The trick ball comes on out. Mike trying to disappearing X behind one of those pillars. Every single time he catches that ball, he is going to start getting a little bit of his HP restored, so he doesn't have to worry about being stuck in that static frame and allowing the Syra to potentially crest around that pillar corner and get the last hit of potential damage. He's looking for the LMB off of the dagger. Doesn't manage to find the uppercut the first time. Will be able to find it the second. Not manages to connect the soul break though, with Frostivus investing the F1 combo break, and it is a last hit situation. Who's coming out on top? Mike with the dagger is just a little bit faster, and he's going to be able to claim his first Realm of Yang victory of the season.
I'm sorry, I was just looking at the Lonnie ball just knocking up the Syra in the background. He's hiding behind the pillar. It's just so funny. But there it is. Lonnie showcasing there from the OUG's Mike being very strong in the Realm of Yang against the Syra, but SR Spider going at it. We do have our 3 teams currently here with the Vermilion Birds, Might, OA, Jails, and OUGs. But PXC, Pace, catches the LMB prior, or PXC, as you said, against Spider. Spider is going to be forced to pop this F. Still trying to kite the situation out here with this calm and dagger. He's going to specifically use it for movement. But PXC not letting go of the gas pedal with that purple dual blades in hand, trying to see he can find elimination here onto Spider. But it's not going to be easy. Spider doing a very beautiful job, kind of around the zone, make sure he does not get caught up, trying to see if he can find a little bit of a moment for him to take a full reset in. Looks like PXC is going to let go of the gas pedal for now. Just wait it out. Gonna go ahead and try to collect some more resources to move on in towards the end game. Frostivus now with Yang depletion timer, 3 minutes and 20 seconds to try to cleanse this Yang depletion timer. Is going to see if he can find a player to see if he can do that for himself. But PXC now is going to go out against JL's AS. The Temi now is going to send the LMB focus. Big parry here for PXC. He does have the after to avoid the full damage. The whisk is thrown down. No problems there for no players. The double dodge trying to see if he can catch it out. But he overholds the R&B focus there for the damage on to PXC. The gold Hong Sword on PXC is going to hurt though. So he needs to be real careful. Does catch some damage there off the LMB. Now the Scare Rush connects as well. Does not catch the damage off the R&B focus. It was Frostivus now in the back end. Does have the perfect time here to try to cleanse his Yang depletion timer.
Yeah, Frostivus is also going to be approaching this fight with the ultimate. AS is going to be able to re-pick up his legendary Hong Sword, which he lost to pace, managing to pick it up off of that first parry. Swaps on over to that repeater crossbow. Doesn't want to put himself in that middle player situation because that's the one that both of these players are going to turn on. Because both of these players weren't fighting the Valda previously, it's not Spider. They didn't know that at the beginning of the fight, Pace was down that ultimate. But that V2 is building up incredibly quickly off of the back of every single one of these parries. Frostivus again forced into investing that combo breaker of the F1 to escape the consequences of getting parried. And now they know that it's going to be on cooldown. The Syra becomes the problem that everyone is going to turn on to, just because if they apply enough pressure, they're going to be able to force out that ultimate. And both of these two players, the Temi and the Valda, have the means of being able to kite out the fight, disengage, wait for the Syra to be done before turning back on through. Frostivus, unfortunately, does not have the luxury of being able to wait. He's got 1 minute 46 seconds. He can't appear too eager. He didn't take a Realm of Yang fight against either the Valda or the Temi, so they don't know he's hit with Yang depletion currently, and he can't afford to make them aware of that fact, because otherwise they'll just time him out and manage to get that last hit before that depletion expires. Wufang now comes on out with the Lani trick ball yet again, making it really awkward to try and get a hold of this player, of this character. Every single time she gets a hit, she gets a little bit of HP all the way back, and you get staggered for your issues. And even though we're in a multi-wave fight currently, Wufang is doing a very good job of applying multiple aspects of pressure to every single player around, so they haven't been able to full stack up against this Lani.
Yeah, and I was seeing Mike ran it right back in the situation. It does not look like another player is around, so he should be good for now, and not being mistaken by Fong on Alani that the ultimate has just ran out for him. So it looks like Mike is going to be safe off that situation alone, but Wufang still trying to catch Star with 40 seconds remaining here to try to cleanse the Yang depletion timer. The time is ticking. Not really a lot of options here. Star gets a full reset, and the damage connects there off the R&B focus there from the Halberds. He sends the R&B of his own as well. Now he is going to get caught up. It does have the F there to escape that for now. Overholds, gets the damage off the LMB. The F caught in there for the Xiaoyu as well. Since the 1.0 off it is, now the Xiaoyu ultimate is being invested here from Star. Now the prior hit for Star as well. It's going to be big damage off the 1.0 from the Halberds. Big damage, half health here for Wufang. Now it gets recaught as well. That's a lot of damage into the 2-1-1 finisher, and that is what Moxie was saying right there. The terrain was not in his favor there for the grapple bump, so the 2-on-1 there showing out perfectly why that's the new meta.
Yeah, and Star as well, holding on to all of the counter charges coming through from his ultimate. Pace was also able to take out AS off screen. He's not going to be taking Frostivus out off screen. It's 100% going to be in broadcast POV. As we now head into our second Realm of Yang, it's going to be 225 versus SR Spider. Spider, already having that longsword in the back pocket, is 100% going to be looking to set up that wall carousel variant. Has to just try and force out the combo break coming through from the Liam the first time, but he's the one that loses the weapon. That's the worst possible opportunity. Now he's had to invest both the F2 and that V1 coming through. Finds the freeze, doesn't manage to find that toothpick though. Just trying to do everything he can to put the pressure onto this Liam and force on out that ultimate. The grab will be able to come on through, and Spider unfortunately did not have enough HP for 225 to even need to combo break off of the back of it. He just gets one little hit of damage, and Spider is done as Edward now goes head-to-head with Sheol versus Liam, already utilizing that V1 from the Shale early. Hasn't sent out the counterattack until just now. Utilizes it to dodge out of the grab attempt coming on through from that V2. And the hunt is on. Just like Shale in the lore, will she be able to pick up her bounty as the Pillar Scale Rush comes into play?
Wow, beautiful showcasing here from Edward. clearly see he has been putting in that work. The raw uppercut there into the 1-2. That'll be focused there from the dagger. Now he does have to stay safe first. Now trying to seek goodbye some time to try to get a reset in, but a scare rush here from Edward. Double tap towards back. The F caught in there from Verse once again. Cancels it, tries to catch the last hit. He's 1 HP. Gets caught up off the 1-2, but a nice callback. No, the Volpine Essence. It was in Edward's hand. He manages to stay alive in that situation. He is going to win this second realm of Yang. What a beautiful showcase in here from Edward, playing it with full confidence with that Jade in his inventory. He's gonna snag up a gold staff as well from this realm. Already had a gold fan. Spider with 4 minutes now and counting to try to cleanse the Yang depletion timer. He does have a couple players around him, 2225 and WBG's Verse in the mix. PXT against OUG's Mike going at it right now, both with gold weapons. Nbpl here for the Valda. Now here comes a double uppercut into the 1.0 here from the R&B focus. Now he is going to get the damage off the pistol. Mike is going to be forced to pop this ultimate here inside the zone, eating up a lot of damage. The Valda is going to go ahead and respond as well with the ult of their own. But Mike is gonna go ahead, showcase a little bit of the carpet ride. He is gonna try to create a little bit of space, finds a little armor swap, purple armor swap. Oh my god, Merry Christmas came early once again, gets caught up. He does have the Santa hat on, so you know it is giving him that buff. But Mike trying to back on up. Nice little tap dodge there from Mike to avoid that catch. He does not get caught up off of this. Base out the parry in the back end. Arano now showing up for the third party. Gets clip off the R&B though. The fan's still doing a really good job here with the damage. Overholds, does not get the parry there, but the back end Arano there with the R&B focus from the spear, and he's gonna pick up a 2-piecer as well. WZ Arano with a beautiful third party here to confirm 2 eliminations for himself.
Oh, Arano as well steals out the Soul Bloom just before the Valda can grab it and utilize that to heal and potentially get the ultimate. With the V2 coming back into play, that Valda would have been a much scarier opponent, even though the shielding has been since nerfed from 2,200 to 1,800 on this current patch. The Spider, unfortunately, gets sent, having to wait into that next lobby. A lot of our players already knocked on out. AS, Spider, Wufong, Frostfist, and Lipo, as well as Mike PXT, all going to be waiting for the second game of the day. But already we're starting to see players shifting towards potentially utilizing that Lanny in areas of verticality. So we might get to see her when we head over to Holleroff as well still, as Edward has been on absolute fire. Something to note, that Volpine Essence popping in the second realm of Yang, he took a fight in the first realm of Yang. That means that he didn't have to use it and burn through a fatal strike in his first fight. He was able to win it super cleanly, and you can tell the surprise was there. The Liam, the commitment that came on through. He thought he had the shield dead to rights, so when Edward had that Volpine Essence and was able to use it as his trump card, the surprise factor really allowed him to turn the tide.
Yeah, Edward, previously known as Juan Leon. I mean, Juan Leon has, you know, back in the day was a super strong player. I remember last year, he quite didn't really find his fitting with how everything was playing out, but watching him play right now, you can see how polished he's playing. Beautiful iframes there to avoid the Liam V2 from his Shayo. I mean, it's just straight clean gameplay coming in from Edward right now. Players just gonna wait this out to move on in to our last phase of the first round, our end game. But we do have T225 fully stacked as well, has gold armor and gold fist blades in hand, so he's going to be applying a lot of damage to whoever he finds a scrap off with. FPSGQ Star does have purple armor, but the only thing is inventory for the weapon selection being purple. It's going to be a purple pole sword. We do have Verse with a couple of purple weapons as well. It has a dagger in the back pocket. As we know, these players love to use that dagger for movement, just common, but that is the main role of that weapon for a lot of players if they have a better rarity. But it's off to be playing with his blue staff in hand. Arano, gold fan, gold halberds that he picked up there from that third party. He is going to be fully stacked now, picking up the inventory or the loot from those 2 players that he eliminated. We do have our random Bane being spawned in right now. 50 seconds for that to go away. These players are going to go ahead and wait this out. Our first end game of the spring split about to happen pretty soon. Wow, Lonnie in the mix. Very surprised for sure seeing Lonnie. Like I mentioned, you know, if you're going to test something out, today's the best
the day.
Yes.
Yeah. we're going to be seeing a lot of players testing out just to see if anything that they throw against that dartboard is going to be able to stick. Spirit Well, though, is something that these players know. It's become the bread and butter of being able to play those end games. In your early to mid, you want to be able to win your realm of Yangs, and then when you hit into that end game, you want to be able to take control of the Spirit Well. You don't ideally want to be the player the first to position into it, though. We saw a lot of success at Jacob with actually the third player to come on through, as we're going to see Stanchion come on out from Verse with that silence effect. T225, though, has the much better soul jade for the staff in controlling that Spirit Well with the Merciless Havoc. Look at the arm's length that these players are having to keep this blue rarity staff just because they don't want to get hit up into by one of those frames of Merciless Havoc that is going to leave them absolutely at the mercy of all of the rest of these players in this lobby. And yeah, I think it's just going to be a no contest. T225 has the absolute chance of being able to pick that one up for free, so he's going to go ahead and pop his ulti, because once he's thrown those 2 grabs, he's going to have it back. So a lot of now is going to be the tempo of these players having to react to how this Liam is going to be getting aggressive, and that means the onus is going to be on these Shayols to try and, like we saw in the Realm of Yang, utilize their ultimates and iframe out of those grab potentials.
Yeah, as we see, he is getting applied a lot of pressure by T225 and Verse, and Edward here just got the wrong end of the stick. Did have T225 quickly aggressing him there with the Liam ultimate. Big parry from Edward, though, doing everything he can to stay alive in the situation. Does have a gold spear as well in the inventory, doing a really good job now. Swap on over to the fan, try to see if he can kite the situation now, but T225 in the back end applying a lot of damage, and there it is, the elimination there from T225 onto Edward. He is going to pick up the remaining loot there from his body, as well as Verse. He's like, get out of here, this is my loot, back up. I work for the kill, this is mine. So he is going to be able to get the remaining of the loot there. And PSGQ Star, though, playing up a little bit more conservative here, playing the top side of the map right now just to wait this out. We do have Arano as well, just jumping around, making sure he can stay up. We do have our next zone starting to close up now. 57 seconds for it to fully close. Our random bane is still in the air now. T225 trying to still apply some pressure onto Star this time around. We do have him full throttle in here onto Star. Star forced to pop this F here on the Shayo. We do have him trying to kite it out, but T225 looks like he is hungry for another elimination, currently with 3 on the board, and Arano, the one right now with the kill lead with 4 currently for this lobby. Star, he needed up a little bit of damage. He does manage to kite it out. It's going to be a quick reset in for himself, but T225 is still there for the pressure.
He wants to pop the V1. He wants to force the Sheol into having to throw out that ultimate. It's the only Sheol left in the lobby too, so it's going to be very easy to keep a track of. Star almost forced that Sheol to backstep into that Bane's Breath, but Star is able to avoid outside of it. Still has that blue fan in the back pocket too to be able to scare us away from this engagement, but 2-5, he knows he's still got this Mystic Might for just under a minute. He can get as aggressive as he wants, and there's not really a lot anyone else in this lobby can do. Liam is the best hero in these situations. No one is going to want to try and challenge him. Scarish is also going to be able to interrupt Star. This time around, Star is going to give 2-5 a bit of medicine that he has to swallow, but Legendary Spear is going to be doing a lot more damage, and finally the V1 force comes through. Arano is the one who actually gets locked, or rather 2-5 is the one that gets locked up into that headlock. He's got 2 charges left. Star will now look to potentially throw out that next stagger, but there's the aura grab, and T2-5 is going to send him package parceled all the way into that zone to eat the damage, and unfortunately for Star, he's going to get taken down. T2-5 though is not going to be happy that he is not getting the kill credit, as Arano was waiting on the inside of that zone with the bow, saw that the Sheol was getting pressured into, knew the potential that the Liam would be able to find that V2 connection and throw someone into that zone, and he waited. He bided his time for the perfect moment, and now he has to try and figure out which of these Liams committed that ultimate. Which one can he try and pressure out?
Do have Rano though going to Verse. The ultimate is going to be invested from Rano, as well as the Liam's going to respond with the ult of their own. do have him. We're trying to wait this out. It's going to be very rough here for the lone Justina. Trying to come up on top. Damage does go towards his way, though. Into the freeze as well. He is going to be able to weave that V2. But oh my god, the drop down there from the spear is going to eat up a lot of damage. Arano now in big trouble. Trying to kite it out to try to see if he can restore that armor. We do have him getting pressured on. But oh my god, he caught the opposing Liam and he threw it at Arano there. Oh my, that is so disrespectful. He got the damage off that. Arano's still getting applied a lot of pressure. We do have the Av invested as well. So now it's full concentration onto the Justina right now with everything on cooldown. Overholds, gets the damage. The F caught in there from T225 in the back end. He's still trying to stay alive. Gets another damage off the blue focus there, but now he is going to get caught up by another V2 there in the back end. But a big parry there from T225, but it's going to be burst with elimination. Now he does catch him there with the V2. Slams down inside the zone. Verse going to get he's going to take a lot of damage here from the zone. We see him with a quarter white health. He is taking a little bit of that armor there. He does see if he can try to find an armor swap. Does manage to find a common one. He sends it, gets the parry off as well. T225 now still has the upper hand, I would say, with a little bit of that gold armor. Eats up the damage off the armor. Be focused now. Both of these players might take a quick reset in, and it's gonna be just a little quick little reset. No, Verse going right back in. Does not want him to get that reset in. T225 though gets the last frame damage there off the LMB focus. T225 still trying to kite it out. Overholds to make sure he does not catch the damage off the RB focus there from the Halberds. Now the pistol shot connects there in the back end. Sends it for the third time. Just let him loose off that 1.0s, and it looks like Verse is not. He's not respecting it. He is just gonna get this damage. Still kind of in and out, but it looks very close. It's up for grabs who takes this first game of the night.
5 looking to find these connections, might be able to kite back to that purple armor that he dropped previously. Uses that skill rush, has to make sure he doesn't go too far into that zone damage. But there it is. Verse manages to find the elimination. It came down to a Liam 1 versus 1. That poor Justina doing everything possible to try and juggle those two opponents, but it's going to be Verse who comes away with the overall victory and will be able to claim the first MVP of the 2025 NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League 2025 Spring Season 4 solos. And I mean, CA, we're already seeing so many things to get excited for this coming year. Like, Lani is already being put into the mix, the swirl of heroes that we're getting to see. Sheol, too, is adding a really cool bonus ingredient, like being able to go head-to-head against Lians. Is why we're seeing a lot of these players try to go for the Sheol pick, especially inside of Ramolpiang. Having that tortoise shell block that you can utilize to burn through some of the uptime windows of that Liam V2 threat is going to be absolutely crucial when it comes to the rock, paper, scissors of the 2025 meta. And I can't wait to see, because this is just testing. We're going to get to see the solidify and become even stronger. 2025 is going to be such an insane year.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the years, in the beginning, obviously, we had a very big dominance there from, previously known as WBG Spider. He was pretty much just ahead of the curve. Mike came in, showed up that he is, the best player in the game. He came in, did a lot of damage, especially against Spider. But last year, I did see a lot of more, competition. A lot of these players catching up. But off of today, just in 2025, you see how polished everybody is. I mean, earlier I was looking at the kill count, and pretty much only 4 players did not have elimination going into that mid game. So everybody's looking very, very polished. We see how high the skill ceiling has come over the years here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, and how much more it can expand, obviously, right? With how time passes and how good everybody can get. But another thing that always comes back are these answer for treasures for everybody at home. The question is going to be, how many players chose Lani in game 1? And me and Mox were both very, very surprised and excited to see this character being played out. We talked about it multiple times. It's going to be A1, B2, C3, D4. Make sure you guys go on over to the Twitch stream, twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT, in order to get a chance to win an answer for treasure for everybody that is watching over on YouTube. But yes, what an interesting game 1, Moxie. I mean, it's been a very, very, very entertaining sight to see from these players. I'm not gonna lie, I'm really liking how Edward's looking right now. He's looking very polished, he's looking very strong, looking amazing for sure.
Yeah, it gets a little bit caught out by being unfortunately too close to T225 when he's able to capture out that Spirit Well. And then when he's trying to kite away from that fight, he gets interrupted by his skill rush coming through from Burst, who is going to be able to pick up a lot of the loot from that body as well. Yeah. Loot that we saw him utilize in that endgame to come out ahead of T225. Rano too, always impressing. He was a player that last year stood out, was doing exceptionally well in his 1v1s, but it looks like his macro this time around has been seeing a significant improvement. Like having the wherewithal to understand how T225 on that Liam would be playing, that when we get to those endgame situations, the way that those Liams, if they do manage to find a successful V2 grab, they're not going to be applying it into something like a hit of damage coming through from any particular weapon that they would do previously in the game. No, they're going to be throwing them into the zone as far as they possibly can, so that zone tick starts chunking down the health and also forces them into that panic situation where that stamina bar is going to rapidly deplete because you have to just keep dodging until you're back out of that massive hit of tick that you're taking, similar to the way that we see the monks, the Vajras, in trios throw those players into the zone. So sitting on something like a bow or a musket or even a pistol to be able to swap into and get that last hit of damage is going to be what we're starting to see a lot of these players use to steal and pirate away some of those picks.
We're going to take a quick look at the highlights here for our first game. Wufong against Spider this time around. Tries to read the dodge there from the Justina. Nice little grapple there from Wufong. The freeze connector from Spider. Massive parry there from Wufong. Does manage to pick up the elimination there onto Spider. Gels, AES, and Aroma Yang against Wufong. Catches the 1.0 off the fan. Beautiful grapple combo there for himself. FPS EQ star. We are going to see him going against Wufong here once again. Since the back-to-back 1.0s from the stab. Pops the Shaya ultimate. Catches the prio. Goes for the 1.0 off the grapple. Now recatches as well right after this. Into the 2-1-1 to confirm the elimination. Beautiful showcasing there from Star. Arano here with the beautiful third party there against Mike and PXT. Gets one there onto Mike. Sends the 1-2 and an easy elimination there for his second one there on the board. WBG's verse against SR Spider. Overholds the R&B focus. Gets the damage there. We do have Arano here snagging up the kill there with the bow shot there to confirm the elimination, and burst there in the last and final moments of the game there to secure his MVP and the first one of the spring split on the Liam. Not very surprised here seeing the Liam on the top. I mean, since he's released, we did see the shift there from the V1 onto the V2 this time around. He was running Sky Pillar, Merciless, jabbing, sap damage, standard damage reduction, and advance heal for himself. 14,000 damage, 4 eliminations. First MVP of the season of the 2025 spring split. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful showcasing from these players. And that is just one game. We just saw one game. We still have 5 more games to go. And there's still a lot of action left for tonight's game. Super exciting times. Love to see how, how the pacing is going to change up now. Because, game 1, warm-up game, a lot of these players are, still going into the warm-up phase. But once we reach the end of game 2 is what I would say, where everybody's, all up to par and what their best skills are. And sometimes even the best players have a slow start. But, we're going to have to wait and see how that ends. We are going to have WBG for our MVP of game number 1.
And I mean, it's still experimental stages, right? So if something doesn't work out, you can just scratch it from the records. It's better to find out now that it doesn't work than try and take it into a bi-weekly final and have it affect your overall scoring. Especially because, like we talked about, those scores, that opportunity to qualify those points and get to Jacob, it's going to be all the more meaningful this year. If you're coming in with those duck eggs, those donut scores of a 0-point round, you do not want it to be in your bi-weekly final. So I think we're still going to be seeing a lot of these players testing the water to see whether or not, like, certain heroes are going to be the strongest picks into other certain heroes. Like Liam is still very much, it feels like, the most dominant hero currently. You could see too the Liam's prioritizing taking the Shagols out, the way that we would see in previous metas. Players try to prioritize things like the Valda, not wanting to go for the kill, but just wanting to put enough pressure to force that V2 so that when endgame closes on up, that ultimate isn't there. Because just like Volda, Xiaola is going to benefit in those endgame scenarios where there's less space, there's less opportunity for you to be able to dodge away from those blocks coming on out, and then she can grab you into a headlock and force you to take so much additional damage that she really is going to be a strong pick going into those endgame situations. You want to force the ultimate, especially if you're the Liam, because if you go for that V2 potential burn, you might not have enough damage to get through a Xiaola V1.
Yeah, and that is a character that I didn't think of. That was not even a game. We didn't even have a Volda that whole game. But you know, experimental.
We did. We had PXT on the Volda.
Oh, I'm just blind. I'm not locked in.
we got to see the ultimate come through. In fact, they had a really good spear connection onto Spider, as Spider was trying to disengage when the Justina ultimate had already been burned out. But like the crucial point when we saw that Volda was not when the V2 was active, unfortunately, is when Arano shows up to that fight to third party with the spear. Because if Volda V2 had been available, that third party goes entirely differently.
Yeah, 100%. But yes, I mean, moving on in, still waiting to see how everybody pans out for these games. We did have Delaney once again, the Liams now with the V2s, super strong. Especially like you mentioned, the end circles, you can't get the damage inside the zone. We've seen multiple variations. I've also seen with the V2 some bow shot extensions. If you just fling them up in the air, if you're able to connect your shot with the headshots. I mean, there's a lot of versatility with that V2, especially now being showcased a lot more for these games. It's gonna be very interesting to see, you know, who's been labbing more of the crazier sides of the V2. I mean, obviously just the standard, just slam down with the blue focus. I've seen some crazy back-to-back extension with fans as well with the V2. So a lot of versatility with that ultimate alone. But yeah, still have 5 more games to be played out. Game number 1 has concluded. Wow, it's gonna be a very long night, but it's gonna be very, very entertaining for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, there's going to be a lot of tape now too for these players to look back on when they head into their second day of play. Also, the players who are in the group that aren't playing today are going to have a little bit of an advantage at seeing how meta might potentially settle on out into. Like, if you see that a lot of these heroes and players are practicing Lani, then suddenly you know that maybe picking her up and trying to work through the hours of scrimming on Lani, because I know a lot of these players scrim things like the Liam is what we tend to see them scrim most of all, because when you have your Liam games, you need them to be high scoring, because the fact of, like, if you're not in that group 1, you're not getting access to Liam. It's not like Jacob, where we're potentially going to be seeing things like 3 Cyrus running across the map. No, it's always going to be Liam as that first double pick in group 1, so he's always going to be barred on out. We're not going to be seeing 3 of him. You're not going to have your opportunity to play him unless you're in that first group. So when you have your Liam games, you have to score well, you have to score high, especially because in 2025, we've still got the MVP eligibility rules for those bi-weekly finals coming on through too. So those games are going to be where it matters, but you also, when you're not having access to those premier picks, need to make sure that you're not falling behind in points because of that exact ruling. You do not want to be stuck not getting an MVP eligibility on your best hero when you're in group 1 because you slacked off in terms of scrimming hours practice with things like the Lani, or things that maybe are a little bit more like a personality pick, that aren't the greatest heroes, but you still need to be able to hold your own with.
And I remember for some time we did have possibly the only hero that was contesting Liam at a time was Keelan, right? I mean, Keelan, he was very, very strong in solos and also in trios when he first released. So now that, you know, some of the changes have hit him a lot harder, you know, I don't really think we'll see one for these games, but you know, who knows? We'll probably see some surprise. We still haven't seen the Zaping, which we usually get for our first game, but also
no
once
Matari.
Again, no Matari. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many characters now in the pool, right? So all these players just, like you call them, personality picks. I like that because a lot of players feel a lot more comfortable running per se a Justina opposed to, you know, back then a Matari. Those were like the the picks more on the bottom side of the groups if you were in those lower groups. But now with just, you know, more characters, Xiaoyu now in the mix once again, just being strong, how super strong like she is, it just changes a lot of the ball game for a lot of these players. And it could also be a double-edged sword. Like you mentioned earlier, everybody knew that Mike was picking that Zaping for first game right before Worlds, and he used that as his advantage going into J Cup. And you know, even in the game, even moving on to the spring split now, if you know you're using an off-pick hero, especially for your specific games like game 1s or 3s or whatever, a lot of these players catch on, they scrim a lot, so they know how everybody's tendencies are. So if they feel like it's a threat, I mean, they quickly know who they're fighting, especially with how long they've been fighting each other. We do have our second round of hero picks being shown up now. We are going to be taking a trip for our first time of the 2025 season onto Holleroth. We are going to have PXT and AS with our first round of picks, and wouldn't be surprised once again, the Liams always being chosen up in that group. But yeah, I'm just thinking about Edward. I mean,
he's looking really strong. I mean, Wang Liang last year also was looking immensely strong. He's always been a pillar of the NARAKA esports scene. He's always been around. He's always been very close as well to taking those wins. He's been able to keep up to pacing with a lot of the top dogs of the regions. We're going to be seeing those Liams come through. What is going to be in second group? Justina from Lipo. Is Edward going to mirror? Are we going to be seeing 3 heroes run around this map? Lani is going to be coming in out from Edward. I don't think this is a personality pick, and by the way, credit for that linker goes to Raven and Tryhard. That's apparently the term that they utilize when they're looking at their opponents and trying to see whether or not they're going to be coming out with something a little bit off meta. Things like your Pandaman Taka way back when in the Nbpl historians. As Frostopus is going to be picking up Sheol this time around. Star is going to be grabbing up that Justina. So Justina is now going to be taken off of the board, but there's still potentially 3 Sheol slots open. Spider's going to be snapping that one up. Wu Fong not going to be picking up the Sheol, picking up the Valorant. This is what I love to see when the league is so fresh into a year, because meta hasn't fully settled into, okay, this is 100% the best pick, this is the second best pick, this is the third best pick. So many different players have different ideas of what they want to try that we get to see things like 3 Sheols, 3 Justinas, and Arano is going to be picking up Tiger King Akos coming on through, trying to channel Mike.
Yeah, I'm looking at these selections. Our designated second round picker has always been a hottie, and you know, that one change.
He's gone.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like that one change.
He is on a flight. He may not be able to use items in flight right now, but he is still flying off. He is out of this meta. Like, just not having access to those items while on the move when you have things like Yang depletion. You have these players who are trying to hawk you down. Endgame becomes that much harder for you to be able to take a win against. And also, you have to remember that there's heroes now who have verticality that can chase you down in a Hardy ultimate. You've got not only Lani, who can magic carpet right her way up to your position, you've got Syra too. Valda can spear you. There are so many ways that a Hardy can get caught. He's just too vulnerable.
Yeah. And that's definitely one of his, I mean, as we can see, was his strongest suit, just being able to back up from going into flight and getting a full reset pretty much for free, just constantly popping a health into the dashes to continue to get that health back up. But we are going to have our first Akos here for Rano, showing up with that F1v2. We did have, I believe it was, I forgot who it was. Hold on.
Edward's gone V2 Lani.
Oh, I see it. Combo extensions?
Hold on a second. Combo extensions. I mean, that can be brutal in a realm of Yang.
Yeah. But very dangerous as well outside the realm. We're going to have to wait and see how he works around running that V2 on Alani. I've seen some crazy extensions off the V2. Once that F is on cooldown, it's fully her playground. She's able to catch Prio. So hopefully we do see a crazy extension there with the V2 Lani. But now, moving on over to Holleroth, we do have the spread here for our second game of the day. We do have some congestion as players there on the top right-hand side of the map. I believe we do have some players landing near the bottom side of Plume Castle as well, near Puzzle. Yep, there it is. 2 players contesting for that puzzle off rip to try to see if they can try to get it solved for the upgrades. We do have Spider landing on the tower and Mike as well, and PXC all in this ice area for our second game. We do have Mike snagging up some of the loot here on the Syra on that beautiful skin that he has. WBG's verse against TE Wufong, the Valda out for Wufong, trying to see he can find an armor, but eating up some damage there from Verse with the purple armor. Is gonna eat up the damage there off the LB focus there from the nunchucks. We do have him still trying to kite this out with no armor. Verse though, not letting go. He's trying to see he can find his elimination off drop. Does have blue fist blades in his hand as well. He's gonna eat up the second damage there from the LB focus. Beautiful showcasing here from Wufong, being very conservative here, being very careful to see where he can land this. He's gonna come in hot here with a big jump parry, and the F called in here from Verse into the drop down R&B, but he's gonna call it up there off the F bubbles there from the vault. The prop comes in off the nunchucks into the 1-2, and what a showcasing there from Wufong with his back towards the wall there to pick up the first elimination of game number 2.
Yeah, Verse was doing everything he could to stop Wufong from going and opening those troves in case he found an armor reset too. So major credit to that Valda for being able to hold strong, anticipating, waiting for the drop down off of that F1 before coming on through with the counterplay of that Valda F2. Frostfist now losing that weapon, has to burn that F1 combo break into the horizontal prio. So it's shredding away this blue armor that AS has available, but the 1-2 from the halberds into the V2 grab is gonna set on up for the mincing down of the charged RMB, and that is Frostfist does not have the armor nor the health bar to be able to sustain that follow-up damage, as Wufong now not allowed to have the sustain of the V2. Whoever popped that no ult zone, and I'm guessing it was Arano, so that he didn't have to worry about shredding down the Valda's 1800 HP shield, is going to be able to walk away the victor of that fight. It's moving over now. It's going to be Mike having to burn his F1 combo break to escape out of the parry that came on out from the Liam that he's facing.
97% here for the ultimate here for Mike to come online, but we have the third party coming in high here from Spider in the back end. The 1-2 off the spear, trying to see if he can turn this fight around, eating up a little bit more damage, almost completely gone off the common armor. PXC though trying to wait this out. We do have him still applying the pressure there onto Mike. Spider now might be moving on in. We have T225 in the mix as well. Lots of player in this area. The V2 called in, I believe, in the backside. We do have the Sire ultimate now invested here from Mike as well. PXC trying to kite the situation out, but T225 has his eyes onto Mike, and looks like Mike is going to get canceled that ultimate by the no ult zone, and he is going to eat up a lot of damage there in the back end, trying to cut it out, but T225 there with the pulsar for the elimination. SR Spider now against PXC. PXC drops very low. LB Proud here for PXC. Shy ultimate investor here for Spider as well. We are going to have the full attention going towards PXC's way into the musket shot there from Spider. Beautiful showcase there to pick up the elimination, but T225 not happy about that and is looking to try to apply the pressure onto Spider.
Yeah, Spider actually canceled the ultimate out early. Now has to go head-to-head with T225, who has access to his. If he goes outside of that Forbidden Seal, he's going to be able to come on through with it. Utilizes that purple pulsar to start hitting down that scale rush damage. Spider having to activate those frost flies around him, making sure that T225 does not try to follow on through with the pulse sword until he's been able to find those resets. But here comes Arano for that third party, and now it's a matter of who's going to be able to find this elimination onto this low HP Shio, and it will be Arano with that vertical swing from that pulse sword when Spider is on that ground, catches that cover, and now Arano can look to chase down T225, who was not able to disengage the situation cleanly. Arano coming in fresh to this fight, still with his ultimate charged on up, throws out the stone form, turns it in the direction so that T225 isn't able to find the parry. As T225 utilized his RMB focus from that fan to buy himself spacing and get an armor powder reset off, and it looks like the two players part ways and decide to prioritize other positions of the map instead.
Edward already with gold halberds in hand into the early game of game number 2, trying to apply the pressure onto Lipo. Lipo does manage to find a common armor swap, I believe. We do have him gonna take a lot of damage off one focus attack there from those gold rarity halberds, but Lipo with purple halberd hung sword in hand he can try to respond off of this alone. We do have him trying to back out from the situation, trying to see if he can find some more resources right now with this common armor, trying to get a little upgrade off of that. But Spider moving on in, he might be moving on in and see that common armor in hand with a little bit of a lock-on key just to see and check the health and armor of a player. We do have OUG's Mike though with the common fan in hand. We do have our first Roma Yang start to form on up here for our second game as well. We do have Edward starting to move on up there onto the Plume Castle gate. Spider, Lipo, and PXC might be contesting the left-hand side. The Moonbane purchased that from Edward again. This is the second time he's doing this for tonight. Spider though, still with common armor, trying to see if he can find another upgrade as well. Does not want to go in there with a common armor into the Roma Yang.
Edward won his contest on Salvation Podium too. He's got the legendary halberds.
Ooh.
So on Pedori he was able to get the Evolve Point Essence, and on Holoroth he was able to win Salvation Podium. His macro prioritization is on point. He has put himself into the best possible position to be able to win out this first realm of Yang. Moonbane is going to block off one of those entrances entirely so he doesn't have to worry about contesting it early, and it's potentially going to put more pressure on those other entrances too, forcing out fights from other players, which is going to mean that they're coming into that fight down resources. They might not be down ultimates, but they're going to have to be starting to eat for things like their armor and Vitalia suppliers. Mike has to eat the F1 cooldown. That gets hit into that Valda bubble. Wufong able to catch the uppercut, and now Mike having to go for the overhaul to RMB to catch onto that Valda's disengagement. The V2 comes on through. Mike's looking to try and disengage, comes on through with his own V1 and starts looking to shred this Valda's HP down. You might have 1,800 over armor, but Mike has a stun orb that's gonna absolutely blend you into that laser beam. Mike running out of that ultimate though, wasn't able to find the damage that he was looking for to burn the V2 out early. Has to turn his attention to going for self-sustain off of obliterating those dazzle orbs coming on through, and Wufong doesn't have the combo break, invested in aggressively, so now he has no way of escaping the grapple bump into RMB that comes through from Mike, who plays the long game perfectly.
Wow, beautiful scare rush there from OUG's Mike to recash the prio there to close out that fight. But WBG's first against OA's Edward here in the first Roma Yang. We have a Syra against Alani. Once again, Edward showcasing the Alani for us for this second game. Do have getting caught up there off the 1-2 from the dagger. Overholds, gets damage off the 1-2, but now Burst trying to respond off of this as well. Gets the damage off the LMB focus. F called in from Edward to avoid the follow-up soul break damage there from the dagger. Does not catch the prior off the scare rush. Now, there goes the ultimate investment here from Edward. And looks like Burst gonna go ahead and use this timeout to take a quick little reset as well. We do have Edward trying to find it. Does manage to catch that first one. Goes into the raw uppercut. The F called in there from the Syra. Recatches, I believe. No, it's the Syra ultimate called in there in the back end. Edward now has to try to see if he can kite the situation out. Gets caught up off of one stun. Now Burst trying to apply as much damage as he can, but looks like the movement there from Edward is just way too beautiful right now. Now being able to catch a lot of damage. I mean, he's pretty much full health right now. Now the ult is gone here for Burst. Both players parry. Edward's getting caught up here off the LMB focus there from Burst. F called in from the Lonnie once again. Burst has that F up if he needs it. We do have was PXT winning his realm and Yang. This realm going into distance. 35 seconds remain. Gets the damage off the R&B focus. Verse now drops all that armor. Edward still trying to get active here in the backside of the pillar. We do have him trying to see if he can take a quick little reset, but no, it's just a bait. The 1-2 off the dagger sends the R&B focus, gets the damage. F called in once again. It's on cooldown. Verse still hasn't used it. Big parry there from Edward, and the damage is not enough. The F called in there from Verse. The stun there for the follow-up comes a little bit too early, and Edward with a small mistake, but Verse capitalizing off of that with a beautiful showcasing here for our first Roma Yang.
Yeah, Edward forced into burning the combo break on Lonnie because he committed the RMB focus from those halberds, and all his opponent had to do was step into it and parry, and that would have been round. So unfortunately for him, back against the wall, he's forced to go for that option, and it just means the selection into that next staging of that fight does not go to his favor, and now he's going to be saddled with that Yang depletion. Will not be down though, that legendary weapon that he was able to pick up. As Star manages to catch on to Spider, interrupting before Spider can make a play of going for that no ult zone potentially. PST also just showed up on that right hand side, so we do know he's going to be in the area as a lot of these players with Yang depletion start patrolling that map. trying to figure out who is going to be the best target to prey on, and everyone who's not in that position hides themselves very much out of LOS because they don't want to be turned on to. TT25 looking to vulture on the sidelines of this fight comes improved. The Salt Smolder just looking to apply some of that fire tick burn and start making sure that these players finding those reset windows are not going to be able to have as much of a reset as they want. The F2 already being burned on out from this Lani. TT25 goes for the clank against PST, throws out the R&B, overholds, doesn't go for the second commitment, is trying to get the mind games against the Liam. Now comes that V1 carpet ride, very much in full swing as TT25 gets to continue applying this pressure. Every single time that Trick Ball is able to find his target, he's going to be able to get a little bit of sustain. But can he find the Soulblum? Yes, he can! He manages to intercept before Arano can steal it out. And TT25 now with the fan in his back pocket, goes into disengagement, gets clipped before he can try and back away from the building, but does still manage to back on off regardless.
Wow, beautiful showcasing there from TT25. Now Lani ultimate is so cute. She's just like doing so much damage just in the chillest way possible. It's so funny. But Arano going at it against Spurs. We have another player in the mix as well. And we had 4 players with the aim depletion timer there off of that Roman Yang. We had a timeout. So this mid game is very active right now, as we see. Nice weave there from Verse to avoid the after from the Akko's first pounce does connect it for Arano off the first leap. Mike in the middle of the zone, trying to take a full reset in, but Arano catches Verse once again. There goes the V2 damage there into the follow-up. The F caught in from the siren in the back end, and everybody showcasing here. It's a battle royale. That's where we're at right now. Big V2 once again there from Rodder onto Edward. We do have a Liam ultimate out in the back end as well. The Lani's in the back end eating up a lot of damage, but Arano now has to try to escape with 1 minute and 50 seconds. The ultimate is gone. Needs to take a quick little reset and try to go right back in. PXT as well, topping off that armor. Mike now in the mix. Arano now getting caught up by there from Edward. Edward in the backside trying to see he can find something for himself with 1 minute and 25. We do have the gold halberds in hand for him here. They've caught in. The ultimate invested as well. Gonna have to wait and see what he can do with this. Catches the first one there off the V2. He is gonna manage to back up the pressure just for the time being. Frosted is in the backside, trying to lay down some damage there with the cannon as we see him repair it. Arano now loses a lot of HP in the back end. Big parry there from Arano onto T225. He's gonna cancel into the LB focus. Drops the purple armor in the backside. We do have all these players still fighting very close to each other. T225 drops very low. Arano getting caught up in the back end. LB power here from Edward in the backside. Does not get the full damage there. Just so much congestion of enemies here being pulled up. Frostivus there with the cannon shot. Picks the elimination onto Arano. And now it's a big brawl once again. The slap here for Edward doesn't even matter. T225 there with the Lani kill there onto Edward. And it looks like everybody's gonna scatter it out now.
I mean, soul blooms have been picked up, bodies have been dropped, Yang depletion cured. Everyone scatters off into their own separate directions to prioritize this next area of the map, because we're going to be having the second realm of Yangs spawning on up, and we're down to already 6 players in this lobby. This has been crazy aggressive. I don't think we're even going to see an end game close. It's going to be determined in the next couple of moments. That ACOS, we could unfortunately see it from Arano's POV, just struggle so much into those multi-wave fights, and it was just an absolute uproar. So much CC being thrown out. Lani trick balls being thrown out left, right, and center. Justina freezes in the mix as well as Star on that. Justina takes to the skies. Mike holds his ground, goes for the bow shot before hopping on over to that dagger, threatening the LB, commits onto it. Justina still holding onto that F2. Star throwing out the R&B, turning it away though, just utilizing it for spacing currently. As Mike now tries to get aggressive, out comes the bow again, just starting to chip away every single time this Justina looks to disengage, trying to put the pressure onto Star, finds the parry that he's looking for. No! Wait till we get to see the suplex come through from Mike with the dagger. And now Star back against the wall. The invisible wall has no choice but to look for a scale rush disengage off of that pillar, finds the freeze from the F1, buys himself 1 reset, but Mike is still quick, has the phantom step as well to close up that distance and give himself an additional iframe every single time he looks for those dodges. He gets to lead into the 1-2. The F2 going to be cancelled early, but Mike is still on top of the matter and will be able to take the Justina down.
Wow, pride's fall for Mike. Follow-up R&B focus there onto PXT there from Verse. Mike running prize fall. I mean, we know how hard it is to land a prize fall. So I'm not gonna do what I usually do whenever a prize fall hits, because just out of respect to you, Moxie, I just yell on the mic whenever a prize fall connects. But yeah, love prize fall. Very, very rare to see, especially in the Pro League. But OUG's Mike now with the advantage here, coming out the Roman Yang with the White Tiger's prowess. Does have the gold halberds, gold armor currently right now, applying lots of pressure onto PXC to be able to dodge that LMB focus there. Beautiful double tap dodges there from Mike. Now a lot of damage still going towards PXT way. Both players parried in the backside. Liam ultimate invested there from PXT. We do have Verse now showing up to the party with a gold pole sword in hand, so we know how hard that scare rushes there off the pole sword are going to be, even after the nerf that happened a couple months ago. It's still a very, very beautiful weapon to have for the scare rushes. We do have PXT now using one of those V2s. I do believe he does catch Verse in the backside. There goes the sling out there from the ball. We do have him now getting a lot of pressure from both players this time around. We do have the ultimate ran out, 4 minutes and 22 seconds and counting for him to try to cleanse the Yang depletion timer, but it's looking very rough for him, trying to kite out as best as he can. Third player showing up as well on the backside. Mike, the first one on the scene. Star falling right behind as well. We do have him swapping on over to a gray armor. The 1-2 off the gold spear in the backside. A follow hit there for the pulsar there for Verse. Just so much damage, and the RB focus there from the gold spear from Mike to pick elimination onto PXC, and that brings down our counter there to 5 players. And Star still with Yang depletion timer on his back, 3 minutes and 42 seconds. Does has the Justina ultimate to try to see if he can make that happen, but Frostivus cutting noise here. So with 3 kills on the board, I feel like we haven't really seen much of Frostivus, but he's been putting in that work here for game number 2.
Yeah, Frost and TU5 both playing the patient game currently. They're waiting out those buffs to be done, and also waiting for those players with Yang depletion who are desperately trying to seek out a fight to have completed it. Star might check that invis bush. No. Goes right past it, but T25 has revealed himself, and he reveals Frostivus as well. It's like, okay, we're going to take a fight. It's going to be all 3 of us involved. I'm not going to allow Frostivus to go unchecked and potentially third party on in. So the pressure has forced Frostivus away. Now it's going to be a 1 versus 1. T25 and Star not pulling that punches. T25 already investing that Lonnie V1 though. Star still holds on to his. F2 is going to be utilized. T25 waits out the 3-second timer before Star pops on in with his V1. Looks for the connection of the vertical R&B on that longsword, doesn't manage to find it, but the Lonnie V1 is now over, and Star can look to make his move, but here comes Frostivus, who's back in on that fight. He's waited for the ultimates to be done before he's the one in control. F1 dash connects onto T25, sends up into that charge vertical follow-up from that longsword. Musket shot doesn't connect though, as Frostivus caught in the middle. Looked like he was a little bit unsure of who he wanted to turn onto, whether it was going to be Star or the low health T25. Backs on off of the fight entirely, and that is the last thing that Star needs to happen. He needs this fight to continue. He cannot allow these players to disengage away from him, otherwise he is out of this lobby. The buffs from winning the Realm of Yang fight are over, but that Realm of Yang depletion is going to continue until Star is either cleansed with a soul blend that he's able to find off of a player's drop body, or he's sent out of the lobby. Mike, though, on the prowl, has those dual blades, closes up the distance. Frostivus forced into burning out that Xiaol V2 as well, rather V1. Going to be coming on out incredibly early, so every single time that Mike finds a stagger, that is going to be potentially Frostivus getting that headlock and keeping these players off of the chase down.
Yeah, and that's Star's ideal situation now unfolding right in front of his eyes. Having Frostivus pop that ultimate and gave Star a better chance here to try to cleanse his Yang depletion timer. Super unfortunate there for Frostivus that he was forced to pop that ultimate, but now Star trying to wait this out. We do
I don't think Star saw it though.
Oh, that's unfortunate, because Frostivus now is getting full looked at by both of these players. So if Star has a chance, it will be right now with a minute and counting. Do see a lot of damage now going towards his way. Might eat up a little bit of damage there as well on the backside. Verse though, trying to see if he can find some sorts of damage, but Star still in the mix here on the Justina. Trying to see if he can find the perfect opportunity. There it is, the perfect drop down there. And we do have him getting very low there against Frostivus. So Frostivus going very low. Now Star with 35 seconds to count. This could be a very close one. Catches the LB, tries to go for the area of focus. Does not connect off of this with a massive parry there. He does connect off the sap as well. The cleanse does come into play. And there it is, Star with the perfect opportunity unfolding in front of his eyes, making the best of it. Does manage to cleanse. And now he's right back into this game.
And he's got his ultimate too off of that Soul Blend pickup. So even if he'd been pressured, he would have been able to disengage. However, these players had not been fighting Star previously. Remember, it was only 225 and Frostivus who had been fighting Star previously. They're the only ones who knew that the V1 had been burned earlier. Otherwise, Star would 100% have been the player that everybody went after. When that Justina does not have those ultimates, does not have that mobility option, she is very easy to be able to take down. And you do not want a Justina in the mix of endgame fights because she is ideal for those third parties. As Mike prioritizes positioning into the Spirit Well, wants to be able to cap it on out. Those legendary dual blades are going to be speaking a lot of strong words. As T25's health bar is getting absolutely melted. Okay, we've got Prizeful on the field for Mike, and we've got Assassin's Lunge on the field for T25. Which Dagger Soldier is going to be able to come out on top? Lani is investing the ultimate. Mike also investing the ultimate. Both of these players gambling big. They need to be able to secure the buff if they want these ultimates to secure themselves a second cycle. And Verse is now showing up to the mix, gate crashing the party and turning it into a full ballroom blitz. The ultimates are going to be done. Mike finds a parry. 225 going lower and lower. Assassin's Lunge actually called in not for the damage, but for a disengagement option. As Mike gets an armor reset on through with one of those powders, looks for the parry, finds it onto Star, forces the Justina F2, puts himself onto the rooftop, potentially looking for the drop down as T225 comes back into the fight, this time showcasing that Aurora Burst on the Hong Sword. And now these players absolutely cannot allow him to charge that one on up over the Spirit Well, otherwise they're going to be hit by that silence effect coming on through. T225 again gets that charge up, and Mike has to burn the F1 to dodge away from the silence impact. Spirit Well wall drops. Remember, if it isn't capped within 180 seconds of spawning, this one goes away regardless of the players around it. But these ultimates are being committed like these players already have the buff.
It's just a full brawl right now. Everybody fighting for this Spirit Well. We do have a quick reset in the backside, but Mike being the center of attention since the start of this. Random movement, just a little bit of left of the Spirit Well. Gets the damage off the RB focus there from the dual blades. Big damage down to T225. Now the ultimate is going to be invested here from T225 once again. Trying to see if you can get the elimination onto Mike. And there it is. Trying to see if you can catch the damage off this one. Does not catch off the second one. He's just moving around. He's moving right now. Doesn't catch the ball hit as well. No, he does. The backhand does connect there in the backside there onto Mike. We do have him re-grappling or re-juggling him there in the backside. Star is all getting hit by one of those. Big parry there in the backside. Mike now trying to stay alive in the situation with the Syra ultimate now invested. Star in the middle of the Spirit Well, eating up a lot of damage. F caught in there for the Justina. T225 still in the mix. Mike is going to be able to get a little bit of HP back there from this ultimate. T225 scanner on out. Mike knows he needs to see if he can try to stay up, but the move blade just spawns right on top of him here. That's a lot of damage, but I don't believe anybody saw. T225 probably did see. Yeah, he's still applying the pressure onto Mike, but we have Burst there, kind of out some of that pressure off of Mike there from T225. Mike now getting aggressed on by the Justina. Star does not connect off that first dash, catches the prior off the LME there, the 1-2 off the halberds, tries to weave around, does not catch the enchantment there off the F though, but Knight now with a quick combat armor swap, big damage there off the R&B focus. Dash does not freeze once again. Star now drops very low. It looks like it's gonna be a quick little reset for both of these players. Mike re-picking up his gold armor. T225 drops very low. Another Syra ultimate being invested there on the backside. T225 getting stunned there in the backside, and Mike going right back in. We do have the damage going towards T225's way. Eats up the damage off the beam there. That's a lot of damage, and the backside is gonna be Burst with elimination. Burst managed to get the Soul Bloom as well. Gets some of that HP back. Star and Mike both fighting for the loot in the backside. Mike just applying a lot of pressure here in this situation. Currently with 3 eliminations on the board. WBG Spider with 4. FPSQ Star with 2. And this is our last fights of game number 2. And the pace has not slowed down here, Foxy. It's just a crazy brawl happening here for our second game of the day.
Yeah, there is to be noted that Star was able to secure that Spirit Well and grab himself that White Tiger's Press as well as the second rotation of that Justina V1. The dashes have already been utilized though, as he's looking to shock down WBG's Verse. The Siren not having access to that V1. Mike all the happier to just sit on the sidelines, wait for these players to burn themselves out of those abilities and potentially coming through with that third party, as we do know that he still has access to his ultimate. As Sarah's getting clipped by these skill rushes coming on through through from the Syra off of those walls from the outsides of this building. And Mike now sees that Varus is low, sees that the F1 has been invested from the Syra, knows that it's his moment to strike, comes on through with those dual blades, looking for the R&B focus to be able to connect, and will be able to find the damage into claiming up that elimination. And now becomes a 1 versus 1. Mike with the Phantom Step, with the R&B on the legendary dual blades, trying to apply that Storm Strike damage onto this Justina as well. Every single time he goes for one of those dodges, already the F2 is going to be forced tonight, but Mike doesn't have access to his F1. Will be able to escape, trying to fight that last little chip to force out this ultimate potentially from the side of Star. Looks for the grapple kick to come on through the Justina. V1 now called into play, but Mike has access to his own ultimate, and he's going to chase Star down, but Star having access to that legendary armor reset because he'd been the one to cap out that Spirit Well, is thrown a second lifeline, and Mike now sees that window of opportunity has been slammed shut by the armor reset. Has to instead spam out those Dazzle Orbs to heal himself back up to full before this fight begins anew. Both of these players can have access to those combo breaks, but neither having access to the ultimates. Star comes on through with the tempo change up into the fist blades. The F2 forced out early. Mike with the R&B from those dual blades, turning its attention into the 1-2 now, chasing on down with that Phantom Step before Star can skirmish away from the awning of that building. And now it's going to be overhauled central. Mike finds the parry onto Star, showcasing the soldier that he had in the back pocket, goes for the grapple bump kick, but the Justina's got the F2 back into the play, and Mike now with the jump down looks to find that vertical, but will not be able to find it as he comes on through with the chase down. F1 looking to minimize the distance that the Justina has access to, and spacing, and Storm Stride and the light attack will finally close out an absolute crazy, not lost zone, but second to last circle that we got to see that just went on and on and on.
That was some crazy scrap offs there. Was mad aggressive aggression from all of the players there. I mean, that has to be probably the most craziest Spirit Well contestants that I've probably seen so far. That was just so much investment from everybody. They were all fighting to try to get the White Tiger's power as there. First had Mike popping the ultimate, and as well as T225 and Alani investing the ultimate there to try to secure it. But wow, what a show there all the way towards the end. Crazy stuff happening here for our second game. The tempo has changed with a little bit more conservative gameplay. We did see a lot of aggression in the beginning of game number 1, but overall this game just had a whole lot more hyper aggression from all these players. I mean, moving on into our mid game, we're already at 6 players only remaining in the lobby. So what a great showcasing here, and a beautiful showcasing there from Mike once again, being our MVP for our second game. The 2-time champ showing up once again, showing up that he is ready to play for these games. But wow, I mean, that's insane. I was keeping an eye out how they're avoiding that F from the Justina, and everybody is just iframing the dodge once they get out of that F from the Justina. I was thinking they were just gonna hold blue on into it, but a lot of these players just have that timing memorized, that muscle memory just on check, being able to tap dodge that freeze to make sure they don't get staggered or eat up damage from that. So that's one thing that I did notice there from the Justina changes that happened back in December. But we also have another answer for treasure for everybody at home. Make sure you guys swap on over to Twitch if you guys are watching on YouTube in order to win a treasure box here for our Spring Split random gifts. How many kills did OUGs might get in game number 2? Was it A3, B4, C5, or D6? And throughout the whole night, these questions are going to start getting harder and harder, so you guys have to start paying attention to the little details on the screen when it comes down to the answer for treasure questions. Wow, Moxie, crazy showcasing. I cannot get over with how cute Lonnie looks around just with that ultimate just ball bouncing everybody. It's just so funny.
Oh, it might not be funny for the players in the lobby.
Definitely not.
I think she's one of those people where if she asks you, do you want me to show you a magical mystery carpet ride, you say no. What's T225 as well? He had an opening. Things could have been vastly differently. When we see Mike get hit by that Bane's Breath, I'm like, okay, for sure he gets turned on to now, but the only other player who was inside that building at the time was T25, who was also in the middle of a reset opportunity for himself. So he's like, I'm not going to be able to find the elimination onto the Syra. She has the means of preserving herself. If she has either her ultimate or her combo breaker up, I'm the one that's going to get fried. I also need to try and return my attention to capping out that spirit well because I invested my ultimate earlier. So unfortunately for him, like it just doesn't make sense to go for the elimination instead of prioritizing the better macro decision. And it means that Mike is able to survive yet again. Like this player, the armor resets that he's able to find, the eliminations that he's able to pick up, like he has such good understanding of the macro as he's able to come in with, that's your answer, 5 kills. They say that pride cometh before the fall, but pride's fall cometh before the MVP in this situation, as Mike, our current J-Cup World Champion title holder, is going to be able to claim the second MVP of the day.
Beautiful, beautiful showcase in here from OUG's Mike. 5 eliminations with an overall game score of 9. WBG's Verse though with 4, 5.5 for his game. T225 with 3, 4.5. Now Frosted is now starting to fill it a lot more, coming in 4th here with 3 eliminations, 4 overall game score. A beautiful, beautiful showcase in there for Frosted as well. We do have our overall standings for today. I mean, obviously our top 12 are going to be the players who have been playing today. We do have another group that has not played any games so far, but yeah, this is going to be starting from Lightpoint on the bottom there with DCM in 12th place, Star currently in 6th with 6.5, OA's Edward with 6.5 as well, WZ Arana with 9, T225 with 9.5, OUG's Mike with 11.5, and WBG's Verse with 13.3. Arana, we'd like to talk about a little bit of Arana. You know, throughout the years of the Pro League, we've seen a lot of players come into the league and really struggle with the pacing of how the Pro League is played. Obviously, you know, little to no mistakes from a lot of players in these lobbies. One mistake just drastically changes the whole turnout of a fight. So Arano being one of those players that came into the league and showed that he belongs into the Pro League, being able to, you know, fight back and show up on the board when it matters. It's just a very nice sight to see there from Arano, as well as another player I can mention is Wu Fong. You know, Wu Fong also came into the league and quickly showed. I mean, look at this beautiful parry from Arano. This is perfect time of year to show up here. The drop down there from the Syra R&B focus, but Wu Fong here sends it here with the proc into the LMB 1-2 catch there for the first elimination of game number 2.
Yeah, Spider now taking on Wolves Pace, coming on out with those fist plates into the jump LMBs that you love to see. As now we get the ultimate activation to avoid out of that stagger before swapping on over to that musket shot so that he doesn't have to go into that forbidden seal and lose access to the ulti. As back watching Wu Fong get parried this time around, that investment earlier of the F2 comes back to bite the Volda, as Mike on the low ground does not have to worry about terrain interrupting the grapple kick follow through and will be able to stick the landing as we get Verse dropping up into the sky into the pistol swap before coming on through with those nunchucks. And I mean, yeah, Edward was not expecting the loss of that one. Remember, he came in with legendary weapon off of Salvation Podium. He was setting himself up, just like we saw in game number 1, to come away with that first round of Yang win. As this is Mike's winning victory moment yet again, going for the grapple kick instead of the 2-1-1.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier in the show, I mean, it's just so more consistency that you can get just off of that alone, being able to get the confirmed damage opposed to possibly grapple bumping a little bit too forward for them to get the terrain to be able to roll out. So yeah, we're definitely are going to be seeing that non-stop here for the Pro League matches. But I mean, OUG's Mike with a crazy game too, 27,000 damage on the Syra. He picked up 5 eliminations on the board. Was running Prize Fall, Stormstar, Juggernaut. He had that Phantom Step, that crazy Jade. I mean, Phantom Step by far has to be top 5 Jades in the game. I mean, just being able to dodge and going in that Viz form to make sure the auto aim from players doesn't directly go towards that. It's very hard to try to catch somebody trying to catch somebody tap dodging off with the Phantom Step.
I mean, not just that, but he had it in combination with the Storm Stride. We saw the amount of pressure that those two soldiers combined put in that last 1v1, like the Justina F2 was being essentially forced on cooldown off of just Mike being able to keep up the pressure every single time that Justina forced that Syra to have to take a step away from the fight, which Mike was a-okay with doing. He was able to continue applying that pressure and making sure that the Justina was always down the health bar, always forced into having to burn a lot of those utilities much sooner. So when he came in with the actual combination that he wanted to be able to find the elimination with, the Justina F2 had long since been burned on through. So like Mike, he plays the long game. Like he always sets himself up so that he has that prioritization in the first stage of that fight, where you're always at a disadvantage when we hit into where it really matters.
Yeah, I just feel like he knows all the answers, right? To rock, paper, scissors. It just feels like he knows the exact correct answer every single time. I mean, overall, that's why he's a two-time champion, right? He has everything. He has aggression, he has movement, he has spacing, he has everything in the game. And I mean, once again, he showcases here on the Syra. Even though Syra did get a little bit of a changes there previously from how she was released, we still see her being very dominant in these lobbies. And you know, even though she doesn't get a lot of that help back, she can still apply a lot of pressure to these players. The dazzle just being super strong, being able to cast somebody into the dazzle stun to get confirmed damage and possible elimination is just still showcasing that how well that character is in the meta so far. So you know, we're gonna start seeing a lot more. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Spring Split. My name is Creatives, and I'm here with Moxie. We just saw 2 games being played out here for our first night of the Spring Split. It's been a crazy time. We had a crazy super aggression game here for our second game of the night. Everybody just full throttling, crazy scrap-offs in and out. I mean, what can we say? This is what we expect here from the best of the best in the game here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. Moxie, talk to me. How do you feel about the game so far?
Well, first of all, I'm really happy we got a break so we could catch our breath because that Spirit World fight and like the fight that went down before where everyone had Yang depletion, because like you said, we had a timeout, right? Which meant that 2 players, we had 1 additional player than normal was running around the map with Yang depletion, which forced the issue even more so. So that absolute cluster fight in between that building where that poor Akos from Arana was just getting bopped all about the shop, taking damage from every single player in the area was crazy long. And like even then the Spirit Wall as well, where we had what, 4 players just vying, and I think we saw about 3 ultimate cycles come on through. Like the fact that Aurora Burst showing up didn't end the fight immediately is such a drastic change as well to how we saw it go down in the previous game on Midoriya, where T5 rolls up, has Merciless Havoc, showcases it once, and every single player is like, yeah, you know, I think I hear someone calling my name that away. I'm gonna go that away. As opposed to when he had Aurora Burst, and the players were more than happy taking that fight, which is a huge change because Aurora Burst used to be like one of the staple Jades in the S tier metas, right? Because of the silence that it had, the AoE that it encompassed. But we even saw Mike just no care in the world tanking that Aurora Burst because he could utilize the F1 from Syra to just project himself up into that sky and escape away from the AoE follow-up.
Yeah, I think I even saw one point where, I mean, Mike he literally parried back to back 3 times, and on the last one he got the parry connection there. So I was thinking if that maybe would have been done. He's playing a lot more parry heavy maybe because no boom dodge, but I don't really remember which specific players really utilize the boom dodge a lot more heavier than others. So it was just something I was thinking about, like, is it going to be a little bit more of a parry heavy season for Mike now that he has to be a little bit more conservative? I mean, as well as the wave roll. I mean, we would see how strong it was against Syra, Valdas. I mean, just in general, how strong the wave roll was. So we are going to start seeing a little bit of differences with how players are attacking this season now with this change. And I mean, even a lot more once we get the new weapons in play as well, right? With how
throwing knives,
we haven't talked about that. Yeah, we have not talked about the throwing knives. The throwing knives look very insane. They showcase, I believe, the gold jade as well. I mean, it's just gonna be another addition to what we have lined up here for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. I mean, it's just always evolving, and that's the thing that makes this game great. Is are you quickly being able to adjust to all the changes that are being thrown out to you, and especially at this high level play, how quickly can you do it? We did see, unfortunately as well, for Frostivus, I believe, when the whole I think it was the format of this hero pick was it took him a little bit of time to adjust, which he did towards the end. But I mean, just stuff like that, there's a lot of changes that happen inside the game, and even with the format, how the Pro League works, right? So just being able to adjust to those things as best as possible and quickly is what makes all these players great, right? With how hard it is to do that on the fly, it's not easy, and that's what we're here watching.
One thing that has not changed though is our staple map of NARAKA BLADEPOINT was the first map that released for the Battle Royale, and that is going to be Morris Isle midday that we find ourselves headed into. I'm going to be very surprised if we see any change yet. There it is, double lock on the Lian, so he's immediately going to be barred from hero picks, but we're yet to see the second group of players both pick the same option. Spider's going to be going for the Cheryl, and it's going to continue. Wufeng swerves the Cheryl pick and prioritizes that Syra, leaving a potential Cheryl pick for Mike and Arana to come through in the third selection, and Arana was on top of that immediately. This is going to be the first time that we get to see Mike locking that Cheryl too. So very interesting to see whether or not they're going to be able to find a lot of value with this hero in particular, as now it's going to be TW5 and Verse debating between who they want. Liam and Shell both going to be barred, but the players and heroes like Valda and Justine are still very much up for grabs. And yet again, it's not a double pick, so those heroes stay in the selection.
Wow. It's crazy because, I mean, going into the summer split, I mean, a lot of these characters are being locked out very quickly early in the round picks, and now we're starting to see couple threes being thrown out. There it is, our second one here for the Syra, our first being the Shy Yols. But yeah, very interested to see how everything is changing right in front of us. We still have a Justina and a Valda in the mix here for our game number 3. This is the hometown for everybody. This is where everybody was putting in those countless hours time after time. The home, Morris Isles. So a lot of players know these routes way better than anybody. We have another Lonnie there for Lipo, and we have Edward playing on the Temmie. The tumult's being played out here for Edward, and once again, I love the Temmie picks. We see Mike play Temmie as well. Mike has an obsessional, amazing Temmie with how he's able to extend with the Wisp as well. I mean, just being able to catch somebody with the Wisp and getting a free focus attack, depending on the weapon, you can even extend that as well if you're playing Hunks or Katana, just to be able to get double the output damage just from one F alone, and having the verticality of the F, as well as other characters like Syra, being able to have the crazy Fs. It's just a good different change than having Fs like Justina's Fs where you're kind of locked in place. Yeah, she did get the change where they can't really sit in your face, and they're, you know, forced to play the rock paper scissors with the dodge or the blue focus and not get staggered. But we do have our hero picks here for our third game of the day. Let's see if there's anything that, you know, catches our eye. We do have, once again, the V1 for Lipo on the Lonnie, but everything else looks pretty standard across the whole board. The Liam's playing F1 V2s now, Shayos with the F1 V1s as well. I don't think anything is out of the ordinary here for this game.
I mean, it's solos, you need combo break.
Yeah.
Straight up, you need, your F ability needs to have a combo break.
Yeah.
As it is going to be Lipo picking up, like you said, that F1 V1 for the Lonnie. A lot of these players going to be dropping very centralized to each other, as well as midday, so we're not going to be seeing an increased amount of fireflies spawning across this map either. So this map might be a little bit slower, a little bit more of a lull in terms of action when we head into that mid game, but explosive off of the rip with how stacked this drop location is going to be. It's going to be a matter of who can get those ultimates online as quickly as possible, and also if you can get your hands on a purple weapon or armor off of the rip from one of those troves, because remember, in a Mortal War, legendary weapons do not drop off of troves. The only way that you're going to be able to get your hands on those is going to be from things like your Realm of Yangs, as we're going to be having a look to see whether or not that action is going to be kicking things off immediately, as there's like 5 seconds where everyone loots through those troves, picks themselves up some staple gear, and then goes in for those 1v1s and potentially third-party opportunities as well. Wufong and Verse both checking to see whether or not one of them's going to commit to that skill rush, and then deciding to prioritize looting up a little bit further afield, as Mike is already down. The RMB from those halberds mincing that health that the Valda just did not have access to be able to sustain past without that loot early on in this game. And now Pace losing those halberds to a parry coming in through from Spider with the staff, already having to burn out that F1 combo break too before Pace could potentially look for that 2-1-1 shift combo. There's the grapple kick into the RMB focus coming on out. And Spider with a great armor reset off of that trove is not going to be able to find the win, as PXT comes on through with the chase down off those halberds. The reach that this weapon gets before you can disengage it safely is insane.
And PXT just reading everything Spider threw at him. Spider had not the greatest game for game number 2. Now only one life remaining into game number 3. We do have WBG's verse though against TE Wufong. Wufong taking those early fights once again. We did see him with success in our second game, but now seeing him be able to do it once again here on the Syra verse, applying lots of pressure here on the Valda. 84% here for this ultimate, so he is going to be getting that online pretty quickly. But the Syra as well, a big parry there for Wufong to verse since the R&B focus. F-Con in there into the instant prior off the nunchucks. The F-Con in for the Syra into the drop down R&B as well, into the grapple, tries to catch the tap dodge, does not manage to do so, canceling the grapples. Now verse on the back foot, trying to see if he can kite this situation now. Does have the Volta ultimate online now, and the Syra ultimate being invested here for Wufong as well, trying to avoid all the dazzles that he can if possible. Gets clipped on the outside or on the inside of this hut though. Does manage to go through the window, so the damage is not going to go towards Wufong's way just yet. Versus ultimate does run out. Wufong though as well, but does have the health advantage there with the armor pretty much full. He is going to still apply the pressure on the backside. Might still showing back up. He is in the backside. Respawns close through to this area. Burst now. Catches the power once again. F called in. Drop down Clink there for both players. Aerial R&B there for the stats to get some damage onto Verse. Verse now still trying to find the most damage possible. Scare Rushes connect. The F called in there. The combo breaker does manage to escape for that situation. But Wufong now on the front end, trying to see if he can find elimination. Massive parry there, and that's all he needed into the jump LMB finisher. Wufong there, picking elimination onto Verse, showing up here for this third game of the day.
Yeah, Verse trying to condition Wufong into expecting the overhold. He overheld the first time and then released early on the second, but Wufong still able to find the parry and take the nunchucks and the vault down. Yes, now over the top of that rooftop, potentially looking for a drop down. Will repair the nunchucks before the fight begins. Now looks for the drop down directly on top of Arana's head, having to utilize that shield F1. So combo breaker is off the table now, but he doesn't need it as he finds the counter. This time around, it's going to be the combo break from the Syra side. As we do have a third party attempt coming on through. 1, 2, 3 gets sent out from Arana. Risky plays indeed, but he's still able to find the elimination. Now he's got caught up into a 1 versus 1 against Wufong with those dual blades. He gets to turn that charged R&B before Arana can look for that parry, getting to mince on through the health bar. But here comes Mike Brush up with the Soul Altar, finds a parry into the charged vertical from that longsword, and just tries to chase down Wufong. If he can either get the Syra to pop that ultimate and then disengage, or potentially put the threat down and start looting through that body, he might be able to make a return in terms of the loot that he's missing, as no way did he just nip into a building and find a purple armor. That's insane.
This is the second time he does it in 2 games. I mean, he's just ready for it. I mean, he just knows something we don't know. But I mean, Mike always, since the beginning of me watching Mike play, he's always has those armor swaps memorized. I mean, it's just I don't know, stapled into his brain every time he sees one. He knows those locations time and time again. As we see it here, he does manage to find that purple armor there inside that hub. But Frostivus might be going against FPS EQ Star. We do have our first Roman Yang starting to form on up here for our third game of the day. Now on the Liam, Frostivus on the first pick here for the group. He is gonna be able to have that upper hand there with the, you know, strongest character in the game. I would say, I mean, every player in the Pro League is using that as their first pick, so this has to be his pop-off game. Wufong posted up with the Rondo there in the middle. Romo Yang, Gate, PXT, OUG's Mike, and AS might be going to that top left one. We do have Frostivus Lipo once again on the left-hand side. Spider and T225 on the bottom hand side of the map. Star might be contesting that top-hand side as well for the realm. Do have Mike now trying to scatter out from here, starting to position into the Romo Yang. And this is the first game we get here with Mike on Shayo. We're gonna have to wait and see how he does in the realm. Does have blue dual blades in hand. Just fully blue inventory there for the weapons. Soul Jays do not look anything out of the ordinary. Is super stacked there for Spider. Burst though on the Valda this time around. About to have that ult online with the blue dual blades. Lipo in the backside. Looks like he might be giving up this Roman Yang. Just gonna wait this out. Might apply some pressure in a little bit, but Verse ready to take this Roman Yang. We are gonna have probably some aggression from both of these players. Gonna kite out the situation here, wait this out. Now Lipo does have the armor advantage here. Not sure if he's gonna want to apply the pressure onto Verse. He's trying to see if he can get inside the round, but there it is. The pressure, as soon as I talk about it, there it is. Both players going right at it. Quick prowl there from Verse. F caught in there for Lipo. It has to try to retreat from the situation. 16 seconds there for the F to come back online. 15 seconds for the realm to open up. So it looks like he might be getting that realm for himself. T225 and Spider going out. It looks like both of these players are fairly even with the health, but Edward on the top side with the ballista, trying to see if he gets some damage here on to T225. Does manage to get a quick little reset in, and these players trying to cut line of sight. Spider's gonna eat up the damage off that first one. The second one does not connect, and Spider, T225 was like, yeah, I'm out. I'm going inside this realm. Spider, have fun with that.
Oh my goodness, Edward channeling his inner Shah and sets on that ballista. Rains a day on T225's parade. Realm of Yang entry denied. Mike now takes the 1 versus 1 against Wufong. Wufong in the past has been able to keep up to Mike's level inside these 1v1s, but already that Syra, the F1 burst, but Mike actually goes into the stun dazzle. Looks for the scale rush, finds the connection again, keeps up this pressure, has already eaten through all of that armor that Wufong was able to heal back on up with that F1 explosion. Still holds on to this ultimate too. Just constantly forces Wufong to go from pillar to pillar, waits on the low ground with the R&B to be able to catch on to him as well. Another combo breaker has been forced from the Syra. The ultimate now is going to be forced, but Mike isn't able to back around the pillar in time, gets hit into the stun dazzle, into that laser beam follow through. The scale rush will be able to connect onto the Syra, buys Mike a little bit of time, but without that wave roll coming through, the stamina bar is getting lower and lower and lower, and Mike runs out of bar to be able to keep rolling out of those stuns. Now the V1 comes into play, looks for the drop down, potentially goes for that scale rush again to keep up the pressure. We've got 40 seconds left on the clock, and Mike has not been staggered yet to activate into that counter.
Whoa, catches that LNB prior off of that. And it's just a kiting game, right? Once the ultimates come online, these players are trying to take at least damage as possible. As we see Fong trying to back on up from the situation, but Mike just with full confidence right now with the Shaya ultimate still online. It is about to run out, so both players are going to be going right back into this fight with no ultimate online. But the F card in there for the Syra does not catch the damage there on the backside. Fong drops a lot of health there. Since the LNB folks in the backside, 9 seconds and counting. Mike trying to stay up. Massive tapped off parry there for Wufong, and the damage is there. And Wufong coming on top here in this Realm of Yang, and Mike is gonna have that Yang depletion timer, and that was a buzzer beater there for Wufong. Manages to cast elimination there onto Mike. He's gonna be able to secure the gold pulse orders in hand, as well as the Vermilion's Burst Might buff with a nice little upgrade on their armor as well. What a showcasing there from TE's Wufong, staying composed there in that situation, having to invest that ultimate fairly early, but still coming on the top there against Mike. We do have Wolves and FPAZQ both with the buff as well, so we're gonna have to wait and see how the aggression go towards all these players. YZG's T225 though, back in the mix, has a Yang depletion timer with 2 minutes and 55 seconds. Mike in the backside as well. Both of these players might be going against each other if they see themselves. We do have Verse with the Yang depletion timer for the third pick there. We do have a bounty from Ron to Wufong. We're gonna have to wait and see how this is gonna go here for Mike. Still trying to snag up a little more resources. He doesn't have the greatest weapon rarity as well. So now Spider and this in here with Shayol. Just gonna wait and see and try to aggress his bounty, and it's gonna be Lipo on the backside trying to hide in the bush, but he has a UAV on him. He's not able to stay hidden for that long. We do have him starting to retreat now. T225 now catches a player. It's going to be TE Wufong. Wufong winning this Roman Yang, has the Vermilion's Burst Might, so he can get as much as aggressive as he wants. He gets the aerial R&B there for the extra damage. Catches the LNB as well. T225 drops very low. Has to invest 2 dashes. 1 dash remaining here for T225. Arano already catching on up. Wufong as well on the backside. Might be running
out
into
of the frying
pan.
Into the fire. See, look at the hive of action that T225 has dashed to. Every single player almost in this lobby is currently outside Temple. This is not good for T225, who is down that ultimate. These players saw him come in with that ultimate too, so he instantly has to swap on over to Dagger and look to disengage the situation, cut the noise, and drop down a couple of levels before those players can scout out that Justina's full position. As Mike, in the meantime, is getting hounded down by Lipo, who is currently mid-Lanny ultimate. And Mike, actually, I think is getting caught between 2 Lannys. At the moment, every single time he gets hops up, there's just a trick ball immediately batting him back down. As Lipo with the overhold on the LMB. Mike does get staggered, so he's able to throw out one of those tortoise blocks. Will be able to connect the headlock too onto that Lani, but unfortunately for him, the verticality on the cliffs meant he wasn't able to translate it into a combo string, and he hasn't found the opening that he's looking for with less than 2 minutes left.
Wow. Big brain there from Mike. Oh my god, that was beautiful play there from Mike. Catches the Soul Bloom as well. Catches the second stagger there off the ult. Now Verse drops very low. No armor left here for Verse. Mike, knowing that player was hiding. Big prayer here for Mike as well. Overholds LNB focus. F caught in there for the ball. Now the ultimate invested here for Verse as well. Now Mike in the kiting game. Now trying to wait out this ultimate to go. to completely be dispersed for himself. Looks like Mike is gonna be able to pick up a little bit of resources there from the opposing body. Verse still has a minute and 15 prowl there from Mike. He's gonna be able to weave that F there from the ultimate, and Verse now is gonna go ahead and pick up a common armor swap to continue this fight here against Mike. Sends the damage, gets the damage off the LB focus there to try to even out the fight. But Mike now with the RB focus, dagger in hand, purple dagger here from Mike. Overholds, gets the 1-2. Crouch cancels that to avoid getting parried. Both players parried this time around, and Verse eating up a lot of damage. F called in once again. Massive parry there for Verse. Mike eats up all that damage there from the LB focus. Now the Verse can turn this fight around, has the health advantage, but no, he loses a lot of HP there. Purple common armor gone. Mike now invests in the shy ultimate. This is looking bad for here for Verse. Into the 1-2 raw uppercut there from Mike, and he's gonna come on top here with another elimination on the board, and it's gonna be his second one of game number 3.
Verse not able to cleanse the Yang depletion. Neither was T2-5. He gets unfortunately sent out of the lobby by that debuff detonating. There's Mike with the tempo change up. Like, he's such a smart player, like you said. He's incredibly flexible with his hero pool. He can utilize every single weapon in the pool to its utmost lethal degree, but also his understanding to essentially just backtrack. He baits the play. He's like, okay, I've used my ultimate. I'm going to be vulnerable. You're going to try and chase me down, but you're low, so you're not going to be able to full commit. I'm going to take a fight against a player, wait for you to think that you have a third-party potential, so you're going to stick in the area and look for a reset nearby so then you can keep a read on what ultimates are being used, and then just backtracks immediately to get that catch before still having the ultimate up in play and getting the kill onto Verse, forcing that Valor into burning the ultimate just as his own V1 was about to expire, which was absolutely crucial. There is a reason he's a world champion and has been so dominant in the esports scene for as long as he has. As Spider, another one of our previous world champions, also been incredibly dominant inside the Nbpl and on that world stage. Can he find the same level of play this time around, though, as he's already starting things off strong? The 1-2 into that RMB focus from those halberds, already forcing out so much pressure onto PXT on the Siren. The combo breaker has been burned. The F1 now comes on through from the Shadow to keep up that aggression as he looks for the RMB, finds the purple focus. PXT forced the backstep on out, goes for that bow swap, looking to make sure that the Shadow doesn't have a full health bar when she looks for that pillar tech activation. And now here comes the Syra ultimate. This is the danger zone that Spider has to be able to sustain through. He's playing the pillar perfectly. He's avoiding every single stun devil coming on out, but his stamina bar is burned, and now he has to hope that he can survive the duration as PXT is about to be out of his ultimate and vulnerable himself.
Wow, does get clipped off the LMB focus though. We do have Spider trying to turn this fight around. PXT does manage to kite out some of the pressure for now, trying to scare rush around these pillars. Do have Spider on the backside, popping one powder rain, massive shit parry there for Spider, and that's gonna be the last hit. No, still has F invested there for PXT to stay alive in the situation. The falling damage there from LMB was not enough, but the 1-2 there from Spider to pick an elimination there onto PXT with that gold dagger, just doing a lot of damage off of that alone. Gold armor this time around with gold dual blades off the box. So nice little upgrade here for SR Spider, being able to get that Remo Yang win plus the White Tiger's prowess from TE's Wu Fong, winning his Remo Yang. We're gonna have to wait and see who has the Yang depletion timer currently right now. WZ Rano being one of them with the gold pulsar in hand, being able to win the first round but not the second one. We do have him now with this timer on his back. Needs to see he can try to turn this fight around, turn the game around, I should say. PSDQ star though, and it makes Frosted is in the backside as well. Lots of players here. We do have 3 players as well as AS. Arano trying to get some information off the bell, I believe. 4 minutes and 38 seconds. Time is ticking. Can chill for around 30 seconds, but he has to try to see if he can try to get an elimination pretty soon. Now, was PXT being another one with our Yang depletion timer on the Syra. Does have purple halberds in hand. Looks like he spawned in a little bit further away from the bunch. They're on the complete opposite side of the map currently. So PXC is gonna have to run a marathon here to try to find someone, trying to see if he can find someone at the outskirts of the map. But it looks like the whole lobby here is on this area of the map. We do have Arano seeing if he can find an opening for himself. Does not want to be the center of attention. F called in there, probably accidental there from Arano. In just a matter of time, we're gonna start seeing some aggression happening, especially with Arano with that Yang depletion timer on his back.
Yeah, Arano gonna have to be waiting another 19 seconds for his combo breaker to come online. Just goes for the ledge hang so that he can be out of sight, out of mind. As outside even tied, it's gonna be OUG's Mike on the outsides of this fight with that repeating crossbow, just trying to stir the pot and see who exactly is gonna be committing into this fight. Players with Yang depletion definitely gonna be hoping that it breaks on out. Everybody else, you can see having things like the fan, the dagger in the back pocket so that they can keep themselves as mobile as possible, not tied down, so that when a fight breaks out, they're not the ones that are being forced into using everything just to keep their head above the water to stay in this lobby. In the meantime, we can see that PXT has completed his marathon. He's also been able to spot out one of these straggler players instead of the mass of piranhas that are currently looking to shark out Eventide Temple. He's been able to intercept TE's Wufong. Does he commit onto this fight? The problem for him, though, is that it's another Syra, and he does not want that hero removed before we head into finals lobby.
Yeah, I mean, the handshake meta, right? I mean, it's very optimal. You have to really be careful who you're going into that end circle. I mean, as we saw it there for game number 2, just the aggression from the opposing heroes. All right, if you're not the same as us, then you are going to be looked at by us. That's how I look at it. But PXC quickly getting aggressive there onto Arano on the backside. Arano does shop fairly a lot of those purple armors there in the backside. F caught in there for PXC. Now he might be completely looked at by the whole lobby. Cannon shot flying on in. Syra ultimate invested here for PXC as well. Mike on the top side laying down the pressure there with the cannon. Now he is going to be the focus of attention here for PXC. Does manage to catch the dazzle into the damage there. F called in. Shot ultimate invested here for Mike to avoid the full punishment there from PXC. But it looks like Arano might not be going to Mike. I think he was going to go towards Mike's way. Looks like Arano is going to be able to take a quick little reset with 1:55 seconds and counting. Has a little bit of a time to try to make this work. PSC still getting aggressed on here from Mike. The Shayo proc comes in there. I heard it in the backside there from Mike's ultimate. We do have the Syra dropping very, very low now. The Scarewister off the pulsar does so much damage in the backside. And Arano with elimination and the double chained up there from the Shayo on the backside. Arano does not, yes he does, manage to cleanse off of that. Does manage to side inside his game with 50% rage now. Everybody scattering on out here to take a quick reset in.
Yeah, Mike has Venom Tip as well on that repeater crossbow, which was one of the reasons that PXT on that Syra had to turn on to him. Arano lives on in this lobby because of that one inside the first room of Yang. It gave him a legendary pole sword, and that weapon becomes so valuable in situations like these where you have that Scarewish, that massive hit of damage that it does when it clips those players in one fell swoop. And that's the thing that finally takes PXT down before he can try and reposition, because he had his F1, who was trying to reposition to get a reset off. Mike had since chased him down because he knew that the Syra didn't have that ultimate. But that puts pressure now on the other Syra left in this lobby because it becomes so much easier. You can't costume swap, you can't wardrobe change and pretend that you're a different player who still has their ultimate playing the same hero that you are. If you're the only one of that hero in this lobby, Mike has the luxury of not being the sole Shayol as we get to see Spirit World spawning up. Is it going to be the same absolute frenzy of ultimates that were exchanged on Holoroth? Or are we going to be seeing this one much more dominantly player-sided? Mike does get hit into a lot of damage, losing both the armor and the health, are being chased fully away as Edward with the drop down off of this tree on those RMBs from a blue fan, just trying to put the pressure onto everybody. He does have that Temi V free if he wants to actually throw hands and throw it into the ring, but he doesn't want to commit it until he sees some of these others use their ultimates first.
Yeah, Mike always being super aggressive here for these Spirit Wells, but it looks like FPSCQ Star is going to be contesting this and capturing it, getting that Mystic Might, plus this the repop from the ult. He already popped it, picked up the buff right after. So Star is gonna be able to have full confidence going into this end circle right now with 2 ults back to back if he needs it. We do have him aggressing AES, I believe, in the backside on the Syra. Now there goes the V2. It connects off the first into the drop down. Does get the damage off of that massive parry in the backside there from AES, trying to stay alive. But Star now, the ultimate is gone. He does have it back online if he needs it though. AES forced to pop the Syra ultimate, getting caught up there onto the V2 from Frostvis this time around into the slam down. Jumps very low off of this situation. The random Bane starting to spawn on in onto all these players fighting in this area. We do have the Syra about to go out pretty soon. The second grab there from Frostvis into the zone. This gets a lot of damage off to that, but AES manages to stay alive. We have a grapple spam in the backside, but the RB focus there from Frostvis to pick elimination onto AES, and Arano now, since the LMB focus, managed to spin back there to stay safe. Star now picking up Mike there in the backside. The damage there for Spider onto Star. That's a lot of damage, and now Star, the aggressor, now being the aggressee, getting a lot of damage
Can he make it to his armor swap?
Oh!
No, he doesn't manage to make it to his armor swap. He's literally half a meter away from the legendary armor that he could have been able to pick back up. What a good job from every single player in this lobby to kite the fight away from the spirit wall so that when Star actually decided to just keep that fight going with the back-to-back, the 4v2 grab potential that he had available, he was not able to get to his legendary armor and pick it up in time. Huge plays comes on through from everybody, and you could see too that like Star, he understood that as soon as he picked up that spirit wall buff, he would be coming under pressure, he would be coming under fire, because he got out of the situation. He kept the purple armor, he didn't go for the legendary armor pickup. He did not want to be caught in the mix of every single player looking to try and get him low so that he gets sent out of that lobby early. As now, with that one threat removed, we go into a war of attrition and poke. Arano just squirreled up at the very top of this tree. He's been doing work with the bow previously. Can he find that same opportunity that he's looking for? Remember too, that legendary pulse sword in the back pocket. If a player goes low in one of these fights, you better believe that Arano is going to be sending himself with that scale rush to try and get that last hit of damage and convert into the elimination needed.
Yeah, Wufong popping his ultimate very early, trying to see if he can try to pick up elimination onto Spider, but if he doesn't manage to do so, this could be very bad for him. Spider as well investing the Xiao ultimate in the backside, kind of get a little bit of health back there from the ultimate. Does manage to top off a little bit of that health. The Xiao F does connect it from the ult. That's big damage onto Wufong. Wufong now trying to run. He does manage to get a clip off the scale rush, still trying to fight for his life. Everybody looking at him now with the Sire ultimate offline. Everybody has the green light to try to see if they can pick up this elimination. We do have him doing a really good job of skill rushing around here with the fan, but gets clipped off the R&B focus ×2, and Edwards says the LNB follow up there off the LNB R&B focus from the fan, and he does manage to pick elimination onto Wufong, and that's gonna be Edwards' first elimination of game number 3. I was gonna say the Temmy's been a little quiet right now. That was the first time I saw the Temmy as soon as the Spirit Wheel came online for this game, but now Edward with a beautiful showcase in there with his first elimination, and I mean this is all that matters. This is a lot of aggression from a lot of players. If you're able to get the last hit in and get those kills up, kills is what matters. If you don't have to put all in the work. If you can just make it to end game and get those kills, even though you had a slow early to mid game, I mean this is perfectly fine. On top of this, he is gonna still get a little bit of those placement points from this alone, but now the Temmy with F on cooldown, trying to see if he can play the top side of this terrain. We have Spider and Mike and Arano playing the bottom side. Frostivus being a little more distance from everybody right now, trying to wait this out. But we do have the triple pair of Shios being played out there. I mean, that is insane right there.
Yeah, that might not be a royal flush, but it's definitely still probably a winning combination currently. That's why Frostivus is so wary of committing into the central ground, because he is going to get turned onto by every single one of those trials who understand that the Liam is the threat that they're going to have to deal with. Frostivus now having to share that spacing though with Edward. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, especially if Edward can sit in the backside of that fight and throw out those charged R&Bs on that fan back to back to back, because Mike is so occupied taking that fight against Frostivus. He has to be careful though, given the fact that Parry is not forward facing anymore, as we've seen an elimination picked up from Prideful. There's no way in the same day we've seen an elimination from Overcomer. Arano very much utilizing their soldier just to buy himself some spacing. More than happy to showcase that he has it. In case anyone wants to try and get a little bit too close, they're gonna get bucked away by that horse all the way by the Bronco off of the cliffside and into that zone tick damage, as everyone is more than patient right now to play the waiting game and wait for that zone to fully close on up. It's better for the Temmy if the zone closes on up, because he can shut down the space with his ultimate immediately, as none of the Sheols want to commit in case one of them finds themselves going low. Mike now gonna pop that ultimate, potentially get a little bit aggressive, maybe start building up some of that counter charge that he can throw through to be able to iframe out of something like that Liam V2 grab. Temmy ultimate has already been invested on the low ground though, as Edward and Frostivus going head to head. The zone closed at the top or rather at the bottom of the cliff, forcing everyone to the top, into the Shayols, into the Tortoise block. The head is immediately going to be capped into that lock. Mike comes through with the elimination, has another of those blocks to be able to throw on through and keep himself in the mix as well. And it now becomes a game of sustain. Frostivus tried to back away from the fight, so he didn't take player damage, only went down to that zone hit, but he gets chased down. And Mike, yet again, back-to-back Jacob winner, back-to-back MVP of the day.
Wow. Out of the 3 Shayols, he was the first one to pop the ultimate there and comes and capitalizes off of it quickly there, getting 2 people into the chains, getting those eliminations, snags up the last one at the end as well. I mean, perfectly played there from OUG's Mike, being full confident in his ability to pop that ultimate early. With did see one of the Shayols pop it at the last moment possible, but that was not the strat, as we saw there. Mike with the full aggression there to be able to take control of that end circle. And I mean, that's what he's best at, being able to control the tempo of the game. Temmie in a 1v3 situation against Shayos, it's just super rough being able, I mean, anything, even the Liam there from Frostivus was just super rough, especially with 3 Shayos in the pool. And Shayo just showing up how strong she is now, right? I mean, that one change has made her super viable in these games.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, he had, like, there's no punishment if he pops that ultimate early, because he can now just shore up the charge.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you fight him and stagger him, he doesn't immediately get to throw out the counter. He gets to sit on it. Like, granted, he can't back charge up the focuses, right? If you stagger him once, he can then hold 1 charge, but if you stagger him a second time, he doesn't get access to that second one. That would be crazy if he could literally just walk up to someone and be like, okay, hit me the first time and I will rise back stronger. Hit me a second time and I'll be able to back-to-back catch you into that headlock animation and follow up through. But no, he's able to, like you said, pop that ultimate early, and that was the play. And you can see, like, that change is still very fresh. This is still an experimental stage where players are figuring out the timings of these things, because normally with other heroes, whoever ults first loses a lot of the time. You never want to be the hero having to pop that ultimate first. But with this meta, with this change made to Shayol, as long as you have a good grasp of the time window that fight is going to be active for, and Mike knows the time window he's got because the zone is closing. He knows exactly how long is going to be left in that game. He can literally apply just that little bit of pressure, force the fight to kick on off, get 1 hit to have that stagger activate, and then he's the one in control. When that zone closes on the low end of the cliffs and forces everybody to rise to the top, Mike is literally sitting there rubbing his hands, being like, I know you're coming directly to me, and you're getting locked into that headlock, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the crispiest Shayo we've seen throughout these first 3 games of the spring split for sure. Just crazy macro once again from Mike. I mean, wow. Shayo though, I mean, it's just I've heard how strong Shayo was, and you know, how people complaining how about Shayo being able to just completely dominate now. But we did see Shayo in the meta a little bit when she first released as well, but it's definitely nowhere near how good she is now. Being able to just delay that, I mean, it's just a crazy different mind game now being implemented in that, and it slows down the pacing a lot for whoever's against her, but she's able to have that full aggression and confidence throughout the whole fight, as we saw there from OUG's Mike showcasing it beautifully here for us tonight. And OUG's Mike coming on top there with the 4 eliminations, 7.8 overall game score. BBE Frostivus though with 4 kills as well, 5.5, and he was one of the odd hero picks here into this end game with 4 kills, 5.5. Wufong coming in third with 4 kills, 5 overall game score. WZ Arano staying consistent on the board, being in that top 5 area throughout the games with 4.5. SR Spider now in 5th, did only get 2 eliminations with 4 overall game score, coming off his game number 2 where he did get eliminated fairly early into that game, but now starting to bounce back, getting the feel back of, you know, being back in land into the spring split here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. Overall standings here for our game so far. Once again, a whole nother group hasn't played, but this is our overall standings.
Yeah, Spider takes a little bit of time to warm up, but it seems like he is going to be hitting his stride, coming on through with a 4-point game. As it's going to be the top 12 players after that 2 days of play who are going to be moving forward into the bi-weekly finals, which are going to be taking place next weekend. So you're going to be wanting to tune in for that one because the Nbpl bi-weekly final drops will be in play for the 2025 spring season. And Mike looks like he's set to secure his position. I mean, what a crazy upset it would be if we came into the first bi-weekly and our J-Cup title holder would not be playing into it. But both Mike Arano versus 2v5, a lot of the pillars of the Nbpl community very much looking just as strong, if not even stronger, as Mike continues to show feather in his hat after feather in his hat. Can he play Lani? Yes. Can he play Sheol? Yes. Can he play Akos and Liam? Absolutely, you better believe it. And you also have to remember, he won J-Cup on a Valda pick as well. There is no hero that Mike is going to be weak on. So we can have a look and see how that last game played out.
Yeah, beautiful showcasing here from all the players here for our Game 3 highlights. T225 there into elimination onto PXT, sorry. TE's Wufong here with the roll onto Verse, into the ship parry there for the jump LB finisher there for PXT. Arano against AS, ship parry there from Arano into the fifth place jump LBs. FCon in for the Sara, still manages to catch the prior once again into the uppercut 1-2-3. In the backside, Wufong stops the damage off the 1-2-3, but sends the R&B focus there onto him to confirm the elimination. And this was a scrap out right after that. Wufong with the follow-up R&B. FCon in there for the Shayo. Arano with no O online here. Does get caught up off the R&B Minx there off the dual blades. In our first Roma Yang, OUG's Mike against TE Wufong. This was a very close fight here. Mike had the health advantage, but the double tap dodge back parry there from Wufong to take out Mike there. That was clean there. Mike against Verse this time around. Just, you know, no O online here for Verse, which is super unfortunate. Had to pop it there to try to cleanse the Yang depletion timer. Gets caught up there from Mike. Spider in the Roma Yang to the 1-2 finisher there against PXT. Pace been a very strong, player back in the summer split last year. Yes. Now, you know, a little bit of slowdown pace here from Sub, but I mean, it's just for day one, game 3. So everybody's gonna start finding the fitting, and now with game number 3 done, this is where everybody's gonna come out hot.
Yeah, I mean, Pace very much known for his Valda and his combo extensions off of Valda setups that you can do. With both the F2 and also that V2 connection, as we're going to be having a look at Mike, who is not slowing down in the slightest. Back-to-back MVPs coming through from him. There's that Venom tip and barbed bolts with all of the damage attached to that repeater crossbow, as well as fire arrows and target lock. So he was making sure that a lot of the mobility that these players had access to was very limited indeed. Fire Smolder as well coming on through with the Assault Smolder Soul Jade, so that every single time he grappled onto one of those players, they would take that fire burn damage too, which would then be affecting the effectiveness of their healing kit, cut by 50%, as we can have a look and see 3,754 damage done with skills and ultimate. So that's the damage coming on through from both the F1 and also that counter coming on out from that V1. Something to note too, we were talking about the fact that, you know, some of the major changes coming on out were out of the game rather than inside of it in terms of that talent glyph. That stamina bar that these players have access to every single time we look at those 1v1s, a lot of the time those fights are ending in the red. So you can see that having access, or rather not having access to the wave roll in the same way that it was last year, is having a major impact to how these players are having to space around each other.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, like, when I mentioned the triple parries from Mike. Like, it's probably forcing him to parry a little bit more than usual, from him having that free will, being able to dodge away from the danger. But now if he does stay in the pocket, his options are a little bit more limited now opposed to how they were before. So you know, once everybody starts figuring out their best play style now with the wave roll gone, I mean, it was a very big staple inside these players' kit that they use that for everything, right? When they're in the pocket, to avoid any ultimates from specific characters, anything in the game that required them to use wave roll. It was heavily used in the Pro League. So now you're gonna start seeing, you clearly see Mike.
Hi everyone, welcome to the first interview of the 2025 Nbpl Spring Split. So this time we have Frostivis from BBE. So please say hello to our audience first.
Hello guys, I'm Frostivis from Team BBE.
Okay, welcome. So the first question will be, how do you feel about to be the first players for the whole 2025 Nbpl Spring Split?
Do you mean like the first to be interviewed?
Yeah.
Well, I'm honored, of course, to be the first
Really?
to be interviewed, of course, because it's an honor to be interviewed for the first time in the new season.
Yeah, to be the first one, will be always be very honored. And also, how do you think about today's matches?
Today's matches, to be honest, at first I'm a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
Because coming here, I didn't have that much practice, and I came to China a little bit late. For the first 3 games, I think I did quite okay, and I'm just gonna hope that I can continue to do the same.
Yeah, also for this time, we are already moved to a new patch, and for this time, Hadi maybe no longer won't appear anymore. How do you feel about that?
I'm pretty sad because my 2 favorite hero is Kylin and Hadi, and right now they are both kind of very weak, almost useless. So I'm not gonna play them.
You already give up them.
Yeah, I give up on Hadi and Kylin.
Okay, you give up them because they're useless now. Okay, fine. So let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. Answer for treasure, please. Okay, so this time our question is, how many players chose Liam in game 3? A1, B2, C3, D4. So, what's the answer?
The correct answer is 2.
Oh, I should say screenshot. Wait. So if you know the answer, please write the answer. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Please count down the time.
Wait, what?
Count down the time.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot, everyone. So what's the answer again?
2.
2. Well, we always said when you and another players use the same hero in the game, you will be kind of teammate for 1 game. So do you know who's your teammate for the 3rd game?
Yes, I know. Even before the game starts.
So you already know when doing BP.
Yeah, doing the ban picks, because the nature of the tournament, you have to take notes. And since I know who is in my group, which is picking first, and the first pick is always Liam, so it's guaranteed that it's almost guaranteed to be whoever is in my group.
Wow, so smart. So how do you think about your teammate for the 3rd game?
My teammate with Liam was Star, and I think Liam is actually his best hero. So I was quite lucky to be in the same group and picking Liam with him.
But maybe for the final circle, you didn't see him, right?
He died too fast. Unfortunately, even with the buff, he still died too fast because there's too many Shayles.
Is that one of the reasons why you didn't get the first for the 3rd game?
Yeah, I thought when Star got the buff, we would maybe get top 2 or some kind, but apparently there's too many Shayles, and in the end we just got killed by all the Shayles.
Yes, it's kind of pity. Well, let's talk about something out of the game. So we know you already moved to BBE. So how are you recently, in BBE?
I'm pretty happy, to be honest, in BBE. It's kind of the same with Alliance. It's just that it's like a new environment, and of course new people as well. And they don't speak English or Chinese, Vietnamese. But it's okay. I'm still pretty happy with them.
How do you communicate with them?
They can speak a little English, very little.
Yeah.
A little Chinese also. And since I've been studying Chinese, I can understand a little bit.
Will you maybe go to Vietnam with them for traveling sometime?
Later for tournament, maybe. Yeah, I will still go.
Wow, that's so cool. So, we still have 3 games for today's, and how do you think about the following games?
I'm just gonna hope that I can continue do how I do until now and try to get as much points as possible.
Okay, good luck to you. We can see Froster is quite happy for this time's sprint play, so hope you can get what you want for the following games. Okay, that's all for the interview. Bye bye.
新春到，好热闹，这个百姓是。
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the second half of the day for the day number 1 of the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Spring 2025 season. And C8 feels like we never left. Oh, it feels so good to be back in the seat casting Nbpl.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's so exciting to watch how all these players play, the micro decisions, the little things that you can just see from their gameplay. I mean, it's just insane. I mean, our game 2, we had probably the craziest Spirit World contestants that I've ever seen for any of the splits. I mean, it's just been a crazy night so far. We see everybody being at their peak currently right now into the game. We've seen different character picks, lots of different changes, but it's the same people doing it as best as they can. And I mean, once again, the back-to-back champ, J Cup winner OUG's Mike winning the back-to-back MVPs from games 2 and 3. So now moving into game number 4, I'm still very curious to see if we're gonna see a hottie, because I mean, a week ago I was still watching, I watched Mike stream and he was still playing him. So I'm not sure if that's something like that they're resorting to at the last moment, or they're just testing out Lonnie instead of him. But I mean, so far the Lonnie has been looking very great.
Yeah, I mean, is it a bird? Is it a plane? It's probably Alani using V1 instead of a Hardy in one of these lobbies. I want to see if that's going to persist into trios, though, because, like, Hardy was in a lot of trio compositions in last year. In fact, he was in one of the strongest ones that we got to see Wolves engineering when they did their walkout, actually when the old team of Wolves did that walkout, because so many of those players got like split up and ended in new places entirely, and you're going to be able to see them with their new teams tomorrow when you tune in for day one of Trios, which is also going to be feeling the ramifications of all of the changes that have gone through. Like the wave roll change affecting solos, we're seeing it every single fight, but in terms of Trios too, that's also going to be making the support players position 3 much more vulnerable in those comp positions. So those positions 1 and 2 are going to have to be able to cover and peel their teammates a lot better this time around, otherwise that punishment is going to be immediate. But as we head into the second half of the day, what do you think? Because we've let's go through the checklist, right? We've had Lani. We've had Lani V1 and we've had Lani V2. We've already seen the changes that have come through from wave roll. We're seeing that a lot of these players too aren't going for like the safe poke around when they have a ranged weapon out to be able to complete the bomb dodge. So that's one of the third changes that we were expecting headed into to this situation. What is still up in the air that you're expecting to see before the day is done?
It's rough to say. I mean, everything we're starting to see already. Probably a hero pick at this point that we would see a lot more. I mean, we pretty much had everybody except Hadi and Zaping. So right now, I don't know. I'm still thinking about what can surprise us right now, because a lot of the changes have been showcased very, very early, right, throughout the whole night. But yeah, probably a hero pick that we didn't expect. No Matari as well. If we see Matari, you know, like something in those lines, probably like a hero pick.
I think part of it is that, like, because we haven't seen total hero lockouts, right? The only blanket double pick has been in Group 1 when it comes to those Liams.
Correct.
There's been less opportunity or less reason for these players to have to go and settle for options like the zipping, if it's not a personality pick.
Yeah.
So Temmie is always one that we tend to see coming in through, because he's just the most viable out of the damage control options. He's safe, right? He's very, very safe. He's got a combo breaker. His ultimate buys you a lot of space. You can use it aggressively. You can use it defensively. He is a strong option into Realm of Yang and Spirit Well when we head into those end games. He doesn't have escalated value at certain parts of the map either, where he peaks in terms of that early game and loses value towards the later. He's just a safe constant throughout the entirety of the match, as opposed to some of the other heroes.
Yes. Also, I know this is off topic, but like, I remember when Faria was very in the meta when she first came out. You know, she was super strong, especially in those end-game situations where she's just able to mech up. The V3 being also like another like combo breaker in a sense. I would love to see you know, Faria possibly get a change in some sense. I'm not sure, because it's hard to try to I would say balance in a way where she's not super aggressive. Like if you buff up her damage and her mech, I mean, it could be super crucial, but I feel like she still needs something, because like I mentioned, she was very in the meta, especially in the earlier days of Holoroth. I remember where she was just super dominating those lobbies with her being on the field. But you know, little by little, the devs have been tweaking a lot of the characters. So I mean, not a surprise that we're starting to see, you know, those characters that have been changed into the meta. Another character like Xiao that has been into the meta heavy was Valda ever since she got her change as well. So you know, it's very interesting to see how these players shift into that new style. That character has changed, and I look at it right now like we're on that NARAKA BLADEPOINT 2.0.
Well, there we go. Blanket lights out. Liam and Xiao both locked off of the board. Who is going to be coming in that third hero selection round? Edward's going to be picking up the Syra. Lipo is going to be opting for the Justina. So we're potentially still going to have 3 Justinas and 3 Syras running around. And we saw the ramifications of 3 Syras running around. Yeah. Jacob, she has since somewhat been nerfed. However, with Wave Roll having the changes that have occurred, we saw in terms of the Realm of Yang, you do not have the same level of stamina to outlast the Cyrus stun dazzle. Just continuous spam, and it's catching these players out because they burn themselves out of those stamina refuges.
And we got actually a 3 lockout Justina already, pros from the Syra picks. We do have T225 locking that in, possibly versus well matching that Syra, unless he wants to pick either a Valda or even a Temi. Oh, he's gonna go with the Akos. We're starting to see a lot more consistency in the Akos now, being in that 5th group selection.
I wonder if he's predicting Mike is gonna go Akos.
Ooh. Trying to play the handshake game, 200 IQ, picking whoever's in your bottom group. Nope, it's not gonna be. It's gonna be Mike picking up that Temi as well as Arano, matching him, knowing that Temi being a lone wolf sometimes is. I've seen it before from Mike coming out on top, being the only Temi in the lobby, but you know, being able to secure another one and try to dominate a lot easier in the end game is definitely the wave there for Mike there. So he is going to secure the Temi, and I mean, we've seen how strong Mike's Temi is, so I would not see him. It would not be a surprise for me if we see him on top for this game as well.
Yeah, I know, expected. He's probably going to be a little bit more aggressive with the ultimate to cover the spirit well, as opposed to when we saw Temi in the last map, and he held on to that ultimate. I was so surprised he held on to that ultimate instead of contributing it to try and stop Star from walking away with that spirit well capture. But we can have a look and see, is there anything that is out of sorts? Combo breaker on the Syra, combo breaker on the Liam, V2 on the Liam, no V1 shenanigans coming on through. It feels so strange too, because when Liam first released, the meta was actually gravitated towards V1 on the Liam with the Auric Blade teleports that you would be able to throw around things like the Pillar into Realm of Yang, but Arano has since standardized that V2.
Yeah, the V2, we saw a little bit of it, I believe in game number 2. Whoever was running Liam, caught an R&B focus on the halberds, and right before the last frame of that R&B focus from the halberds connects, they can just restand off of that alone with the ult online. So that's back-to-back blues for free, just having an ult online. And once again, I mean, that ult is so versatile. You can go up and do those double focuses like that. You can use it to apply, get the pressure away from you, just sending someone flying across the map. Once again, I've seen some crazy bow headshot restands with that as well. So just the versatility of V2 shows out that these players have mastered that character, and I think V1 is a lot easier to use, and your options for it are a lot more one-dimensional, where you know, you get caught up, you throw the blade on the ground, you can go ahead and get the siphon back from it, but if you catch somebody in it, you can castle it into the prio. I just think that now at this rate, that how long they've been playing Liam, they just feel a lot more comfortable running that V2, especially with the value it provides.
Well, speaking about comfort, Fan is always going to be a comfort into solos meta. AS has so many options that he can go for. Selects the R&B charge focus. Ready forces that Justina's F2 out from both of these sides, but Lipo comes on through with that parry and will be able to get the better of his mirror. Spider out with that scale rush. Looks for the LMB prio into the grapple kick, follow through, charged RMB on that Hangzone. That's eaten through all of the defenses that Verse has available, but can Spider, he's done so much of this work. 75% of this health bar that has been removed from Verse has been Spider's handiwork, but here comes Star looking to try and vulture this kill away, but Verse takes advantage of the third-party invasion to be able to get his hands on a grey armor reset, and both of these two players are denied the kill.
Oh my god, Spider with a massive parry there. Does manage to pick an elimination down to Verse. Mike takes out T225 in the back end. Star now with a massive jump parry up opener there against Spider on the backside. Rana now landing down with a Tumultuous, but now Star picking elimination onto Spider and now applying the pressure onto Arano in the backside. Does manage to get some damage onto him with the health advantage as well. Arano trying to kite out the situation, and this is another known terrain here for these players here in Predoria, being able to use this terrain as for their advantage to make sure they can avoid some of this pressure thrown their way. PXC taking out Mike. Now Mike is only gonna have one health or one life going into this remainder of this game, with one elimination already in this game. FPSGQ Star though still trying to catch up onto Arano, and it's not gonna be easy with the geyser in play, this big terrain rock here as well. It's just constant scale rushes, a lot of hard work to try to catch someone lacking here for these scale rushes, and there it is, still gonna continue to kite this out. And you know, I wanted to mention, oh, there it is, big damage there on the backside. The pole sword is not gonna be enough, and Star is gonna pick elimination onto Arano. Frostivus and Life are going at it. We do have Edward in the mix as well here for the third party.
Yeah, Lipo able to come in through with the blue armor. Syra F1 already going to be invested. Lipo does have both of his freezes, finds it onto Frostivus to lead up into the RMB from those halberds. Edward looks for the LMB prio into that extension, but Lipo will be able to dodge out of it when another of those Justina dashes. Heads on over towards that bell. Goes for the wall hang to be able to skill rush away once Edward closes up the distance too. Good bait comes on out from that Justina. Utilizes the last of those dashes to put himself up onto these rooftops so he can find the spacing to go for this armor powder reset before swapping on over to that fan. Now utilizing both the LMB and the RMB in terms of playing inside that pocket. Edward with the overhold. Lipo doesn't feel comfortable with the play that he made. Goes for the F2, thinking that he misread the situation. And both of these players going to take a little bit of time to cool off before they come back into this fight anew.
Do have Lipo still playing a high ground. Edward does ice off some of this pressure and backs on up. Wufong drops very low. Has, I believe, PXT in the B2 ball. It looks like there's going to be a quick reset in for himself as well. AS going out against OUG's Mike. And I did see one of the last frames there from the Wiz. So the F is going to be on cooldown there for Mike. Getting quickly aggressed on here from AS on the Justina. Trying to see if he can find elimination onto Mike. But Mike doing everything he can to wait up for this F. There it is. It's on cooldown. Still going to continue to scare rush on out. Has the ultimate online if he needs it as well, but he can't get aggressive now that the F is back online. We do see him sending the 1.0. He's going to get parry here from AS. Has the F to avoid the damage off of that as well. Does not catch him in the whisk. Yes, he does. The lingering frame there off the R&B focus catches the restand into the musket shot as well. And now AS does get a lot of pressure thrown his way. He's going to have to chill out for a little bit. He's going to take a quick reset in. The first Roman Yang is starting to come on up. But what I wanted to mention a little bit earlier, I mean, with how the groups are, a lot of these players know if you're not playing the top metas right now, you know, Liam, Syra, continuously. Hold on. We got triple uppercuts in from Wufong. We got into the jump LMBs. Jump LMBs finisher there for Wufong. I was trying to yap, but Wufong was like, I got a combo for you. Coming in high here, bit of a showcase here from Wufong.
Oh, the staircase downward spiral. So many resets off of the grapple kick when they're just held in the air a little bit longer because they started a little bit higher. The higher you start, yeah, the longer you have to take to fall. That's exactly what the grapple kick combo gets to take full advantage of. In fact, some of these players will on purpose kite you over to that terrain so they can start a fight with you at the top of the staircase so that you break your neck on the way down. As it is going to be the first realm of Yang spawning one up in the lobby. Mike wanting to get pro position onto this one over towards Skygaze Coves, but he's actually going to be locked on out of the Coves one by Spider, who drops that Moonbane directly over the top of it to secure himself the entrance. Now Mike is going to have to contest with WBG's Verse and YCG's T225 if he wants to be able to get his hands one of those Yang passes that gives him free entry into that portal way.
What's crazy was, right, before, if you guys didn't know, the longsword could infinitely continue grappling combo like that with no terrain, right? Just flat ground. So they had to completely change it to where you need that terrain to be able to extend those uppercuts. But I mean, longsword was not very played a lot back then. But even though it had the potential of that, it just made it super strong. And whenever a player didn't have another weapon, definitely the longsword was being played out. But the Syra ultimate already invested here from Edward onto Wufong, and Wufong's gonna fall off of this. He does have a second life here for this game. OUG's Mike, T225, and WBG's Verse going at it. Mike on the Tammy, trying to find a perfect opportunity to try to find a third party. But we have Verse investing this Akko's ultimate there to try to secure this Roman Yang. We do have him already waiting this out with 14 seconds remain. He's gonna have around 3 seconds left, possibly, to enter the ring when that ult runs out. He is going to be fine, though. He is going to be able to take this out. These players do scatter on out. We do have Mike completely retreating off of this situation with blue armor left. Just going to wait this out. V2's out there to completely close it out. Now, which players are going to be able to take this Roman Yang? We do have everybody posted up on this realm as well, I believe. On this, just the area. It's just orange. It caught me off guard. But Mike now waiting this out. But yeah, Nbpl, a little bit of love tap there to watch out. He's trying to bite up some resources. But Star is going to be our first one in the Roman Yang for game number 4 on the Shayo. Has 2 great weapons right now, purple fist blades and purple pole sword in hand for this fight. Waiting for his opponent. His players always waiting for the last moment. Try to see just see who takes the realm. You know, just wait it out. 6 seconds remaining. 4 now. Players are gonna join. Okay, I was gonna say we're not gonna take realm, but PXC is gonna be the opponent here for Star. We have Jail against WZ, WBG against SR.
Wait, Spider is up against Zorg.
Yeah.
WBG and SR are going to be going head-to-head, but the one that we're going to be watching is Wolves, who's going to be head-to-head with FPX's Star Skirrish from PXT is already going to force out that combo breaker from the Shaol. Ultimate also called into play. PXT now burns out his own combo breaker, puts himself onto the pillar. Skirrish is away before the uppercut can potentially punish onto him when he's in that position. And now it just becomes a kite. He just has to be able to kite out the duration of the Shaol V1, and then he gets to come on through with the advantage into the second staging of the fight. Justina already burned one of those dashes coming on out, as well as the ultimate activation to knock Star back so that he didn't get the opportunity of throwing out that hold. Star gets hit by the freeze, but has the F1 back into place so that PXT does not get to extend off of the back of it. But Justina still has one dash. He's going to burn it. Looks for that one into the uppercut, the grapple bump into the RMB on the 2-1-1 off of those Hallies. But will he be able to find the damage now as we get reset back into that neutral? He loses the weapon to the jump parry.
Wow. I mean, the kite was beautiful there from PXC. Waiting out that Shayo ultimate. Waiting for the perfect opportunity. Just loses that focus there. Gets parried. The damage off the purple fist blades is enough there for the elimination there for Star. So Star now is going to get the buff plus the weapon upgrade there from that Realm of Yang. We also have Burst winning his for his side against Spider at PSGQ as well, winning the Realm of Yang. Spider now with 3 minutes and 55 seconds, trying to stay up here for this game on the Liam. Strongest as well. I mean, we heard Frostivus talk about it whenever, you know, first picks Liam's that has to, he knew that was going to be his one of his good games because just how good Liam is. But Spider to go ahead and wait this out, trying to find a perfect opportunity for himself to find someone lacking. We do have AS resurrecting right in front of him, so he might be getting into that brawl pretty soon. PXC right next to Frostivus, Mike as well in the mix. Justina with 3 minutes and 27 seconds to try to cleanse now. Do have him on blue armor. We just saw his Romayang. As soon as I say that, just magically finds a purple armor just laying in the middle of the map. Just
magically finds Mike, though. Mike might have actually utilized that purple armor to bait players in close. Because now he catches him with the pitter patter of the charged element beyond that staff. The Justina already burns out that F2. Mike in full control of that situation can try and keep up this pressure with that staff, being able to utilize those lunges and keep himself directly behind this Justina. Goes into the R&B, potentially looking for that parry. PXT flashes for that parry. As now it is going to be that Justina ultimate coming on out. Mike going to be committing that ultimate too, as the Justina cannot dash through that wind wall. And it turns now into a third-party opportunity for Mike, who gets to play Invader, as both PXC and Frostivus stack too close to each other and get hit by the Wisps. And Mike picks up one, might be able to find a second.
Oh my God, beautiful showcase in there from Mike, re-grabbing those whips into the pistol shots there to confirm the elimination there. But now Frostivus at full throttle with the ultimate advantage currently right here. But there's a no ult zone here from Mike, trying to pop it as fast as possible. Does manage to do so, gets cut off with the R&B, but F came back from cooldown. Now, neutral game for both players coming in hot. Frostivus catches the reprise once again, and this could be the elimination here for Frostivus. Manages to catch it there off the R&B focus, and Frostivus taking out the 2 times now, and this is gonna be Frostivus' first kill of the game. Mike gets out with 2, but now Frostivus trying to jump up higher here in the leaderboards.
I mean, Mike and Spider both sent out of this lobby. And I really hope we get to see a replay of Spider matching up against Verse, because Verse on this Arcos was actually able to come out with the Realm of Yang win against the Liam, who, as you pointed out, Frostivus touted Liam as the strongest hero currently in this meta. So the fact that he lost to an Akos is very interesting indeed. Hopefully we'll be able to see how that occurred a little bit later on, as currently we're going to be watching Star get chased down by JL's AS. AS comes on through with that Justina dash to be able to close up the distance. Grapple wasn't doing the trick, but now he has to contend with the third party coming out from the Sire. Realm of Yang buffs are going to be showcased just before they could expire too. Vermilion Bird's Might kicks into the mix, allowing the continuation of Versus Lobby's existence. And now, with AS having secured the Soulblum that he was looking for, he looks to try and disengage this fight, but he is not out of danger just yet. TDD5 more than happy to keep up the pressure, considering he's still got that Syra ultimate in play. And AS trying to disengage away from one player runs into another instead.
Yeah, we do have AS trying to cut out the situation. Another player caught up now. Do have him trying to go for that full reset in, and AS loves those double dashes in that Justina ultimate. Just the second time I catch him doing that. Do see him getting caught up by the raw uppercut into the 2-on-1 R&B focus there from T225. Another player showing up to the mix as well. Now AS drops very, very low here. Edward doesn't go for the lowest right now. Sees another player in the backside. Big parry for AS. Double parry as well onto Edward. Does send the damage. Does not get the full capitalization due to the F. But Star now trying to back on up. AS has to let go of his armor. He is currently on common now, but T225, Edward, and everybody in the mix are going to continue their focus onto AS. We still have him trying to scatter out from the situation, and here does manage to spin back the R&B focus there from the Hong Sword, but now there goes the full damage. F caught in from AS, 96% off the ultimate. Massive parry as well. It does manage to get it there. We do have the common ult now coming back, the ultimate now coming back here for AS. He is going to manage to take a full reset in, and it looks like that's all he needed to try to scatter out from here, but the pressure is on still towards him.
Yeah, massive play comes on from AS. The fact that he was able to pull that ultimate up is crazy. As we're going to be having a look at our second Rumble of Yang fight coming on through. This time it's going to be Frostivus versus Arano. Frostivus taking the full hit of damage from the charge horizontal coming on from that spear. Comes out with the F1, looks for the ultimate. Will be able to find the activation and can now keep up the pressure. He does have the long shot in the back pocket too. So Arano on this time he's going to kite away from the invisible wall of that outside realm of Yang. Pushes Frostivus to the ulti into the wisp grab, and Frostivus gets taken out by the bow as the shell was not able to activate the counter, since you can't do it when you're under attack.
Wow, Lipo still going at it this time around against Verse in this Realm of Yang. Justina ultimate popped here for Lipo. We do have the 2-1 coming in here from the staff. Into the jump, it'll be finisher. No, still up. We have Lipo trying to stay alive in the situation. One dash remaining here off the Justina. Oh, also one tap. Does manage to dash on in, catches the freeze. Aqua's ultimate invested. Is he able to have the weaves here? Weaves the first one. F to stop the pressure for coming on in. The backstab there from the F does manage to keep him up for now, but Verse now applying lots of pressure there with the 1 HP Justina. The scare rush, it's a little bit of damage onto Verse. The ultimate still online here for the Akos into the scare rush there from the ultimate. Is going to be elimination there for Verse.
Verse is on absolute fire. He's won both of his Realm of Yanks, which is where this Akos needs to be that apex predator inside your 1v1s. He struggles into the multi-way fights. If he can pick up 2 eliminations inside a Realm of Yang, as well as scale himself up into being able to survive that end game, as well as having that buff, making these players very much deterred to try and take this fight. Oh my goodness, I've never seen the arm being utilized in that map. We're just playing Ring Around the Rosie. This is gonna be Lipo throwing on out that Hong Sword focus, trying to, with the Rampage, connect onto Frostivus as both of these players going a little bit low, backing on off, both of them getting hit with that Yang depletion, wanting to be able to take this 1v1s. Lipo finds that parry. Frostivus gets hit into the jump horizontal. Follow up as Lipo yet again commits the Rampage, and Frostivus is forced to try and commit the hands. The slap's trying to buy himself out of the situation. This time doesn't have Vajra's grip, but here comes the third party. Verse shows up to the mix with the charged R&B staff, scooping up Frostivus and the elimination. And unfortunately, the Soul Bloom, as Lipo is forced to watch as that 1v1 slips through his fingers. And now he's on the run from the Tiger, looking to just hide away on the second level of that building as Verse goes right past him.
That's unfortunate there for Lipo, but he did not invest ultimate, so he can still have that in his arsenal. Potentially Verse applies the pressure, but with his White Tiger's powers on Verse, he is going to quickly invest his ultimate to try to see if he can pick up the next elimination. And he still doesn't know that this player has Yang depletion timer, especially with him trying to ice off the pressure right now. But Lipo needs to be real careful in this situation. We do have him now trying to kite off the situation. Lipo, though, staying up for the time being. I believe around 3 minutes now for him to try to cleanse his Yang depletion timer. Verse, though, just quickly catching up to him with every movement he does, catching the scale rushes, catching the light attack damages as well. Lipo trying to resort inside the zone to try to ice off some of this pressure here for Verse, and that through the window jump LMBs. It's just so beautiful to see. We see that as well when players are trying to run away and catch the scale rushes out. A lot of players like to jump LMB up to be able to nullify the fact that these players are trying to escape for them. And we see Lipo having to change to a common armor here. He does manage to get a common armor swap. Verse not letting go of the gas pedal, not even touch once here against Lipo. Full armored out here with the gold armor. We do have him now getting the counter grapple, and a lot of these players might start moving on in as well. We have Star on the backside. We have a congestion of players on the top side of the minimap as well. We have T225 taking out AS. Lipo drops very low, and it might just be in a matter of time that he gets picked up here. The Prio inside the zone. Another common armor swap here for Lipo. Every R&B for a little bit of damage onto Verse, but in the zone, taking a lot of damage. Verse with elimination here onto Lipo.
It's so unfortunate too that the fight going down between T225 and AS is not close enough for the Justina to run directly into where the action is happening and hope that everyone turns onto a lower health target. We saw from Verse as well in the back pocket with that longsword. One of those legendary soldiers is going to be the Phoenix Burst. It was parried the first time around. That's okay, there we go. Arana commits the arm and flies out of the situation as opposed to dozy-doing his way around the players trying to commit onto him this time around. The terrain taking a little bit too hot for his blood, as there are so many players in such an enclosed place, especially with the Moonbane in a really inconvenient position. Anyone who is caught late into rotating into the next zone, trying to put themselves into a better placement to capture out the Spirit Well and gain access to the White Tiger's Purse, which is going to lie within, is going to get punished by that Moonbane coming into place. That's going to force all of these players to immediately gravitate to that positioning a little bit earlier, as opposed to trying to take some of those previous fights. Arana is the play that we're going to be following along with. The Temi has made it all this way, so potentially we do see that ultimate come down and make that Spiral just a little bit harder for these players to stick around into, as Arana is the first one who is going to be that. He's not the only one, though. We can see 205 just hanging around the fringes, wanting to check out whether or not he can make a play for this. Edward, who's also going to be on that Syra, is going to make it harder as well. If one of these Syras pops that ultimate, if they disappear and change that weapon, no one's going to know which ones utilize that V1 if the fight breaks out anew. So they're going to be sticking very close to each other for that exact reason. FPX's Star on that Shayol, in case there's a Liam in the mix, going to be keeping himself out of sight. Entirely different positioning coming on through from him, as now the Spirit Well contest begins. Who's got the Soul Jade, which sees everybody take a big step backwards. Versus got the Merciless Havoc. It bought T225 at the last time around, but Wufong, there's a reason we've got a great sword out. Do we have an Earthshaker in play?
I saw him drop down with a triple charge. I'm not sure if he converted to Earthshaker, if he canceled a lot, but he's definitely going for those triple charges off the top rows, as we just saw here. But I mean, Verse with the Merciless Havoc here is just to be able to control a lot of the pressure here. Oh my god, gets the grapple bump, can't go for the focus, but it looks like the body went towards the top side here, so does not get the damage. But the Merciless to be able to keep contesting this area, and he is going to pick up this this buff as well, the White Tiger's powers, and has another utilization of another armor as well for his for any situation that he needs. We do see him on the Alco. Keep in mind, he did get eliminated very early into the start of the game, but being the lone Alcos in this lobby, he's doing a really good job staying up, picking the correct fights, and being able to come on top. And now with a fairly stacked loot that he has right now, he's looking very potentially to win this game as well. But Arano's macro is looking beautiful in that second realm of Yang. I mean, we saw a bow restand off the R&B focus from the spear to recast the prio. So I mean, just little stuff like that. It's just insane to watch here, especially in the lobbies that we're witnessing here. Just being able to recast stuff like that. Bow restands. I would love to see a lot more bow restands. There's a couple with a couple weapons. You know, spear being one of them. We've seen them with longsword as well. I mean, just a lot of potential having a bow in the arsenal. Yeah, it shoots a little bit slower than a musket, but having the potential to restand off of a headshot alone is just a great tool to have, especially if you have that crispy aim like Arano has. Verse, though, still on the White Tiger's power, can get active, but we see him trying to focus Asira here in the situation. Scale rushes out on the backside, but we have T25 and Edward both playing here in this hut to try to stay up, and the pressure here with his lone Aquos here from Verse might be a bad situation for him, but he's trying to make the best out of it with this buff in play. We have a Asira ultimate invested there from Edward, so this might be the best case scenario. Does manage to weave the Moonbane there in just a matter of time. This could be super bad. The Nbpl team is going to invest it for Arano as well. One of the Asira ults are about to go out pretty soon, so just we're gonna have to wait and see how this pans out for those players. Arano trying to scatter on out. It looks like he does manage to do so with this terrain here. Is gonna be able to catch a full reset.
Yeah, Edward is that Asira who burned that ultimate, is going to be disappearing. T25 still holds on to theirs though, so we're likely going to be seeing Edward trying to break away and go for a weapon swap and pretend to be the other Asira, but Verse has been able to keep track of which of these Asiras has utilized that ultimate until now. He loses a massive chunk of that legendary armor. Does still have the armor reset, and that is one of the Asiras down. Edward, the Asira who'd burned that V1 earlier, and now it becomes a matter of pressuring the next ultimate out of the other Asira still in the mix. Verse with the RMBs into that rampage coming on through just continuous pressure from this Hong Sword. Finally, T25 is forced to part ways with his ultimate, and Verse, job done, looks to disengage. He makes it into the open space so that he can skirmish off of those cliff chasm edges back towards where his armor reset is going to be, but T25 gets to play the verticality, still with these last couple of moments of his ultimate with the stun dazzle, prevents the Liam from breaking free to the top ropes, where that armor reset is potentially going to be. Now that Akos pops the ultimate, knows that the Sarah is going to be low. T25 drops down to the low ground, utilizing the trap clip to make sure that Verse isn't going to be super hot on his heels. We'll be able to find one armor powder, but unfortunately he runs directly into Wufong, and Verse is gifted a full reset opportunity. The problem for him is that he committed the ultimate, and now he has to try and find value of it in a multi-way fight. T25 eats so much damage coming through from the range shots of the bow. Will still be able to put himself onto the lower level of the building with this longsword, scale rushing just backwards and forward before these players can lock him down. Finds a blue armor swap as well into that zone, but Arano with the bow has been able to track down where the Sire has gone to. And T25 without that ultimate does have the combo break, has to make sure that he doesn't slow down on that trap clip. Now utilizes the F1 to get the verticality, but he runs directly into FBX's Star, who chases him down with the fan. And we go from 5 to 4 players. This lobby is not done. Verse and Star both dueling for that MVP potential, but Arano and Wufong, with enough players left in this lobby, if they find the eliminations, can still steal it away.
Yes, and this is a different character end zone now for this game. Everybody is on a whole different hero. We do have Verse once again on the Akos, Arano on the Temi, Star on the Xiaoyu, and Wufong on the Liam. And now just a matter of moments, zone 6 almost completely fully closed. Moving on into our last and final moments of game number 4. We do have Verse once again, gold staff with Merciless. I mean, being able to take out a lot of damage here from range with this weapon, being safe and gold for him as well. It's a very strong weapon to have. He is playing the low ground game here, so we have to wait to see how he comes out from the zone. Now, Arano, once again, another player with, I mean, fully gold weaponed out pretty much with 3 gold weapons in his inventory. Just gonna wait out the last and final moments of this game. About to have his ult online once as well. We have Star on the Xiaoyu, purple weaponed out. Does have a good variety of weapons though to his arsenal, but Arano trying to claim the high ground here on the Tomok. Wufong on the Liam has the potential to catch somebody there with the V2 and get the damage inside the zone there with the Liam. It's just a matter of time with the fan in hand. It looks like our player on the below ground might just play the healing game at this point. I don't think there's an exit here, so he is going to be playing out. Nope, he goes right back in. Verse quickly getting caught up by the burst there from Arano, though, trying to get some shots through the wall. Doesn't manage to connect off of that one, nor that one either, but the pressure is there from Verse, and Verse hears this Burst calling. He needs to be real careful of that.
Yeah, Merciless Havoc, though, can pressure these players who are a little bit too close to the edge of that zone. And he's spotted a target. In fact, he's putting himself directly into the middle, keeping up the pressure onto Wufong, who's going to be forced to keep himself into this building, or else he's going to take all of that damage through the window. Verse tries to find his opening, again, keeping everybody at arm's length, but trying to build up that little bit of damage necessary to hit that last bit of charge necessary to hit into his ultimate as the zone fully closes on through. Urano throws out his Temi ultimate. Everyone gets locked into the direct center of it. Eye of the Hurricane means that you're immediately in the spacing for the Liam V2 to catch you and throw you directly into that storm. Wufong tries to break away. The bow shots, though, still coming on out. Urano is down. Verse picks up the elimination, and it is going to be a tie. For last player standing, no one gets the kill score multiplier. And I believe it might be enough that Verse was able to find that elimination onto Urano that's just able to push him the distance necessary to pick up the MVP.
Yes, he doesn't get the placement points, but still does manage to get the MVP. And I think that V2 ball connected to the smallest crevices on the roof. There was probably a small little opening there, and he literally caught him through that and was able to completely shift his momentum there with confusion, I believe, just getting caught up from downstairs with a V2 Liam, just completely changing your positioning of that end circle. It was just crazy to see there in that situation. But Verse, once again, doing it here for his 4th game of the day. And that was going to be our last match here on that map. Now, just a matter of time that we see the MVP, but I'm pretty sure it was Verse there. It was enough for him to take that MVP here for this game. But wow, what a shift of momentum there. Mike getting eliminated, moving on into the mid game, and Spider as well, not having a lot of the presence here for this game alone. But so far, I mean, it's been surprising to see how well everybody's playing, and nobody is so far ahead from everybody. Yes, we do have Mike possibly still in first place throughout these whole games, but everybody's putting on a fight for sure.
I mean, the surprise is we had an ACOS win, the lobby.
Yeah.
The only ACOS as well. So, like, if those players had turned onto that ACOS, he would have been sent packing, but he was able to play absolutely perfectly and make sure that he was not being locked down. When we saw him pick up the Spirit Well, you saw that he was immediately going to patrol. He put as much distance as possible between himself and everybody else, read the terrain, spotted out to see where everyone had ran to disengage away from him because they knew that he had the full tempo control. So he knew exactly where the Cyrus will hold up, and all he had to do was force the Cyrus into burning those ultimates early, and he was free for the home run.
Yeah, and I mean, I wanted to mention this during the game. I mean, we saw earlier in that game, in the start of the game, game number 4, a lot of the pressure was thrown towards a Versus way, knowing that, you know, a pick like that is probably towards the bottom of the groups. And I believe now throughout this game 4, these players know who's in whose group. A lot of the pressure was being thrown through to Versus way there, and he managed to bounce back there, winning his Realm of Yangs and staying on top throughout the whole game. It was just an insane comeback to see with just how much pressure he was going through in the early on in this game. But I mean, it's just those little macro decisions that you're able to make and how you're able to bounce back from it. And another thing is just another answer for treasure for everybody at home. Make sure you guys swap on over from YouTube to Twitch. You guys are watching on YouTube in order to win a random spring split gift. But the question is going to be, who is leading the standings now? OUG's Mike, WBG's Verse, WZ Urano, or YZG's T225. And once again, guys, these questions are gonna start getting a little bit harder and harder throughout the night. And you know, we haven't seen the overall standings after this game that we just witnessed. But if you guys are just keeping an eye out on the leaderboard on the left hand side of the screen while the games are on, you guys are able to get that information. So good luck to everybody going for those prizes.
I mean, we'll see it real soon who is going to be in the lead, but there you go. Verse was able to come away with the MVP. It was a tied score.
Wow.
So I believe it went down to overall damage done is the way that it's figured out, considering it was a tied game score, tied eliminations, tied time surviving, and it must have been damage that tipped the scale for Verse to be able to come away with that MVP. It was incredibly close. It was a whisker away, some could say, but Verse with that ACOS pick will be able to walk away with the win as we head into the next part of the second half of the day. And that's going to affect a lot of things, I think, for sure, because if Liam is touted as the strongest hero, and we've heard that Volda and Shiola, like, second pick and third pick, suddenly ACOS being able to win against Liam, we need to see whether or not that was a curveball or whether that can be done consistently, because that might push Akos's pick rate back up.
Yeah, and I remember a lot of the Akoses were coming out when Akos got the change where he was able to V2 Xiaoyu out, right? So probably it's something that they're working with to try to counter all these Xiaoyus, especially if they're not being locked out. But our overall standings here for our matches currently so far do have Lipo struggling a little bit. They did get some points up on the board this time around, sitting at 2.5, AS with 5.5, Spider with 8, PXT with 10, Edward with 10.5, as well as Wufong. And then now moving up from our 6th to 1st place, we have Frostivus at 11.5, T225 with 13.5, Star with 14.5, Arana with 18, Burst with 19.8, and Mike still dominating leaderboard currently right now with 21.3. Not so far off from Verse. Verse playing very, very well, even though he had a donut there for game number 3. Just the amount of points that he was able to secure there for his first game of the day, where he first secured his first MVP of this season, was able to bounce back as well for this game with that 6.5 point overall score, which jumps him up to 2nd place.
Yeah, Verse, one of the very strong contenders. Last year was incredibly impressive in his 1v1s, his Realm of Yang fights. As we can have a look and see exactly how that match went down with the replays brought to you by China Unicorn. Hopefully, we get to see that Realm of Yang fight that we didn't between the Liam and the Akos, as we can have a look and see Lipo coming on through with that parry leading into this elimination against JL's AS. This is Mike coming on through with the nunchuck parry onto T225 with that massive hit of damage, and then getting to take advantage of the fact that with this great sword, T225 is locked into stone form, finds a second parry before completing that elimination. T225 trying to do everything he can, but unfortunately removed of both of his weapons, having to resort to the fists and the slaps coming on out. As here's Wufong getting to utilize that staircase, and down and down and down PXT goes until he hits quite literally rock bottom.
Yeah, he did get completely calmed down there through the staircase. Frostivus against Mike. This was Frostivus catches him off this F as well. The no old zone was popped, but it didn't even matter here against Frostivus. Catches that LMB into the dodge R&B, into the 1.0 here from the longsword. Beautiful damage there from Frostivus, and that's how Mike was eliminated here for game number 4. First, now in the backside, applying lots of pressure. Did have a Liam there, getting the V2 there onto Arano, I believe, and does get elimination, but it was not enough. We do have our MVP for this game, and it's gonna be the Akos for the first time of the night. Verse, WBG's Verse coming in hot, and it's gonna take me a little bit time to get used to saying WBG's Verse. You know, I'm so used to saying WBG Spider, but now WBG's Verse here with his 2nd MVP of the night with 15,000 damage, 5 eliminations on the board. Once again on the Akos. You know, a very surprising pick to take MVP with the characters in the pool. He was running the Phoenix Blast, Merciless Havoc with the gold staff. It was just a beautiful combo there for himself. Advanced Hills, he had Sap, Juggernaut, and Rampage there for a Hong Sword. We see him, swapping from the staff into the Hong Sword as well. Just how strong the Rampage is. But yeah, I mean, it's been a crazy game here for Verse, playing very, very well. Arano's been playing very consistent throughout these games, making sure he's putting up those points on the board. And I mean, that's the name of the game, is consistency, right? Until you go into the bi-weekly finals, where you have to take an MVP home to close out the bi-weekly finals. And I mean, Arano, time and time again, has been one of those players that has been super consistent and being one of those first players to hit the threshold to be able to take the bi-weekly finals homes. And he's just, you know, hasn't been able to close that out and take a bi-weekly like that. But I mean, needless to say, he's always been super consistent. Everything in his kit is he's a very strong player overall, as we see him now being able to win those fights. But yeah, I mean, it's been a crazy night so far, and I know we still have 2 more games to be playing out, so it's not gonna stop anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, Arano versus Wufong, all of those players stood out, even paced as well from last year. They were all incredible in their own right, like you said, managing to hit things like those MVP eligibilities, but never quite able to finish out. They just needed a little bit of experience. Now that they've got that experience beneath their belt, maybe 2025 is their year, because what we're seeing so far is that Mike is getting challenged, Spider is getting challenged, the new blood in Nbpl feels like it's their time to shine, and with this new meta, it might be theirs indeed.
Yeah, Another player that I feel like had that issue was T225, right? I mean, T225 has also been a very strong player throughout his whole career, and I mean, even almost nearly taking a J Cup home that one year. It was a heartbreaking. Yeah, it's been heartbreaking for the T225 fans out there, and a lot of people have been wanting him to take a chip home. So I hope this year he manages to stay on that top level throughout the whole series of his matches to be able to take a chip home. I would love to see different players take chips home. I feel like it's always been the top two, right? Spider, Mike, always on the top. So yeah, I love versatility, but I mean, it's just gonna be very hard to try to dethrone these players, especially when it matters the most. I mean, just think about Mike, how strong he came out here for J Cup last year. It's just experience, and these players every day they're gaining it, and if you want to be the best, you have to take out the best.
I mean, if we're headed back into Akos meta as well, if Akos is a true challenger to the likes of Liam and Sheol, like Mike is known as the Tiger King in China. There is literally a famous, you even see it when they're advertising the Bumblebee fan, there is a uber famous customization of Mike's own face that has been done for your Akos heroes. And like, it's his most known hero. We don't get to see him use it all of that often because of where Akos found himself in the meta, right? Both Akos and Takeda used to be the top dogs of the solo world, and unfortunately we moved away from being able to see those two go head to head. But if we are returning to things like Sheol coming back into the mix and Akos coming back into the mix, these players who have been around for a very long time are going to have a huge advantage. If it is going to be the year of the new blood versus the old guard already having been able to do time with Sheol and Akos and the previous heroes is going to give them a massive lead in understanding those hero kits.
Yes. I love how you mentioned Takeda, because I just quickly thought about Tarka, right? I mean, that's our next character being reworked. So yeah, I would love to see how a Takeda rework will go. As you mentioned, I mean, Takeda was super strong in the meta, especially on release, with just being able to reloop those Furins. If you're able to catch those slide uppercuts, I mean, we saw even T225, even in the summer split last year with a crazy Takeda pick, but he was completely dominating that lobby and showing the
Takeda MVP.
Yep. I remember that correctly. It was on Morrisile. And he caught that triple slide uppercuts with the Furins, and I can't remember the location in the map, but I know he was just going insane with Takeda, and everybody was surprised that Takeda was getting picked here by one of these players. But it just quickly thought of how Tarka might shift up this meta a little bit and how it would go, and just another character that these players can't get comfortable with, and possibly another character gets taken out of the pool. We do see a lot of these players time and time again, just it's the same pool of characters of what they practice the most, especially in their scrims. And moving on here to their bi-weekly games, we don't really see anything out of the ordinary. I remember we did have Fong that was bringing out his Matari sometimes, when before she got reworked, which was a big surprise,
Yeah, before Matari became meta, Fong would be the one to try and force Matari, and he was one of the ones who would just go for these weird, crazy picks. I still remember the Karumi.
Oh my god, the Karumi, yeah.
Yeah, remember the realm of Yang and the fact that the Karumi got a kill, actually against T5. Which is a little bit awkward to live down, but the OGs of Nbpl remember the days where we got to see the weird picks come through when you were out of your hero points, and Fong would just pick an absolute curveball that you would yeet into that lobby, and you would have to be able to adapt into something that you never expected to see come out.
Now moving on into our fifth game, our hero picks was against the Liam. This time around for Mike and Arano, this is a super dangerous group right here. You have Arano and Mike both on the Liam. They are going to get active on this map. T225 as well, picking up the shot. We see it there in his group. AS and PXT. The pick for S is going to be Valda. Pace, aka PXT, has had a slow night thus far, but I mean, we've seen him pop off time and time again, so he's not he's not a stranger to the top side of the leaderboard, but he is going to be playing out his Syra game for this game. Edward, aka Wang Liang. I'm gonna keep saying their previous name because a lot of people are not accustomed to it yet, and I also have to get accustomed to it. Another Lonnie here for Edward. Love to see the Lonnies now. Definitely the most the most exciting character to see for me personally right now, because I haven't really seen there that much. So love to see this character being played out today. Lipo now trying to take a little trick there from versus Buck, playing that Akos here for his 5th game of the day. Frostivus and Star now. Frostivus on the Lonnie this time around. So we're gonna have 2 Lonnies out for this game alone. Star now on the Syra, Spider and Wufong with the last picks of this game here for the last groups. What is gonna be here for Spider? Waiting this out. Wufong as well. Both super strong players. Spider bringing out the Akos this time around. So we are gonna have a pair of Akos for this game alone. And Wufong now hovering through the heroes, trying to see who he's going to lock in for this game. But Moxie, I believe we haven't really talked about the slap nerf. Remember how heavy slap used to be in these games?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought about it. I did see someone try to slap, but it's not how it used to be before, right? You could catch pry off of it before, and it was just super strong, and it's so quick, right? Non-parable, just in the pocket, being able to get a slap hit.
And it's not a soul jade. So you couldn't remove it from solos the way we saw Focus slide. Oh, gone are the days that we would see the slap-offs come through, indeed. But all of these players, you can see immediately, everyone saw that Akos was able to beat Liam. They don't see the names of the players in the lobby, but they do see the kill feed and the heroes that are being played. So everybody saw that a Renlo Yang fight went down between a Liam and an Akos, and that Akos won. So we're going to now be seeing that testing grounds come on through. Utilize the first day of the season, your first game day of the season, to figure out what works into what. And Spider is actually going to be rolling out for the first time that we're seeing today the Akos F2. So we've got the raw variant rather than the knockback with the damage reduction, which was actually picked a lot of the time last year because it was able to prio into that uppercut confirmation. Mike and Spider would always utilize the F2 on the Akos rather than the F1, but since we have seen these Akoses move into the F1, so they have the damage reduction to be able to tank for the multi-wave fights that they're threatened with towards the end game cycle.
Yeah, I like to think about the originator from the F2 was Panda Man. You know, Panda Man. Yeah, Panda Man loved that F2 on that Akos. Especially when he came out, everybody was running F1. We did have a crazy time with Kai Bao brought out the V3 for the first time. Yeah, that was just insane to watch, and it was countering the new stuff. But you know, players quickly adjusted to that, so it didn't last for that long. But you know, being innovative like that is just a staple in my book. I would say being able to pull something out like that in this level is just insane. But Mike, quickly dropping down to 1 HP, T225, trying to snag up this elimination. Nice grapple over here from Mike. He picks up the grapple from it to the 1.0. He stays alive there. The composure there from Mike manages to catch the elimination there. Now Lipo showing up to the party, tries to go for the common armor sword, but he is going to fall in that situation.
Yeah, and that is going to be Mike sent back to that Soul Altar. AS now burns through that Volta F2. Fistblades versus Fistblades. Who's going to come out on top? AS gets knocked into the stun dazzle from PXT's F1, but Lipo steals the kill from the Syra, and then with that fan, scale rushes off of the side of the building. PXT cancels the ultimate early, picks up the Soul Blend so he can at least start regenerating some of that rage as quickly as possible. As Lipo knows he's got an advantage. There's a window where the Syra doesn't have the ultimate as long as he doesn't let her kite over to the Forbidden Seal. And with that potentially in play, Lipo is not going to continue that fight.
Super unfortunate there for Lipo. Nice start there for himself, though. We do have Wufong in the mix right now, trying to get active against Arano. Arano, a nice jump LB. I mentioned that earlier when these players are going for that scale rush. The jump LB counter into the follow-up focus attack there for Arano to pick an elimination onto Wufong. Lipo now against PXC has that Akos ultimate invested already here for Lipo, trying to see if he can catch a V2. I believe he does have another extra one. R&B into the grapple bump, into the uppercut once again. R&B into the V2. Big combo extension here for Lipo, into the jump LB finisher. Aerial R&B doesn't connect though. The prowl now for PXC in the corner. Big damage into the 1, 2, 3 as well. And PXC turning the fight around there, coming out victorious here in the scrap off.
Yeah, PXT wins out without having to need that combo breaker, as JL's AS does have both his and his ultimate available. Hasn't felt pressured enough to use them just yet, but now that he's down these armors and is also kited onto that staircase, there's no troves in play for an armor reset. The 1-2 from this halberd chunks away Aranas, though, putting these two at an even footing, and AS is actually able to utilize the 1-2 from the halberds to keep Arana far enough away that he can go into that trove and open it up for a blue armor reset, and suddenly the ball is very much in the Valda's court. We do potentially see a third party coming through. Frostivus, they just ran directly past him, and Arana knows that he's not going to be safe. Looks for the Scare Rush disengagement, takes a lot of damage by trying to set it up initially, but will be able to find it the second time around. Tries to find an armor reset, but unfortunately the troves are not in any of his RNG's favor, and now he has to put himself onto that rooftop, gets one vitality off, but Frostivus hot on his heels, keeps up the pressure. Scale Rush connects and interrupts Arano's disengage. The Liam forced into throwing out that F1 just to keep himself in the move, but here comes AS ready to interrupt that disengagement option, and Arano gets stuck on the wall, has to utilize it now to Scale Rush away, but the grapple from Frostivus holds him into position, and now it's just a matter of who's going to be able to find the elimination. AS with the reach of the halberds will be able to take it, and Frostivus had invested that Lonnie ultimate, now has to end it early to hold on to as much rage as possible because the Volta still had the V2 in play.
I see the vision there for Frostivus. Just trying to secure the elimination there. Just 1 second too late popping that ultimate. But now it goes back to neutral for himself and opposing player. Spider at Plume Castle. Looks like he is aggressing Edward in the middle of the map right now. Spider with blue armor, blue weapon in hand on the Akos, trying to see he can try to get a little active here. Looks like FPSGQ Star is in the mix as well. He's going to be running right into Spider right now with gold pole sword in hand, getting that puzzle down for himself. The F2 out here for Spider. Looks like the Dazzle is going to use it just for a little bit of health, a little bit of bow shot there from Spider onto Star. It's going to be a little bit of a skirmish here. First Roman Yang already starting to form on up here for these players. We do have OUG's Mike with 1 on the board. I believe there's like 2 other players who have elimination so far. We're gonna have to wait and see the locations of this Roman Yang. Wufong and Lipo close to each other. Might be taking the right side of the puzzle realm of Yang Gates. We do have Star, Spider, T225, possibly taking the Plume Castle one. OUG's Mike is going to start rotating on in as we see in the minimap. Edward probably playing the top side versus Well. And Arano on the low wolf side with AS on the right hand side. Frostivus is going to take the bottom one if he can. We have a Moonbane Charm called in from PXT this time around. The man Pace still hasn't been able to find his momentum in these games so far, so hopefully he can have a different outcome here for this game as we see him set it up here on the Syra already with a good armor set here for himself on the purple armor, blue weapons all around currently for himself with the blue nunchucks in hand, a little bit of purple shades as well for him. So we have to wait and see how he does in the Roman Yang. But now Edward, Star, and Spider are going at it here on the bottom side of Plume Castle.
Yeah, Star with that legendary pole sword picks up from solving Salvation Podiums, looking for that Scale Rush opening, and you can already see Spider, despite having purple armor, has already lost a massive chunk of it from that connection coming on through. Star swaps off of that pole sword onto that staff, keeping himself as mobile as possible out of arm's reach of the players. A little bit too close to him, puts himself into that realm of Yang, wanting to try and pick up that Yang pass. T225 has been able to pick up his. Mike is going to be sparring him out for control of this one. Already burns out that Liam F1, so no combo break in play until the next couple of moments. As Mike loses the armor, goes for the scare. T225 very accurate with these bow shots, able to keep the Liam all the way out of that fight, and Mike is forced to back on off. We've got a Lonnie ultimate coming into play. Someone feels like they're going to be able to take that Yang. No, they've been pressured. Spider was able to catch one of these landing so incredibly low. Edward on the back foot throws out the trick ball, but has not been able to get any of the damage that he was looking for, nor set up any of these combos. This is purely to try and stagger Spider so he can buy himself a free disengage, but that ultimate is going to be done. He's been able to run himself into one of these buildings. Has to make sure that he's not spotted, though, by TD5. He's going to go through that realm of Yang portal. And Spider went all the way around the building, but did not pass the perception check of where that Lani was actually hiding. Master of illusions, indeed.
Beautiful cut noise there from Edward to make sure he stays up. NPSEQ Star, though, against Wufong. And there's Roman Yang. We have the Justina against Syra here. Star also has the gold pole sword in hands and be able to do a lot of damage. He is able to catch a pole sword scare rush. We do see Wufong, though, coming in hot. The F caught in there for the Syra. Does manage to regain that neutral game for both players, but gets recaught off of this as well. Tries to go for the TOD, but he drops it. The uppercut. Ult pop does not raw dragon. Was a little bit pushed up forward there to be able to catch the knockback off of this. Now the Syra being able to apply a lot of pressure here onto Wufong. Uses the dash to get some cover here from the pillar here on the other side of the map, but now the pressure's still going towards his way. Star trying to stay up here on the Syra. The ultimate does run out now. The freeze does not connect, but manages to catch the prior. The F called in there for Star. I believe no more dashes there for Wufong, but catches the reply off of this. Can go for the 2-1 extension. There goes the first carousel into the second one as well, into the second carousel, and that's big damage there for Wufong. Showing up here with the longsword infinite there in the Roman Yang, and that's where his danger's here for the longsword.
Oh, that was a ticking time bomb, and that Siren needed the F1 to escape out of it. That was a blue longsword. That's why Wufong had to extend the carousel as far as he did. He got 2 grapple kick extensions in that carousel wall extension. Absolute crazy stuff. That's why you're going to see like so many of these players. Raven was talking about it. We saw it in Jacob. That was one of the major changes that occurred in the last year. Spider would always have a longsword in the back pocket. Yeah. Now it's been standardized. All of these players are going to be looking for that longsword wall extension carousel combination string, because if they can get it and you don't have your combo breaker, it's curtains. You're done. Just, you know, take your hands off of the keyboard and enjoy the pony ride as the music flashes around you. Get ready to strap yourself back into that lobby once you hit the soul altar, and are now saddled with Yang depletion, as unfortunately for Edward, seems like he's still on the run from Spider. Spider's less a tiger in this lobby and more of a bloodhound. He's got the scent of this lobby and he is not giving up.
Oh my god, just with that bounty on him, he just can't go anywhere. Yeah, like you just have to kite out that situation as much as possible. We do have a Vault ultimate invested there from AS in the back end against Wufong. Now, it's like AS ult is going to run out now, and the pressure is going to go his way very fast as well from Wufong, trying to see if he can catch up as fast as possible. It has gold hung sword in hand, so the damage against that blue armor is going to be massive there, but we see him full grappling out of the situation. T225, Star, and PXT going at it here as well. The Syra F called in there for PXT. Star trying to take a quick reset in for himself with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining here for his Yang depletion timer. Still has that gold pole sword, so if he does manage to get eliminated, someone is going to get a nice little Christmas gift there with that gold pole sword. T225 getting caught up here with an RB uppercut there.
The grapple bump.
Oh my god, the full extension there. He swapped off there. Does get the damage there onto T225. We do have the call in there from the Siren, but the uppercut, the raw uppercut there from Star takes out the elimination onto T225.
Yeah, Star just plays the waiting game for one of those players to have to go low enough to disengage, and then manages to interrupt the escape plan. Has the F1 too to buy himself the spacing, just jumps directly back into it so that he can't get follow pressured up into by PXT. Now out comes the Syra ultimate, the stun dazzle catches his mirror. The F1 is going to be invested, but Star is able to dodge directly ahead of it. And PXT now is trying to find this heal. It's not super important that he wins the 1 versus 1. Unlike Star, he does have that Vermilion Bird's Mind. He might actually choose to stand still with how low that timer is going to go. He's about to go down to 20 seconds. If this fight extends any longer, he might take it out of the lobby without the buff proccing. He is dancing with fire, going for the F1 activation, and just before he can hit the 10 seconds remaining on Vermilion Bird's Might, Star finds the elimination and takes PXT down. But oh my goodness, that almost went horribly, terribly wrong.
Oh my god, that was insane there from Star though. Being able to stay composed. We do have a replay here, and our other half of Roman Yang here for T225 against Arano. Shayo for T225. The V2 catches here. are able to take one battalion. There goes the wall bounce. What's going to be the mix-up here? F caught in to avoid any damage there from T225. That's a smart play there to avoid the follow-up damage off the V2. Weaves the second V2, though, and he throws out the chains. Does manage to connect with a new Shayo chains. The proc comes in off the nunchucks, catches the tapped off prowl there off the LNB prowl. And now we have Arano. Drops very low. The healths are even here for both of these players. We do have him catching with the 1-2 in the corner. Tries to wolf around, and that gives him the prowl there for T225 into the aerial R&B finish. And that's how he snagged up that gold longsword and winning that Roma Yang. Beautiful showcasing there from T225. And we do have our second Roma Yang now sparring on in. I mean, it's just, I feel like we just had straight action non-stopping, but 10 players still remain currently here for this game. These players are posted up for the second Roma Yang Lipo star here in this area, trying to see who's gonna be able to take this Roma Yang versus well PXC fighting for it in 15 seconds. The realm opens. PXC's gonna take a quick little reset in. Shayo ultimate already invested here for Verse, and we see that he is gonna have a lot more than enough time to stay in this ultimate form to be able to take the Roma Yang. T225 and Mike drops very low. The V2 comes out, I believe, here for a player. Mike on the Liam does not catch the second one, tries to snag him and tries to throw him back, but did not manage to catch. Nice little roll there from T225. Bow shot misses. The second one connects, and that's a headshot as well. That's a lot of damage there onto Mike, but T225
still
trying to play pressure. Oh,
he is running directly to AS. Has AS spotted out that Mike has been pressured? As we're going to be following T225's perspective, keep an eye though in that bottom right, because Mike or AS might be showing up in the kill feed as we watch both Wufong and T225 go head to head. Wufong, the legendary Hongsword on that Justina, has been looking for those TODs with the Justina freeze dashes previously. Will he be able to find more success? Both of them taken to the sky, exchanging the pistol swap shots as Wufong catches the charged R&B off of the ground connection. Goes for the overhold. The Shale already having to invest both the F1 and that ultimate. Now going to be coming into the mix. Wufong buys himself a little bit of time without having to worry about the stagger knockback. Goes for the freeze, finds it onto T225. The stagger comes in. The headlock gets called into play, and Wufong has to burn one of those dashes to get himself to the pillar so that he can start to play either the kite game or the charged RMB catch if T225 tries to scale rush or grapple up onto this Justina's position.
It's so fast, the Shayo chain. I mean, we saw him there go for a prio into a dodge, and he instantly gets caught up there with the Shayo chains. But now both ults are gone for both of these players. Wufong clinks off of that. T225 with a gold longsword. Ooh! Nice little crouch weave there for Wufong onto the NB focus there from the longsword. The follow-up 1-2 there from the longsword to get some extra damage onto Wufong. T225 being able to cut this out. Gets the damage off the scare rush into a follow hip as well. Wufong still trying to apply the pressure. Eats the damage off the RB focus. That's a lot of damage off the gold longsword, but Wufong still on the front foot pedal trying to go strictly in. Does catch the scare rush early. Gets the RB focus damage. Overholds the F caught it for T225 and Wufong. F's are on cooldown for both players. Could comes in ×2. Jump LB does not connect into the follow-up RB there for Wufong, and T225 not happy about that one. That was a super close fight between both of these warriors, and Wufong coming out on top.
Oh, Wufong goes for the focus hold to avoid the stagger that T225 tried to put against that Justina. What a read! If he hadn't gone for that one, that fight goes entirely differently, and T225 is able to come on through with the win, especially since Wufong burned the F2. Everything that T225 was doing at the opening stage, when we went back to that neutral reset once those ultimates had been out of play, he was trying to force that Justina to using the combo breaker because he had that longsword, legendary longsword. He was looking for that carousel combo into the invis wall, wasn't able to find it. Wufong holds on to the combo breaker, holds on to his cool. He's playing the right hero for it, as now, unfortunately, T225 is going to be hit with that Yang depletion. Lipo in an exact same situation. The Shield is taking a little bit of downtime to head over towards that Rift Dealers and pick themselves up some extra loot, as Lipo is going to be running directly into one of the last heroes you want to run into when you have Yang depletion. You do not want to be taking a fight against OUG's Mike, but then again, neither do you want to take a fight against Verse when he's that stacked up in equipment. That was legendary armor already in the hands of Verse, as T225 also kited over to that Ballista Tower originally since so many of those players go to that location wanting to just utilize that pillar and keep out of a fight so that those with Yang depletion are forced to look elsewhere.
Yeah, and this is where it starts getting tricky, right? Second realm just ended. A lot of these players instantly know whoever's applying pressure has the anti-depletion timer, so it's very dangerous to try to start a fight with anybody. I think positioning is very important in these situations, so you do not get third party, especially with how long these fights last between these players. Even if you have ult and managed to snag up the elimination, I mean, there's somebody always there right after. Oh my god, the bounce back there from the flower.
Cacti.
It's gonna take out the Verse. First is gonna get bounced back there from the cactus. Lipo though, not trying to make a run. Does get caught up here for some damage from the bow shot there from T225. Everybody has his eyes onto Lipo, and this is what I was saying. You were getting aggressive earlier in this fight. He cut it all the way through puzzle side and still getting full aggressed on by 3 players this time around, and this is where it might not go so great for him. First, Wufong with full gold armors in hand right now. Lipo uses F to try to get some of that damage reduction in play for himself, but now getting caught up, still being able to scare us around. T225 being the first one in. Verse as well with a grapple there, does manage to catch up there onto Lipo, trying to use the bottom side of the terrain to try to stay up. Cuts right back in from the zone. Wufong though on the outskirts with a, oh my god, the massive RB focus there from the pulsar to pick elimination onto Lipo.
Yeah, and pick up the Soul Bloom. T225 is denied the cleanse. And now, thankfully, he didn't commit his ultimate, but he can't make the desperation play. He can't continue the fight because that, like you said, is going to give the game away. Every single player is going to know that there's another one with Yang depletion. They know that it's a Shayol, they just don't know which Shayol it is. Verse has a very good idea that it's a Shayol that's not him. He is incredibly stacked right now, and you can actually see him trying to figure out where exactly T225 has dropped on off because there are so many exit strategies underneath Salvation Podium. You can go out the way you came in, or you can go out on the other side of that hallway. And T225 now has spotted out that there's a massive play as Frostivus, it looks like, is getting turned on to potentially as the Ballista also comes into play. T225 having to burn that F1 for the damage reduction to live the absolute onslaught that comes on out from Wufong on the other side of Salvation Podium. And it's Edward with the pistol who actually takes T225 down. Wufong has denied the elimination damage off of the fire burn from that Ballista, but he's more than happy to zone everyone away from that Rift Dealers because now he can go shopping.
In such a dangerous zone to be fighting in, right? I mean, you see the drawbacks to fighting in this area. Wufong quickly hears the aggression from across the map, being able to hop on one of these Ballista and eating up all that damage while you're getting aggressed on by somebody already, and that tick damage from the burn. It's just so much pressure here in this area. It's just super dangerous to try to start a fight. But in that situation, I mean, T225 with that Yang depletion timer, Verse was, you know, he wants to try to see he can keep that Shayo going into the end circle. So he also got aggressive there to try to get the elimination there for T225, knowing that one player has Yang depletion timer of the Shayos. Obviously, it's not him being on the same character. Once again, not trying to move into these end zones without the same hero is super tough, especially like in the situation where you have Edward and Frostivus both on the Lonnies. You know there are going to be handshaking in that situation, so it's just super rough there. T225 does not manage to stay on top, so now Verse is going to have to deal with all this by himself like everybody else but Edward. We do have him in the center of the Spirit while trying to stay up. Does manage to pop the Lonnie ultimate. The bounce backs, I believe, does get a little TP in there to avoid the damage there coming in from the Spirit World pressure. AS overholding the pulsar. Fong with gold fan in hand. OUG Smite always trying to contest these zones, wants to take those buffs, waiting for the perfect opportunity. You see him just lurking in the back, just R&B weaving in, trying to see if he can find some source of damage in Wufong as well. We do have Frostivus in the backside on the Lonnie with a fan as well. Now PXC trying to claim this middle zone. A lot of damage happening. It's going to start happening pretty soon as well. We do have Storm Shot, I believe, as well from one of these players. Verse getting caught up in the backside. Lots of damage, but AS is going to be forced to pop this Valda ultimate, and he has to make the best out of this, because if he does not secure this buff, this could be really bad for him.
Yeah, especially given the fact that he's the only Valda in this lobby. He will be able to use that VT, though, to manage to zone everybody away. Everyone decided it's much better to disengage the fight and get out of distance, out of vision, for AS to be able to secure these spears onto these players, because then you're going to be sitting ducks for everybody in that lobby. AS looks for the drop down R&B onto the disengagement, but unfortunately his plans are sent awry. It's not a spanner that gets thrown into them, it's a Moonbane AoE. Now though, he can look for that vertical swing. PXT so incredibly low, 2 hits connected onto PXT at the exact same time, and he's immediately forced into burning out that Syra ultimate just to keep himself intact. Goes into the center of Salvation Podium. We're probably going to be seeing that Thorny Roller roll its way around into that threat zone. As PXT now out of that ultimate is going to be a target. The Valda knows that he doesn't have it. He turns the RMB onto the Valda, looking to try and chunk down, sets up the skill rush too, before swapping it over to that spear and utilizing the threat of that erudition. One of the soldiers that has that purple last hit of focus that cannot be parried, and that is going to buy himself space and respect, especially if he can utilize that last hit to knock these players into that zone. But the zone itself is going to close, and now comes the question of whether these players can escape out of it, if they have the health bar to live the gauntlet that the Thorny Roller and that little bit of damage tick from getting out of that zone is going to give them. PXT with the F1 from that Cyrus survives it, but Verse is taken down on the rotation, and PXT is able to find a purple armor swap. He's still not out of the woods just yet, though. There are so many players nearby, and he's still incredibly low. He doesn't have a fan, he doesn't have a dagger. The skill rushes are going to be so much lower, but he still has that erudition, and he's utilizing it to dodge, duck, and weave around all of the hits. Jails AS throws out the vertical focus from that longsword, but it doesn't find the connection, as PXT, with sheer force of will in this erudition Soulshade, is holding himself in this lobby.
Nah, that Jay is the MVP right now. Literally keeping PXT alive for the time being. But just one catch right there. Edward being the last one, being the one picking up the elimination down to PXT. But what a beautiful run there for PXT, trying to stay alive in that situation. Frostivus, though, active right now with 2 eliminations on the board. AES drops very low. Mike trying to ice off the pressure there from the Valda. Might be relocating his aggression onto AS. Looks like a quick little reset is going to happen for AS. Mike wants to say with this character, due to the 2 Lonnies in play, Edward and Frostivus, now AS does have that gold pulsar in the hand, so he is going to be able to get some sorts of damage when the zone completely closes. Wufong on the top side there on the Justina, playing the top side, waiting this out, does not want to be the center of attention. We do see him just chilling up there, waiting for the zone to completely start closing in 14 seconds. Now, Frostivus, Mike, AS are going to be playing the left-hand side of the map. And now we're gonna have to wait and see how this last moments unfold. We do have OUG's Mike with 1 elimination on the board, MPHQ Stars with 3, OA's Edward with 4, BBE Frostivus with 2, and T Wufong with 3, as well as AS with 1 on the Valda. Just a matter of time, we'll see the last and final moments of this game unfold. Our second to last game of the day. Wufong applying some pressure there with the pistol shots on the top side, looking very healthy. We do have other 2 players with gold armors. Gonna be Star and AS, but now Balda's out here for AS, eating up a lot of damage off the gold fan, but it responds with a massive parry onto Wufong. The F called in there for the Justina, and AS is going to use this opportunity to pop this ultimate. He's going to take a full reset in for himself, and now this could be bad for him because Zone 7 hasn't even started spreading.
Yeah, but he pops it now so that he can get it out of the way and then work back into rebuilding the V2 when the zone actually collapses onto all of these players and they lose control of that spacing. Something to point out as well is that the Lonnies, I believe, are both using the V2, not the V1. Frostivus, I know, has the V2, and Edward has been liking to pick up that V2 previously, so we're not going to have that same level of verticality as if the V1 is currently in play. Affixes Star on that Cyrus, still holding on to that ultimate. Does not have a lot of that legendary armor left, but does have that pole sword in the back pocket. Unfortunately, is going to be able to take it out of Star's hands. He has to burn his combo breaker, and his ultimate goes incredibly low against the rocks. pops all of those stun dazzles to be able to heal himself back on up, as we're down to almost 1 minute left on this game, and this boulder is still not being pressured until now. AS without that ultimate was hoping to be able to build it back on up, but it's OUG's Mike with the pistol. He's not even in view at the moment. He's hidden off screen because he's only on 1 elimination. That's the second of the match. He has to play this perfectly. Now he gets to get a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more oogly, as some of our other casters would say, as here comes the Liam V2, and there goes FPX's star.
Oh my God, Mike with a perfect ult usage there to snag out the elimination. We still have 4 players remaining here. The both Lonnies are still alive. Frosted is throwing out a V2 to try to extend off of this. There it is. Instead of be focused off of that, gets the damage. Now the F caught in there from Mike. Frosted still has 1 more charge of his ult left. Overholding, trying to see if he can find, oh, nice little TP on the top side of the map there to avoid some of this pressure. Drops right down there, Edward with the arrow R&B. We do see him. The freeze connects there on the backside. Mike drops very low. We fall with elimination onto Mike. The bounce is there off the balls there from the Lonnie ultimate. Frosted just drops very low. The Justina freeze does not connect, but Edward snags up the elimination, and he is the last one standing. But it wasn't enough for the MVP here for game number 5. We're gonna have to wait and see. I believe it was, though, with the amount of eliminations he's had. But what a bounce back there from always Edward, snagging up his first MVP of the season.
Unintended or happy coincidence, because the bounce back of that trick ball, oh my goodness, the amount of heal that he was able to glean off of those catches was insane. Not just because like so many of those players were stacked one on top of the other too, so he was just getting continuous back to back to back to back to back, and we got to see it from his POV. That health bar just kept going up and up and up and up and up, as opposed to everyone else's that went down and down and down. You can see Mike there looking a little bit glum. He really thought that was his opportunity. That was the first time today that Mike was coming into those endgame plays, and he wasn't leading eliminations in the lobby, so he had to play perfectly. He couldn't afford to give himself away because he was the only Liam in play, and everybody would just turn and lobby him down if they knew that he was going to be around. So he couldn't even reveal. If he killed anyone with an ability, it would give up the fact that there was a Liam still around. He had to go for things like the pistol, just chalking down players that were low enough. And it really felt like he was picking up his stride, right? He was able to come through with the V2 and quite literally shoot Star out of the sky. But unfortunately, he got turned onto, and Edward just getting to sit and hold on to that ultimate a little bit longer. We're getting to see that Lonnie, very similar to some of these other heroes like Valda, being able to hold on to their ultimate and have it later in comparison to their mirror, because Frostivus was also on the Lonnie, also running the V2 variant rather than the V1, but he pops his much earlier, so it doesn't get as much value. He doesn't get as much sustain nor damage off of the trick ball resets.
Yeah, coming in, I thought, you know, we were never going to see V2, right? I just thought the staple was going to be V1, but V2 looks very, very promising in those in-circles, especially when everybody's congested, like you mentioned. Just a bounce back between all those players in a small area like that, getting that HP back, I mean, it's super helpful, as we saw there for Edward. I was gonna call him Mario. for Edward, but yeah, it's a nice change. Well, not change. It's surprising to me to see the V2 being so well played from these players. But another answer for Treasure for everybody at home. In order to win a random gift box here for the spring split, the question is gonna be who won in the realm of Yang. Is gonna be FPSDQ Star, BBE Frostivus, CWZ Arano, or D YZG's TT25. And yeah, I mean, just difficulty gets harder, right? You have to be paying attention in these matches in order to take one of those gifts home. Make sure you guys swap on over from YouTube to Twitch if you guys are watching over on YouTube in order to get a chance to win one of those gifts. But wow, what a set of games we had so far. Lonnie showing up that she can be very potentially played in these games. From the people that I talked to, they didn't really think Lonnie was going to be played in the Pro League, but you know, these players are, you know, dipping their toes in the waters and trying to see how she does in these matches. But you know, Edward showcasing it here for our 5th game of the day, being able to snag up 5 eliminations on the board with an overall game score of 9. Wufong with 4 kills, 6 overall game score. Frostivus with 3 eliminations, 4.5, and Frostivus as well now has been playing very consistent, being in the top 5 as well. So he is jumping up on those ranks. I believe he was 6, so this could give him a potential to be around 4th or 3rd. OUG's Mike with 4.5 as well, still trying to snag up points, as most points as possible to stay in that 1st place spot.
Verse, unfortunately, not finding the same level of success that he has previously. And off of the back of only picking up 1.5 points, is definitely not going to be overtaking Mike, who I believe is still leading the overall standings, given the fact that he walked away with a 4.5 game score. So this last game of the day is going to be very telling, especially because a lot of these players are going to already have burned through a lot of their double hero picks coming on out. So this might be potentially where we get to see the AWOL Zip. Potentially, I don't think we're gonna see a Hottie, but given how dominant he was last year, the absence of Hottie is more than telling. Like, that nerf, the fact that he can no longer use items when in flight, has just gutted his viability entirely in solos. Maybe he's still around in trios with cube play, but it's gonna be felt that too for sure.
Yeah, and you know, when Hotties used to pop that ultimate and the Hotties were being aggressive in that ult form, a lot of the wave roll was being used, right, to avoid the damage output that he could in that ultimate state. But now that, you know, is gone, where you don't have the unlimited amount of wave rolls, I would have still expected him to be picked, you know? Being able to potentially get a good damage output with that ult online, it's just surprising that just not being able to pop any heals while you're flying, it was the staple of that character. And I mean, for so long, ever since Hottie came out, these players just, I believe he came out right before a Worlds, right? He came out right before a J Cup, yes. And it was played out in the J Cup, and then right after that, I would see in either Spider or Mike's stream was Dumb obviously playing Hottie, and everybody in the lobby playing Hottie. So Hottie was, you know, what Liam is today at that point, right? So now, like, seeing him just one change like that, being the versatility of him being played out and not being played out, it's just crazy to see.
You know what was crazy? The fact that Mike turned that situation around with the sliver of health that he did, being able to find that grapple bump, is Wufong getting the back-to-back carousel chain with that invisible wall, helping when out in the realm of Yang. So you can have a look and see the Syra mirror come down between Star and PXT. Both of them feeling their opponents out. The Clanks coming on out. Star finding that parry that he was looking for leading up into the first stage of that RMB pulse or vertical swing, which chunked their health before we headed into a second round of Yang wins. That jump horizontal coming on through from Wufong, previously buoyed up the fact that he survived by holding focus so that he didn't get staggered by the light attack coming on out from his opponent. And this was the bane of T225's existence. This ballista pressure coming on through. You can see Verse here is getting put into the blender off of that ballista. But then when we headed into the second realm of Yang depletion state, that ballista came back into play in a huge time.
The bounce back there from the Lonnie ult. Edward showcasing the Lonnie V2, staying on top there for our 5th game of the day, and also taking the MVP once again on the Lonnie. Nice, cool little animation. I mean, just a super creative character in a pool. I don't think we had a super bounce back ult like that, how she has it. So being able to see the versatility of characters here in NARAKA is just amazing to see. We do have Edward on the 5 eliminations, 9.6k damage, taking the MVP, his first MVP of the season, running the F1 V2 on the Lonnie, Tempest Kick, Sap, Benetip Bar Bolts, Juggernaut, and a standard damage reduction Jade for himself here for his loadout. Had a crazy amount of healing. Look at that, 12,000 healing there for this game alone. What a showcase in here from always Edward. I mean, what can we say? He perfectly played that situation there, that end circle, and it played out perfectly for him, having Frostivus as well as Alani. And you know, I mentioned it during that game as well, where Verse was kind of put in a situation where he kind of had to try to help out T225 to try to snag up a Soul Bloom, just because in the situation he was in. But in previous maps, we saw with how much the pressure was, and I believe probably how much less wide open it is. I mean, Predoria is super big as well, but I guess it was just a situation he was in that he was forced to have a decision like that. We didn't really see that throughout the whole night, where, you know, these players are trying to snag up a soul bloom for somebody else to try to take that character into the end game. But I guess it's just a situation that both of those players were in, that T225 just had to try to cleanse to try to stay in that game. So it's crazy to see the momentum change between every single game. I mean, we had an explosive game 2, it slowed down for game 3, and a little bit of high and lows for game 4 on the aggression. Now moving on to this, I mean, we're still getting in games, but just the amount of players that run into it is just it's crazy to see how much just the momentum can change just from game to game.
I mean, all of these players that are still trying to figure out what exactly is going to be working this season with all of the changes.
Oh, we're in break. We're in break.
I thought it was break, and then I saw them go to the stage, and I was like, "Oh, are we doing overview?"
Yeah.
We're doing break. I asked them, by the way, to do audio cues.
Yeah, that would. Somebody told me that too. I was like, so how's Lonnie? They're like, ass. I'm like, oh.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT 2025 spring season, as Lani is getting ready to show us a whole new world of meta potential. C8, we're headed into Game 6, unfortunately, the last game of the day. And you were talking about it during the break, like both you and I, we did not expect to see, well, we expect to see some of the hero picks go the way, right? We got the Liam, we got the Sheol, we got the Valda. The Lonnie, though, that is a curveball, quite literally, in the fact that it's sort of unsettled on whether or not the V1 variant or the V2 variant is the strongest. Like, we know the combo breaker with the F1 has to be in play because it's the combo breaker. You can't run the F2, not at solo lobbies at this level. But which ultimate is it going to be? I feel like a lot of these pros are sort of testing the water to see which they prefer.
Yeah, and I mean, so far, I think if you're able to make it to the end game, like what we just saw there with Edward, the V2 has very high value. I think that might have been the first end circle we saw today. I could be wrong with that. But I mean, that's like the ideal situation, right? It was two Lonnies in the end game circle. You have that backhand there if you need it, and being able to, you know, get that siphon back, like you mentioned, from the ult, it just worked out very perfectly there for Edward, as we saw. And you know, V1 has its strength as well, having that movement on the carpet ride, being able to retreat. I think it's more of a early to mid game type of thing. I still need to see how strong it looks in the end game for her, but I mean, so far, I mean, I think she looks great, and her abilities look very fun to watch, and I hope she's very fun to play as well. So it's just a matter of time that we see. It is just the first day of the spring split. We still have a lot of days left. And we have trios tomorrow, right? What if there's something we don't know? She comes out in trios.
We have trios tomorrow. We're gonna probably be seeing new meta because trios doesn't have wave roll. It doesn't have a bomb dodging anymore. A lot of the heroes who were staple picks, Hardy, have been entirely absent in solos. That is gonna be felt in trios for sure. I think we'll still see Karumi, even though the Karumi rework did go through. And that's definitely going to impact the viability and where Karumi matches on up, especially because Zip just got buffed. So I think Zip is more of an option than she used to be in competitiveness with Karumi. But we'll have to wait and see, because at J-Cup, I mean, Karumi Syra composition was insane. If you had a Takeda to be able to block it. But that is trios. That is just an appetizer for what you're going to be able to have in store for you. I believe Jake and Raven will be taking you through the action of trios tomorrow, so you do not want to miss that, as we're not going to be missing our last game of the day. What we are probably going to be missing, though, is some of those hero selections, because the points have been deducted. These players are not going to have access to as many picks as they had previously.
Yeah, and I think Game 4, we started seeing characters already in double picks. I believe we saw double pick Shayo. I don't really remember who had picked a double pick for the other player who had picked a double pick for that game as well. But I mean, players have been running through these characters already, and now in our last final game, it's going to be a lot more players as well, with a little bit of a limited hero pick selection that they have from previous games. But I mean, the standard group A does not change with that Liam pick for Edward and Lipo. Both snagging up the Liam. AS going with the Syra. I think we had a Shayo as well. Yes, we did. T225 on the Syra versus on the Justina. Being able to pick that up. Mike. Oh,
there it is. I was waiting for it to come out. Mike is going to be picking on up the Akos. The Tiger King picks up his Cryon once more. I have to wait and see whether or not he'll be able to find a third MVP of the day. That would be one heck of an opening day for Mike. As a start to the season, we're still waiting to see what Spider and Wu Fong are going to opt to choose for. Wu Fong's going to go for Lani. Spider is going to be going for Temmie. And now it falls down to Frostivus and Star being in the last round selection. And unfortunately not having access to Liam, Justina, and Syra, as well as the heroes that they played previously. Star is going to go for Lani, but we know that Frostivus played Lani in the previous round, so he's going to have to opt for something different.
Yeah. I think this character is very cool, actually. I really love her design. Frostivus, though, is going to snag up that Valda for his last game of the day. Spider on the Temmie, alone with Temmie at that. So we're going to have to wait and see how he does. We've seen some success with him on the Temmie, being the only Temmie in the lobby in previous matches as well. So he's not new to this. We do have our last game of the day unfolding right now for the opener of the spring split. It's been an amazing time, obviously. I mean, it's just pro play, right? Where else can we get this but here?
Oh, the top of the top. Getting to see the pros have to adapt as well in real time too. They do not have a lot of time to be able to figure out where meta is going to be headed. This is all still very much experimental stages. This is all probably going to change drastically when we head into next week, as we're going to be seeing, no surprises, F1 V2. What I'm looking at is the Lanis and both Star and Wu Fong V2. It looks like the sort of determination has been made. Lani V1, like you said, is good for early to mid game, but if you want to make it to end game and walk away with the MVP, if you want to be the last player standing in that lobby and get the kill score multiplier, the V2 is going to be a prioritization.
Yeah, I mean, you see the changes already happening, right? Star and Wu Fong often go for that V2. Very curious to see what Mike picks for on a different night, right, on the Lani, because he was running that V1 in the beginning. So I'm very curious to see if he's gonna change up his A game now to try that V2 and saw the potential of it today. And this is how we start seeing all these metas unfold here in these lobbies, right? Day one, players testing out this new character, in these lobbies. So it's gonna be very interesting to see. And if she's gonna stay right after we get Tarka rework, how strong is Tarka gonna be? You know, versatility is another character going to be pushed out of the meta. It's just so many factors, so many questions that we can go on from just things that are changing in the game. But something that's not changing is this map, Morris Isle. We only have one player landing at Celestia. Sorry, I do see only one player. We have a contestant of players here, Mike, AES, Lipo, I believe Verse as well. And this is game 6. The players are full W key mode here for this game. We have Mike on the Oculus, 1, 2, 3 sense. It gets the damage onto Verse, catches that damage as well, catches the LMB 1-2 in the corner, lots of damage there onto the Justina, and it looks like the elimination has not happened so far, but catches the grapple point into the R&B focus, and that's a quick elimination there from OUG's Mike.
Yeah, Mike looking to finish things out strong. Goes for the overhold on the focus. Doesn't time the parry, but will be able to come through with that vertical slam dunk once he's up in the air. That does not allow Jails AS to get that last hit of damage necessary to take the Tiger King down. And Mike grapples away, finds a great armor reset on the rooftop. Still has to find Vitalia, though, to be able to heal up this health bar. And unfortunately, the Trovers have not been kind in terms of that aspect. He's still going to be on the run until now. Gets one Grey Vitalia, so that's not going to be a lot of health sustained. But it is still something as we get to look at Wolves and Wufong go head-to-head. PXT comes on through with that F1 for that damage reduction, as well as looking to space the Lani away. But Wufong commits the F1 aggressively to keep the chase onto PXT, knowing that Shale was down that combo breaker and is able to find the kill.
That was beautiful there. I didn't really pay attention to how much stamina he had, but if he used it to like catch the elimination there, that was insane. OUG's Mike on Alkos once again against Lipo. Aggression going towards Lipo's way. The 1-2. Just everything he's throwing his way, just going his way. He tries to catch that off the F1. Does get the damage reduction now. Since they'll be focused, Perry connecting here for Lipo, not trying to respond here in the situation. Mike though, just catching the power off the light there. Now into the grapple point, into the fan swap, into the aerial R&B as well. Mike with a nice little weapon swap there off the power from the spear into the focus attack there for the fan to secure that aerial R&B follow-up to secure the elimination as well. Mike just full W key, no pressure, no, he's just ready for the scrap boss right here. He's gonna wait this out. He does see AS in the back end. T2-5 trying to take a full reset in on the Syra. We do have Edward and Lipo with only 1 life left here for game number 6. Mike already starting up hot here with 2 eliminations on the board. Edward with 1, Arano, Wufong both with 1 as well. Everybody's still sitting at 0. As soon as I say that, Wufong picking an elimination onto Arano. Now seems to be a little bit of a loot session here for these players so far into the first run of Yang, but Mike is not slowing down anytime soon. We have a 3-way scrap off, possibly 4 if Frostovich starting to move on in.
Mike finds another grapple bump. Manages to catch the uppercut as well before T2-5 can scarish off of that tree. It wasn't a fan or a dagger in the back pocket. It was charging up too slow. Now it's not a 3-way scrap. It's very much a 4-way. And Mike is going to be keeping himself onto those sidelines just the way we've seen previously. I'm not sure if he has a ranged weapon to be able to swap. It looks like he's just got to keep up the pace with those nunchucks. Goes for the charge into the parry. Fishing for that focus that T2-5 was potentially looking for an out to clank against it. But unfortunately, the Siren, because of the pressure coming through from the 3 other players surrounding, has had to already burn out that V1. Cancels it early. Manages to get that stagger onto Frostovich before he does so. But he still has to deal with Mike closing up the distance and getting confident. He wants this elimination. He's more than happy for these players to swarm in because that means he's going to get further damage reduction off of the F1. And T2-5 gets parried. JL's AS gets to turn it onto the Syra and will be able to take up that elimination as well as the Soul Bloom. That's the ultimate tier if he can find that opening. But Mike with that Tiger Pounce off of the Akos V2 is going to be the predator that the Syra has to keep an eye out for. There's the V1 investment. Mike gets stun dazzled before he can use the Tiger Pounce. The F1 comes out into the ultimate catch. Can he find the Pounce? He's looking for it as JL's AS puts a tree between himself and the Tiger to make sure that the catch doesn't connect.
Mike still trying to stay up. Calls into V2. Has a little bit of health. AS drops very, very low now that the ultimate is gone. He's going to use these trees as terrain to try to stay up here in the situation. But Mike, with no ult online, it looks like Frostivus might be picking AS out of the bunch with that Calmer Armor Swap coming into play here for OUG's Mike. We do have him still running for his life. Frostivus wants to try to snag up this elimination as well. And I mean, this is just the difference between Mike and everybody else on Aquos, right? Just Mike has every answer to everything, but not right now. Frostivus eating up a lot of damage here. Again, putting up a lot of damage onto Mike. Mike drops all the way to half HP once again with the blue fan in hand this time around. Overholds the LNB focus, gets the damage off the first one. Now the 1-2, Frostivus catches the R&B into the 1-2 spam, into the aerial LNB. Mike does fall, but he does end up with 2 eliminations on the board. 27.8 overall points for this game. But I mean, what a run there from Mike, right? In the beginning of the game, just straight aggression, non-stop, winning pretty much every fight. The Sara ultimate just drags it up a little bit too long for him to snag out the elimination. But I mean, just compared to everybody else, his early game was just super strong here.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the conditioning coming through too. He committed the LMB fan throw, and then Frostivus got hit by it the first time. And then when he saw the fan getting charged up for that potential LMB the second time, he crouches and like cancels and looks for that potential opening. He almost was able to turn that fight off of the back of it too. But Frostivus will be able to take the elimination down. 2-5 with the Hallies and those RMBs connects onto Wu Fong. So both of these players backing on off, just going for a little bit of heal back up onto those purple epic armors. Spider now trying to take Verse out of the mix. Comes on through with those fist blades, looking to potentially come in through with those LMB connections. But Verse does have that Yang pass. It doesn't matter if he burns his ultimate, he will get it back regardless. The Temi, though, he's gonna invest big time. He goes for his ultimate to lock the area down entirely. The Wisp does not connect onto Verse. One dash has been invested. Verse is able to come through with the 2-1-1 swap into the Hong Sword. But Spider has the spacing and will be able to back on off before the charged R&B can connect onto him.
Wow. Verse, though. Still trying to set up. Spider trying to contest his Roman Yang just to stay off now. He was like, you don't have to pass. Verse is like, I know, but I still kind of want to get in. Will you let me in? Nope. Spider. Being the gatekeeper here for Verse. He is be able to just wait this out to enter this Roman Yang. Edward and PXT are going to be going at it in the first Roman Yang of game number 6. We got blue weapons here for PXT on the Xiaoyu. Edward trying to find an opening for himself on the Liam. The 1-2. F caught him very early here from the Xiaoyu. This is the opening Edward needs, but the ultimate is still up here for PXT. Waiting for the perfect opportunity. I believe he does not have Nunchuck meter burn currently so far. The army focus connects there for Edward. Since the wind gust doesn't get the damage this time around. Since for the second time around, the damage, the parry connects, but the damage does not. Edward has to have to stay safe. LB focus connects as well. Now the Liam ultimate invested into the 1-2. Xiaoyu ultimate invested here for PXT. He can't catch off the V2, I believe. Looking for the perfect opportunity. There goes the second shield. PXT now shots very, very low. The third clink into the third shield. There it is, the last shield that he has. Into the shield throw, into the V2.
Oh no!
To stop any of that damage. That doesn't do no damage. Oh my god! That was perfect timing there for that V2 to connect.
Oh, the headlock came in as the auric grab went out. And unfortunately, the shield got the CC, but wasn't able to do anything about it. Now it's going to be Frostivus going head-to-head. The Vada with that V2 has so much overhealth to be able to survive this auric grab that Lipo is going to set up. He manages to get one Vitality off the back of it. Throws Frostivus airborne so he can potentially set up another reset opportunity. But Frostivus with the spear is able to come and prove the charged R&B from that fan into the 1-2. And that is Frostivus with the Volta V2 able to see the win against the Liam. And now Spider has to try and head against a Lani inside a realm of Yang. A Lani who's using V2. So Spider is not out of the woods, even if he stays mobile.
Yeah, with no online and without having the health advantage here, it's gonna be very rough here for Spider, but if anybody can do it, it's Spider. Lani still trying to get active, 8 seconds and counting. He needs a miracle right now. Overhold, sends back the R&B focus to avoid getting parried. Both players parried this time around. The Prodigal stores move on his way, and it's looking like a timeout. So both of these players are going to be having that Yang depletion timer on their back. We do have 2 wins already there for BBE and OA, so only 2 players are gonna have that Yang depletion timer from that round. PXC Just gonna wait this out. Oh, I'm sorry, PXT is gonna have it. We have 4 players. Star as well, or Wufong, sorry. Wufong as well is gonna have the end depletion timer. Sha Yol here for PXT. Trying to see if he can find anybody. Not sure where everybody's scattered to towards the end. Oh, here we go. We have some sort of congestion of players. We have Lipo, Edward, and Spider all in this area. Now, Lipo with 3 minutes and 17 seconds in counting. Edward, the gold staff, with full effect here with Vermilion's Charisma, has everything he needs to try to get active here. Frostive is in the back end as well. You have both Yang winners on your trail. If you're Lipo, this is not the situation you want to be in. The raw uppercut connects as well. Liam ultimate investor here for Lipo. Casts the V2 onto Edward, but Frostive can still apply the pressure. Wufong in the back end as well. Sends back that player, and he is going to fall for that. Wufong's second elimination now to Lipo.
And Edward gets the grab onto a low HP Frostivus, who does have that Valda V2 to call in on to survive the aftermath. Spear gets sent out, won't be able to find his connection. Edward had to burn that Liam V2 as well, so he's going to be put under pressure too. The Frostivus is about to run out of armor, out of overhealth, and out of life. Vermilion Birdsmite is going to keep himself in this lobby, but he's going to lose the opportunity to find some of these eliminations. Edward finds a huge parry onto AS, who threw out that charged vertical on that fan directly into his back. Spider will be able to pick up the elimination, and this is what we saw when we had the Holoroth game, which saw a timeout inside one of those Realm of Yanks. It sparked so much aggression in the lobby that we were reduced to 6 players before we saw that Spirit World contest come on through, and the same might be repeated right here, right now, C8. His Spider is on the run, but he's falling lower and lower. The Fist Blade's not the greatest weapon to be able to scale rush your way out of these engagements. He's trying to find verticality, but his HP bar is falling lower and lower and lower. He just has to invest the Temi ultimate and not even keep himself in the middle of it. He has to go to the outsides, which puts himself right into the path of TE's Wufong. And now he is quite literally caught between a rock and a hard place. He wasn't able to utilize his ultimate for any of the reset window he'd been seeking for, and he just has to try and keep himself moving for as long as possible.
That's just super unfortunate for Spider. Vesses the Tumult ultimate, doesn't get the chance to even pop one powder in to try to get some health back. And I mean, once that semi ultimate is gone, even if you have F on cooldown, it's just a matter of time. As we saw there, we saw a downrange bow shot there to snag an elimination there onto Spider. Mike just playing the Realm Yang here. You do see him with 2 eliminations on the board. Wufong with a pop-off game this time around with 4 currently here. Moving on into this mid game. He is in 4th place, somewhere on Delani as well as Star. Frostivus has had a really good game 6 as well, with 3 eliminations currently for this game. So, I mean, these players now with game number 6, I usually see this as a full W key game. These players, especially in their spring split games or just in their regular weekly games, they like to just full W key in. But we do have differences of who's the one that has the most pop-off games for the game 6. I mean, obviously in bi-weekly finals, game 6 is our make or break it for a lot of players, especially with how many points they have or whoever's in the threshold. But right now, Wufong just waiting out for this round. It's purple dagger in hand. Mike, first one in against PXT. PXT with blue armor as well as Mike. So the armor rarity is going to be even between both of these players, but the purple longsword might have a little bit more damage output here for Mike, but he does have that potential to get that carousel extension as we saw earlier.
F1 comes out early. He's looking for it. Combo breaker potentially going to be forced from the shield early too. The vertical connects with the charged RMB. Again, just mincing through that armor that is available to PXT as Mike just weaves in and out of these fights. Commits the RMB yet again, and this time PXT is ready for it. The parry comes on through. The ultimate's going to be forced from both of these sides, and now it becomes a matter of dodging out of the follow-up from both. Mike finds the grab onto PXT. Has to try and keep himself moving, though. Does not want to try and stagger the shell again and come under the crosshairs of that headlock potential. He's going to be able to utilize his ultimate, kites around that shell V1. If we go back into that reset, he's been able to get put into the headlock, but he spaces the pillar between himself and the shell perfectly, so there's no follow-up. But now he's caught up into the air, and the nunchucks take him down. Wolves PXT finds the win against the Apex Predator. A star on this. Lani operates that V2 and puts the pressure onto Edward. Will this Liam prove to be the S-tier pick, or has Lani been able to keep this hero on their toes?
Now, the bounce back does connect off of this. He does have one more charge left and could have the potential to extend off of this ultimate still. The V2 though connects there for Edward. He is gonna be able to get the damage off of this, plus the powder into the follow-up R&B focus, into the jump LB for the extra damage. Now the F called in here for Star. Now F is on cooldown for the Lonnie. Overholds the R&B focus, gets the damage there on the jump there from Edward ×2 as well. Now the health getting very, very close between both of these players, but Edward with the weapon rarity advantage, that gold staff just does so much damage. Swap on over to the purple longsword this time around. R&B, jump LB for the extra damage and the finisher there. And Edward coming on top here for game number 6 in this round with Yang. And what, I mean, Wufong with a backwards uppercut parry against Mike. That was disgusting there in that realm of Yang. And now Mike was just super surprised to see that. He is going to have that Yang depletion timer on his back. 4 minutes and 18 seconds and counting. No ozone popped here for Verse, but Mike needs to full throttle in to try to see he can cleanse out this Yang depletion timer. Verse is not going to make this easy though on the Justina. He does not have ult online. Mike does. He can just continue applying the pressure until the zone comes off. The 1-2 off the longsword, jump on the beat for the extra damage. F1 called in. We do have another player showing up. It's gonna be Frostivis. I believe Wufong's in the back end as well. We have the cannon shots flying on in, and I feel like we haven't really seen a lot of the pressure from cannons today as we usually see, but now we do from Wufong. R&B focus connects there for Mike in the backside. Verse not trying to respond. The follow-up LB connects. Now F called in for the Justina. He needs to be real careful in that doorway. There's gonna be a lot of fire damage coming through there from Wufong. Another player showing up. Frostivis once again in the corner. Mike gets taken out there from Verse, and it's just a congestion of players in this high. Everybody's sending the blues out. No one's parrying. Pulsar connects their scare rush from PXT. Star drops very low. He does manage to scatter on out, and now that eliminations came into play, everybody's starting to back on out.
Oh my goodness, PXT comes on for with a legendary pulse on scale rush, and then just full commits the RM because he can turn it onto every single player in that room. Star Knight turns his attention, comes on through with that Lonnie V2, starts getting that trick ball rolling, keeping up the pressure onto everyone around him as he falls lower and lower and lower. The more players he can connect onto, the more HP he's going to be able to start resustaining back, and sustaining health when you're on the move is the absolute name of the game right now. Star wants to be able to survive the attention coming his way, but the ultimate is done, and he's still at the wrong end of Edward coming in through with that legendary staff. And I believe that was also the animation for Stanchion Sky Pillar that we got to see a couple of seconds of before we headed on over to a different POV, so keep your eye on that one. That silence effect is definitely going to be coming on through, playing havoc with a lot of these heroes who rely on the combo breaks to avoid getting hit into those TODs.
Yeah, I just remember how strong, you even mentioned it earlier, how strong Aurora Burst was, right? Like, if you get caught up by Aurora Burst back then, it was just no escape. I mean, it felt like you just got Viper F'd, right? Like, you're just stuck there eating up all that damage, and we will see, like, a constant thing where players would see a fight happening, and the third party would just be whoever had Aurora Burst coming down from just downtown up from the sky, just dropped out Aurora Burst.
The Nbpl equivalent of the metal chair from Top Ropes.
Yeah, it's just crazy to think how strong that Jay was. But you know, now things are different. Edward though, not different with Wufong. Both players with 4 eliminations on the board here for game number 6 coming online. Wufong and Edward as well, staying consistent there on the second place with 24 points for his overall score of the day. Arano with 1, Frostivis with 3 in that 7th place spot, and PXC with 1. And PXC is the one that's kind of caught me off surprise, because I mean, he's been a very strong player throughout the league since he joined, but now, you know, it is day 1. He still has a lot of time to adjust, especially just being the first day. He can just go back to the VOD and see his mistakes as well, so that's always a good thing to do for these pro players. Arano, and I mean AS, it's gonna go ahead and get the tuna up. He is gonna have that Jade. We know how strong the tuna can be. If you can keep recharging it up to continue to get that siphon health if you do get in a fight. But now a random band starting to form on up. We do have White Tiger's powers. That's gonna be the Spirit Will contestant for this game.
Edward moving into position immediately. We know he has Stanchion Sky Pillar. So if any player tries to get close to him, yeah, there it is. They are gonna get hit by that silence effect. He's showing it immediately, just to make sure that everyone understands the threat that he is going to be posing. Frostivis is on that Volder, and we saw earlier, just the threat of that V2 from the Volder was more than enough to try and chase away those players from trying to contest the Spirit Well. is the same thing going to occur? Because Frostfist is the only Volder in this lobby. He's currently sitting on 3 eliminations. He's not leading. If he comes through with a couple of more, he may well be able to walk away with an MVP for the last game of the day. As Arano just plays around the outer edges of that fight, doesn't really want to full commit, just wants to feel out what everyone is going to be running. So this is the opportunity that everyone showcases that win condition with. Stanchion Skypillar is going to be revealed by one player, as is Venom Tip and Puff, both from their repeating crossbow. And Edward might have the silence effect, but the lobby is the one that silences his impact. He gets sent immediately into a disengagement off of all of the damage that he took, trying to keep up that aggressive positioning with that prior opportunity for that Spirit Well. And now he's going to be locked into a 1 versus 1 against the Syra. AS knows that that silence effect is going to potentially be in play, and he's more than happy to just utilize the knockback effect on these Skelrith connections to send this Liam into that zone, forcing Edward into burning every single bit of utility. The combo breaker of the F1, the V2, everything, and the kitchen sink, and every single grapple that Edward has available to his name right now is being utilized to make sure that this Liam survives that 1 versus 1. And in the meantime, PXT with the absolute heist walks with a White Tiger's purse for free.
No, he just gets the free brink robbery right there. Coming out on top there with the White Tiger's prowess. It's going to be able to apply some pressure there onto whoever's around him if he needs to. We see him probably spotting Edward here. Frostivus, though, drops very low into the 1-2 finisher there from Wufong from the Dual Blades. And Frostivus is going to fall here for game number 6 with 3 on the board. Still a very good game played out here for Frostivus, being able to secure 3 eliminations. Mike was already eliminated with a 2. Wufong, though, stacking up those kills with 5 this time around. Edward does manage to stay alive here on the Liam, 26% on that range, so still has a long way to try to get that ult back online. And our Random Bane is going to take up the majority of the zone until 1 minute, where the zone starts spreading. Arano on T225 just waiting this out. AS in the middle of that. Arano eating up the damage there from the movement. Don't believe anybody saw it. T225 just chilling in the bush. Does not want to apply the pressure, but Edward sees it, quickly jumps right down, hits him with the LMB focus there onto Arano. And Arano's going to be forced to try to scatter out from the situation. He does see a little open here on the left-hand side. He can play the outer ring of the zone, and we see him already positioning for that next zone spread, as we saw him in there on the mini map. PXT, though, on the Shayo still has that White Tiger's power. 83 seconds remaining there for that buff. Now Edward and Arano we go ahead and play a little bit closer here on the bottom side of the map. PXT, though, the main aggressor, with a nice ship pair there onto the Syra. Looks like the F is going to be called in. The cooldown now starts there for the Syra. Wufong on the top side tries to see he can find some sorts of damage onto AS. I believe AS cuts noise in the back end. They do not spot him there in the backside.
Yeah, he's not in the purple bush.
Yeah.
The T225 is. T225 has to reveal himself. Comes them through with that sap hit onto PXT. Arano, too, is still under pressure, potentially, from this fight with Edward that is looming on the outskirts. However, because he was pressured early, he did not have to burn his ultimate, so it's not the worst situation that it could currently be for Arano. That, unfortunately, is Edward's position right now. This Liam does not have that V2 available, but nobody knows. Everyone was trying to play reaction to PXT, claiming that Spirit Well and coming on through with 2 Sheol V1s, that everyone sort of turned their attention away from that Liam. So he's given a second lease of life off of the back of that. Wufong going incredibly low. PXT trying to find his opening with that Sheol F1, as we can see Arano yet again rocking the bow setup, looking to see if he can incite a fight before everyone turns onto that Justina. He wants to be able to hold on to his ultimate for as long as possible, and it now becomes hero selection. Who do you want to make it to that end game? Wufong is unfortunately one of those players that you do not want to see make it through, especially since we saw the masterclass of that Lani V2, the impact that it can have when all of these players are clumped up in one certain spot. But the same applies to the Syra. The more players that are stacked up, the more value that Syra gets from the stun dazzle spam into the V1 laser beam follow through. And AS with that tuna is going to be able to heal on the move, both from abilities and from the Soul Jade. As Edward with the cannon, I'm sure Flames Breath is attached to that one too, with that Rupture Gale attached to that Soul Jade on top of it, the cherry on the mix. to make sure that some of these Cyrus get pressured out and have to potentially burn some of that utility. T225 falls incredibly low. That was pretty much a lot of armor. And his health bar burned on off. Arano has got to be set up with either max attack or the bow soldier set up, because oh my goodness, the damage that he just found off of those shots onto T225 was crazy.
Oh my god. That was a clean shot. That was a clean shot there from Arano. I saw him still have full white health. That's what I saw before that shot connected. So he just one shot headshot tapped him there. Beautiful showcasing there with oh my god, that was disgusting there from Arano. Nice shot there through the window. Player's gonna fall. And now the zone looking like it's gonna end right on the edge of this terrain, I believe. So there's gonna be a little bit of layers going into this end circle. We still have 5 players remaining, and I mean, I'm surprised. I thought this was gonna be a full W key session and not really an end game, but every single game we have those end games. These players have been showing straight consistency throughout the whole night. AS drops very low here though. He's gonna be forced to pop the Syra ultimate. It looks like he's gonna apply the pressure onto PXC, and that's gonna be a Shayo for this for his opponent right now. The damage connects off the first beam, still applying lots of pressure there with the beam damage. Now Shoyo ultimate is gonna be invested. This could be bad here for PXC. It's super unfortunate that he was picked out of everybody here by AS. The Syra ultimate is gone, but the damage is done, and Edward snacks up another one, and that's gonna be his 5th one tying up here with Wufang.
Yeah, AS turns the attention onto the Shayol, and PXC gets taken down, and AS is given an opportunity. They still have to watch out, though, for these bow shots coming in through from Arano. You can see him posted up at the top of that rooftop, entirely uncontested. Everyone currently is dancing to the tempo that Arano is set. There's one bit of cover from the bow damage, and it's the tree that currently the rest of these 3 players are fighting over. And because they're all trying to fight over that spacing, they're knocking each other into all of this follow-up damage. Stanchion Skypillar, that's where it ended on up for Edward. Comes on out, that silence, unfortunately not allowing the Syra access to a lot of that healing kit as AS looks for the drop down into the vertical slam down off of that charged RMB. Puts himself onto the treetop, will be able to do it again. Doesn't find the connection that he's looking for. He needs one elimination to get a soul bloom and start to heal back. But now that the zone's closed on up, that Lanny V2 is going to come into play, and that trick ball is going to catch on to every single player underneath. The Liam tries to find the elimination. Edward with the V2 will be able to find one, make that a 3rd, and that might be Edward walking away with the MVP, but Arano with the bow shots manages to take Edward down before he can claim that kill score multiplier, and in the end, I think it's really going to come down to that difference. But no, Edward's still able to MVP despite it.
Wow. That was super clean there from Edward on the Liam. The Syra, I mean, schmoving, trying to stay up, was trying to play the high ground, knew exactly what they had to do, especially with the Lonnie in the field. You saw the Lonnie ultimate get invested, and he instantly went up high ground to avoid any of those bounce backs. But as soon as he came right down, he came down straight to a V2 Liam, getting caught up, gets the damage, and Edward just showcasing there. I mean, he's back. I mean, we saw what, you know, how polished he was in the first game of the day. He did slow down a little bit through games 3 and 4, but I mean, needless to say, he's been consistent throughout the whole night. Snags up possibly 1st place now off of this. We're gonna have to wait and see how the overall scores look. But I mean, what a showcasing here from Edward. I think it's a name buff change, you know?
It could well be. It could well be. But Edward is looking like 2025 is the year that he tries to go for that gold. Because, like, we've always talked about him. He's always been in discussions.
Yeah.
It's interesting that he's never been sort of seen as one of the 4 emperors in the CN side, right? You've got Mike, you've got Spider, you've got 225, and you have Fong, who are touted as the 4 emperors that the Chinese community refers to them as. But Wang Liang has been around as long as those players have been playing. He's never been crowned one of those emperors, so he has a lot to prove. And given the fact that he's been able to MVP with Liam, he's also been able to showcase his prowess with the Lanny, which means that his games with Lanny are going to be strong, but not just that, he understands the tempo that Lanny is playing out in terms of that endgame situation, so he can set it up for the best possible way for himself. Because like you said those players were reacting to the Lanny V2 coming on out, and their movement had to be changed around that expectation. So all Edward does is he uses the Lanny V2 to bait these players into a position that he can immediately punish. Out comes the V2, out comes that grab, and boom, Edward is the one taking advantage. Edward is the one getting those final hits, because the Lanny V2 doesn't do all that much damage in comparison to some of the ultimates that is available in NARAKA. It's not going to absolutely mash your health bar from 100 to 0. So all you have to do is position correctly, understand your timings, come in with a weapon that can get those hits fast enough, and boom, you're letting them do 95% of the work and you're taking 100% of the credit.
Yeah, I mean, kills is what matter at the end of the day, right? I mean, that's what these players are aiming for. But wow, what a game here for OA's Edward. 7 eliminations on the board. Now overall game score for this game alone, I think that might have bump him up there to that first place spot, potentially second. We're gonna have to wait and see, because Mike only got 2 overall game score for this game, but Wu Fong now with 6 overall kills with 7.5 game score. WZ Arana with 2 eliminations, 5.4. Frostovis with 3 eliminations, 3.5. FPSCQ Star with 2.5 overall game score, as well as Jails AS. Mike and PXT with 2. Burst with 1.5. Spider and T225 with 1. And Lipo just hasn't been able to find the fitting, right? I mean, he's been in the league for some time now, and I'm not sure what he has to change in his arsenal. I would like to go back and just watch a full VOD of him, of how he's positioning. I'm not sure if it's his positioning or it's just, he's just not winning straight up fights. It could just be that. So it's just super rough there for 521 Lipo, with overall game score at 5.5. No points for games 1, 3, nor 6. So that's something he does really have to work on. I know he's been trying, so we're gonna have to wait and see how he bounces back here for the 2025 season. AS right above him though. But moving on to the top side of the pyramid, Star with 21 points, and yep, there it is. I just saw right there the profile picture there from previously known as Wang Liang. Edward with 28.5, overtaking the 2-time champ OUG's Mike with 27.8, but still very, very close between both of those players. WZ Arana with 24.4, TE Wufang with 24, WBG's Verse with 22.8. Wow, I mean, just a beautiful showcase, and I mean, it's super close, right? I mean, even the top 6, it's just a 7-point difference from 1 through 6. Everybody else is just 2 to 3 points differences from taking that first place spot. So, I mean, everybody has been playing their A game. You see the polishment from a lot of these players. You see Edward game 3 and 4 not really showcasing out a lot of points, but game 5 and 6 just bounces back with with those eliminations and wins there with 9 overall game score for both of those games. But now the replay highlights here for game number 6, powered by China Unicom. Moxie, take it away.
Yeah, this is Mike starting things off incredibly strong with this Arcos, gets that F1, finds the connection mid-air as well on the drop down. PXT now utilizing that combo break early, and Wufong knows that he has the opportunity. This is him with the chase down, understanding fully that the shield does not have access to those abilities and is therefore going to be punishable for the commitment. Goes for the F1 rather than use it defensively, utilizes it aggressively as Frostfist now finds that read against Mike. Jump horizontal, will be able to catch the ACOS before he can land himself onto those cliffs. And this is where it all went horribly wrong for Mike. When he put himself inside this building, it wasn't so much Big Bad Wolf as a Big Bad Tiger getting blown very much over by the flame breath attached to those cannons alongside the Rupture Gale.
Yeah, now Wufong gets Frosted. Trust double tap dodge back, but gets the backflip animation there. Was not able to iframe that. Arano, this was the disgusting shot hit through the window. So he was crouched. Oh my god. He's like, no way. I can't believe that.
I feel that too. That would have been my reaction as well.
Oh
you can't even believe that shot coming on out. That's gonna be a clipped moment from Arano for sure. He's been working on his bow accuracy.
Yeah,
I wonder if he and Sha went to the archery range together.
Possibly. Previously, I mean, when I first discovered T225, I was on his Donyan, and he was known for his musket shots, his bow shots as well. you know, now I don't really think he's like gravitating towards that play style now. He plays a lot more heavy in the pocket. But you know, always Edward with the MVP here for our last and final game of the day. 2 MVPs of the start of 2025 Spring Split. 18,000 damage, 7 eliminations overall. Running the Liam F1V2, the new staple now here with this ultimate with this character. Assault Smolder for one of the Jays, Meteor, Sky Pillar, damage reduction, Jabin, and Cyan Fong for the Jays there for Edward. But wow, what a day it's been. I mean, we've had some crazy moments. We had straight action. I'm always gonna remember game 2. I mean, game 2 was just full packed of action from everybody in the server, just fully aggressive, crazy Spirit World contestant. We had insane runouts from everybody. You know, one thing I do want to touch up on, I believe Frostivus in his interview is saying that he got to the mainland a little bit too late, so he was feeling a little bit nervous to play today. He didn't get as much practice as he wanted, so you know, getting 7th place in the lobby of how stacked this lobby was it's a very great bounce back there from Frostivus, not being able to get as much practice as he wanted and being as polished as we would say. But I mean, still 7th place, played great, had his pop-off moments, made it to in-game a couple of times as well. So I think overall for today, Frostivus can look today as a win.
Yeah, I mean, it was a crazy strong lobby too. Just looking at the players like going into the day ahead of time, I was like, wow, we have in fact, we have the strongest players just all in. I would very much call this the lobby of death. Like, this is definitely the best way to set the pace. But speaking about setting the pace, we're gonna be setting up with an interview with one of our players. In a little bit of time, we've been gifted. I always get the crazy long fights too, like the 9-minute 1 versus 1, Hottie versus Tammy Jacob. Yep, that is me. And then we had a 7-minute reset fight as well with a Spirit Wall that actually ended up going.
Hi guys, welcome to our post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have SR Spider come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 也是请 Spider 先跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 SR Spider。
Okay, we're still getting used to call you SR Spider. Well, so why we invite you to come to this time interview? Because we have several cute stories before our competition. So I really want to ask you if it's truth or just rumors. So number 1, we heard about, so if a boss wants to buy you to come to his team, he have to pay 1 million yuan, which is $138,000. Is that true? 那其实这次有请到 Spider 也是在我们的转会期发生了很多的小故事，向我们的 Spider 求证一下。首先第一个，听说如果就是想把你买到自己队伍的话，要花100万人民币，是真的吗？
假的。
Oh no, it's false. Okay, well, number 2. So, how much is it? 那可以给我们透露一下具体多少钱吗？
不可以。
Okay, it's just a secret. Well, number 2. So we heard about, like, the boss of SR is because of you. So he set up a team for Nbpl. Is that true? 那其实我们也有听说，就是 SR 的老板是为了你才建立了 SR 这个俱乐部，参加了 Nbpl， 是真的吗？
一半吧。
Half choose. Why half? 为什么是一半？
因为他也比较喜欢这个项目，然后刚好就比较喜欢我。
Oh, okay. So the boss of SR, why he want to set up a team for Nbpl is because he really like NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Also, he really like me, so he set up a team and join in our competition. Okay. So number 3, the name of SR. We heard about is because they use the first letter and the last letter of Spider, which is S and R, so became the name of your team. Is that true? 那其实我们对于 SR 的名字也是有听说是取了 Spider 的首字母和最后一个字母，这个是对的吗？
没有。
Oh no? 那实际上是什么？
翻译过来是特殊感应。
Oh, so actually, the meaning of our team name SR is called the special reflexes. Maybe spider reflexes. I don't know. It's kind of a special meaning. It's not because of spider. It's not my first letter and the last letter. Okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. So this time our question is, which hero did SR Spider use in the game 6? A. Tianhai. B. Tarka. C. Takara. D. Temuch. So please count some time. 也请 Spider 给我们倒计时一下。
3, 2, 1
Scream shot. So what's the answer? 那其实这个我们的问题是第6把用了什么英雄 ？A 是天海 ，B 是季沧海 ，C 是武田，D 是特木尔。答案是什么
D.
Yes, the answer is D. Well, also for the last game, I want to ask you because for the whole competition for today, Wang Liang, like OA Edward, he really acted very well. So how do you think about your good friend Wang Liang's performance today? 那其实今天我们 OA 队伍这个爱德华也是给大家非常惊喜的这个表现。对于自己的老朋友王良今天的表现如何去评价呢？
表现的就是比较出乎意料，特别的好。
I think his performance really surprised us a lot. How do you think about his name, like new name, Edward? 那对于他新改的这个名字怎么评价？
不好评价。
为什么？你是觉得好听还是不好听？
感觉不如王良。
I think Wang Liang is better. Okay, did you ask him about why he wants to change into this name? 有没有问过他为什么想要改这个？
没有，忘了。
Oh, I forgot. Okay, maybe next time if we have a chance, we can ask Wang Liang why he wants to call himself Edward this time. Okay, that's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
Thank you so much, Aaliyah, doing the translation and interview there with Spider. And see it, imagine having so much reputation in a game that an esports org boss decides to make an entire team just based around you. That is crazy. But if anyone deserves it, Spider does.
I got 3 things from that interview. 1, Spider's humble. You know, he wasn't trying to say, yeah, it was because of that. 2, he has that aura, you know, the boss was like, yo, you know what? Like, I want you in my team, so I'm gonna make a team. Like, I'm just gonna do it, you know? Like, I want you in my team. And 3, I think SR is probably my favorite logo in the Pro League now. I mean, I saw the little tiger as the R. That was so creative. But yeah, that's crazy. Just having that potential of being just, you know, having someone just, you know, just throw the money out like that. I mean, he's like, I want you. He got him. And I mean, you know, we've always known him as WBG Spider, so it's a big change seeing him move on up to a different org, as we saw there. But hey, we got a little bit of the backstory there, so it's exciting to see.
True. I am interested to know though whether his coach also crossed to SR, because Spider's coach was one of, if not the best coaches. And given the focus on macro, like how important the pick ban phase is, like coaching has become crucial. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not Spider does have his familiar coach, or if he has a new one. With his new team, unfortunately, he's not going to be finding himself in the top half of the leaderboard this time around. But Spider, he's always, you know, come in ebbs and flows when it comes to his position in Nbpl. He's either popping off or he's not, and there's no in between for this player.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw that with Mike, right? Right before Jacob. He was kind of looking like this, what Spider's looking at right now. But once again, it's a fresh new season. Still a lot of time. Still a lot of things to test out. A lot of things have changed. The game has evolved a little bit. It's going to continue to evolve. But, you know, Spider has always been able to adapt. He had a crazy momentum going into Jacob as well for like a month straight. He was just top of his game. Unfortunately for him, he was not able to close out the biggest tournament of the year. But still, if anybody can do it, I believe Spider still has that potential to be up there. But tomorrow, everybody, at the same time as today, we have our first day of trios for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Spring Split here for 2025. This is our lineup of our games, our maps as well. I mean, Trios is just a whole nother mountain to overtake, right? It's just a whole completely different game. Just how everything works with all the changes in the game. It's gonna be very interesting to see what's gonna come out. What have these teams been cooking? Is there new comps? What comps changed? The hottie has changed. You know, the Q being changed. I mean, it's just a lot of different things that can be unfolded tomorrow. Syra being a little bit changed as well, but I mean, just the creativity in Trios it's one of its kind, and you know, tomorrow we'll be able to see that firsthand here tomorrow.
I mean, yeah, you talk about the game changing. The teams have changed, CA. The teams have changed. TXT and VVV. Oh, they're on a different team. TXT and VVV got split. It was heartbreaking to see them walk out when they were doing the pre-show and they had all of the players walk on. TXT and VVV will never be on the same team again, but I mean, what a team YZG has been able to make for sure, as well as the fact that Bowder, all of their players went separate ways too. Wolves, the current defending title for World Champions, their team is never going to be the same again, which is insane because like Wolves were doing so well. There were teething issues at the beginning, but when they were able to coordinate and communicate fully, that team was the best in the world at just being able to take you down aggressively.
Yeah. And I mean, we see this in multiple esports as well, where, you know, the defending champs, either they split, but it can be a variable of things. You know, it could be internal problems or whatever the case can be, but also the defending champs can come back and not play well how they played in that finals, right? I've seen that a lot of times in different titles where, you know, the champions come in and they just, I don't know what it is, no momentum,